1 minute. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mm, Clean this screen off here nice. Welcome. Welcome to the tank. And cheers to each and every one of you. Hopefully, one of you will be the winner of one of these catfish tumblers one of these days. And hopefully, all of you are doing well. NH Funny Farm. You know, NH Funny Farm, you are one of the longest term in the record books member of this channel. You are one of the longest of all. Noticed that yesterday. I think you might be the second longest, if I remember correctly. And I was able to find this information over the last few days. I was been looking for this, and what this shows you here is views by traffic source here on YouTube, and it shows you by what means people are viewing my channel. And it shows here that the most search traffic sources that people are searching for is actually my name. 1,771 searching for Catfish Tyler or Catfish Tyler Live or Tyler Catfish or just Catfish. I thought that was interesting. That's all of my viewership is coming from people searching for my name. And what that tells me is people are telling their friends and others about me. In fact, as it shows here, 54% of my viewers, 54.3% of my viewers are people talking about Catfish Tyler. And absolutely, telling people about you. Yes, yes. People are telling other people. And I see that they don't show this here, but how many times a day my videos are shared with people. People are sharing my videos. And I think it's because of the unique way that I go about trading. And I think it's because of my intellect. And I am somewhat entertaining, some would say. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, whatever you do, don't hit the like button, okay? Let's not hit the like button yet. Yes, my daily viewership has gone down. That's true. Because at one time before I took my vacation, I was getting 18 to 20,000 viewers per day. But when you break from your standard of regular streaming every day, which was growing and growing and growing, when you break from that, YouTube does not like that. I know that. Because if I go back over the history of my videos, 3 months ago, I was getting 18,000, 20,000, 22,000 views per day. So um, you got to stick with it. One thing's for sure. You got to stick with it. There's no doubt. You can't break from what you do because that gets your viewership way down. They recommendations go way down and so forth. So I'm going to try to be diligent and be here every day that I'm supposed to be. And I'm going to try to start at 6:48. Today I was a minute late, 6:49, but I do what I can, man. I'm not perfect. And also, I am not a financial advisor. I do not make any guarantees other than this one guarantee. And that guarantee is there are no guarantees. Okay. Candlestick day trading. Well, hopefully today my candlesticks will be working. And yesterday I had a little bit of an issue with them with Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim. And let me start off. If you're new to the channel, I want to let you know that yes, I do trade with real accounts. But what I'm doing here is I'm trying to teach people how to trade safely. I'm trying to describe for people the fundamentals of day trading. Okay. Not, I do hold stocks long. I hold many accounts long, and many of you are prospering from my long list that I sent to you when you became a member of this channel. And I'm sure that you've made good money over the last year if you've been buying into those stocks that are on my long list because the proof is in the pudding. So I know you guys have done very well over the last year. And I want to thank you for your ongoing support. People like you, NH Funny Farm, who've been a member for month after month after month after month. Thank you, my friend. NH Funny Farm, thank you for that dedication. Mr. Bexley Brown, good morning, Cat. Good morning. Okay, Meininger, I see. And good morning to you. Good morning. XOM is a great oil stock to hold long. Well, the only reason I would caution against any oil stocks right now is because of the fact that I do believe our conflict over there with Iran will soon be over, and I believe that we will see oil prices make a very nice pullback. And so I know BATL, we've made a ton of money on that stock over the last month. We made a fortune on that stock, but I would be careful about oil stocks right now. I'd caution not to be go overweight. Don't go overweight. Never go overweight on anything for that matter. But so yesterday I was showing people how to, as I do every day, how to mirror trade a stock. And so today, Texas tea, baby, Texas tea. All right. Well, not to mention, we might have some new forms of transportation coming along soon. So the stock I'm showing you here, ladies and gentlemen, is CLRB. CLRB. This software I'm using is Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. Over here, I'm seeing an area where we are sort of at a medium price range here, right here. See how it's been at this point so many times before? And now that it finally, I'll say, sort of breaking free from the chains that binded it here, because this was the median line right here. And they just could not, this stock just could not seem to get around this line. It can't get over this line. Okay. But listen, folks, notice from this median line how low it's gone compared to how high it's traveled. Okay. And once it was here, and we'll just let you know what this line is, first of all. That's $3.13. Okay. Obviously. So does that surprise anybody that that would be the line 313? This line right here, ladies and gentlemen, it's $3.13. Now it says 314, but I'm sure that it was 313. I'm sure of it, folks. I'm as sure as I am the nose on my face. That number is 313, regardless of where I have the what it says over there. So what do you know? They drop it to 313, and then let's take a look at this price level. What is this? That happens to be right there, 360. 360. Now you know why I say to sell at the 60, folks. So buy the 313, sell the 360. Okay. That's a nice profit. Buy 313, sell 360. Then how far does it fall below the 313? It falls to 273, 272. Okay. And when I get right down to it, this number right here was actually 270. All right, so I see that. 313, 43-cent drop. 313 to 373. 60 cents, folks. So 60 cent above, 40 cent below. Again, or 60 cent. CLRB is good. Found that one go broke up. Yes, I bought CLRB yesterday. I did buy that, no doubt about it. I definitely looked at the chart on that and I liked what I saw, CLRB. So now again, I'm showing you this line, which is at the new line, which is at 330. Sorry. Yeah, 313. So again, look at how far it's descended below it. Look how high it's gone above it. And right now, this trend line has become resistance to the rise many times. But now it is bouncing off this with a nice 50-day rise below it, crossing the 200-day. And folks, we're looking at a point here where we could see some nice gap ups from off this line, okay? From this line, we could see a gap to there or to possibly right there. I have a resistance line there. So from right now, the only resistance line is here, and that price is at 366 a share. Of course. All right. Now, for those of you that don't know it, those numbers that I've called out this morning, here, here are you either buy or sell, depending on what the price is doing. If the price is rising, you sell the 13. If the price is falling, you buy the 13. Okay. That's how it works. With every number you see here, if the price is rising, you sell at it. If the price is falling, you buy at it. Okay. That's how this buy sell sheet works. And there are people here on this channel who've been subscribed for over 2.5 years that live and die by this sheet. And they should, because it's accurate, folks. And if you don't believe that, when you look at these numbers where these highs and lows are, the top of this chart right here, where this line is right here, this is a number that I always tell people to sell. Always. All right. And right there, you can see the 5-day moving average. That's the blue line. It stopped right there. And you should always sell. If you look over here, you'll see that price line is actually 413 a share. Folks, when you go up to that, you always should sell that number. 113, 313, $7.13, $9.13. Sell some there. Sell some, please. And then your buyback comes in on this point right here. And that happens to be 343, 344. This price will be right here. If it was right here, I bet you that's 344. That low. Or 338. It could be 338. So let's go look at it and see what it is. 337. Okay. Well, again, if you look at my buy sell sheet, there's the number for you right there. Look clearly at it. 37. So if it's risen to 37, you sell there. If it drops to 37 or 38, you're buying there. All right. These numbers, and when I call them out on this sheet, you'll see it's always going to be one of the numbers on my sheet. Almost always, where the bottom is here, the bottom of this, see that? The bottom of the 5-day. I'm only looking at the 5-day, folks. I'm looking at the bottom of the 5-day chart here. And when you look at this price line right here, what you'll see again is the low of the day was at 217. Let me tell you something, folks. That's a very unusual low right there. And to me, that is a sign of weakness. All right. They should have had this low at $2.13. No doubt about it. Okay. Any manipulator with any real strength would have achieved 213 that day. So that tells me a little something right there. There's your first chink in the armor, ladies and gentlemen, that they couldn't get that to 213. And then here, what's the bottom here? 250. Well, from 250, folks, listen, once they realized this is the options players here, I'm talking about options players. Once they realized that they couldn't hold this under 250, then they said, well, 275 is the next number. That's the next play. 275. So then they wanted to try to hold it at 275, which would have been right here, 275. And you can see this is a line of resistance here, jigging and jogging all over 275 because the options players don't want to have to pay out over 275. So that's why that number is so prominent, 275 right there. But once it broke over 275 level, they said, shit, we're going to stop it at 3. Okay. Because they don't want to go over $3. And you can see the proof of that because right here where the line is now is $3. This is $3 right here. Right there is $3. So $3, they didn't want to pay out over 3. Here you can see they didn't want to let it go over $3. Here it bounced off that same number, $3. Okay. Listen, what I'm here to do, folks, I'm here to provide information for you. You decide what to do with it. All right. When I show you this technical charts, you know why this resistance is here. You know there should be resistance here. So there's resistance here. There was resistance here. There's resistance here. Resistance. Look at all that herking and jerking bullshit. See that? right here. Again, resistance here, broke that level of resistance. Okay, now the next level here is where they wanted to hold it. And why did they want to hold it so bad at this price right in here in this median range? Why did they want to hold it right here? What is that price? Why do they want to hold this at 328? Well, it's another number. It's the 25. They want to keep it under 325. They don't want to have to pay out options over 325. So that's why this number has been smashed around so long. 332. Well, also, this number here, 332, 333, it is one of their absolute favorite numbers. This is a predominant number, like almost like none other. Okay. This number, and you can look at it across the screen. Just look at how many times this white line here, look how many times that thing has been sat on. It's 33, folks. It's one of their favorite numbers. It is probably, besides the number 8, 33 and 66, 88, 77. These are favorite numbers. 72 now. They've been changing their ways. And 66 used to be, but now it's 60. They're starting to change their ways because we're on to them, people. We're on to them. Okay. So at any rate, why I'm showing you this is this line right here. If it breaks the 33, it's going to go, they're going to hold it under 50. They're going to hold it under the 50. I promise. So here's what they're going to do. And I'm just going to tell you what to do with it. Let's say it's coming up like this, and then it comes up here and it gets here. You need to start selling 340, 347, 48, 349, 350, 351, 52, and 53, all the way up to 355. You should have sell orders there. Why? Because once it gets to 355, they're going to say, that's enough. All right, it's not going to go to 375, and we're not going to pay it out over 350. So let's hammer this down. They bought into it. They took up a long position here. They buy up millions of shares. It breaks over the line in 200 day. Everybody's all excited. It's a triple crossover. Here we go. And what do? Then they sell it down. They sell it down. They sell it, sell it, sell it. All right. Because they don't want it to break 350. So your buy orders then come in at 338, 339, 342, 43, and you're picking those orders up. So they pull it down to the 42, 43 because they want a buffer for 350. They if it rises again, they don't want it to break that 350. Well, if the energy and demand and momentum is too strong, it'll push over 350. Then it's going to 360. So we just bought it down in the low 340s. As soon as it gets to 357, 58, 59, man, we start selling. Boom, boom, we're out to 360. Once it gets to 360, they say that's enough. That's enough. We're taking it under 50. We're gonna make sure they know we got control. They've also gone long again here and they've run it up. They're buying into it. They're making it run. It gets to 360. They short it again. Boom, down it falls. Down, 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 down. They sell all those shares that they just bought up with all of the retailers. And they've got millions while we're buying thousands, right? You know what I'm saying? And then they just sell all this all the way down. And the retailers like, oh God, they're just killing us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is how it works. I'm here to explain it to you. This is how it works. This is how they do it. And you can either become a victim of this type of manipulation or you can learn to take advantage of it. That's all there is to it. Your decision. And again, I provide, you decide. Every one of these lines where I've drawn a line here is going to be a resistance point. So as we rise up here now, when this 5 day gets to here, as it just gets underneath it, you should start selling, regardless of what the price is, because there's going to be resistance here. There's going to be. There always has been. You can see it time and time and time and time, time and time and time. This is a major line of resistance right here. Okay. 347. See, they don't want it to get over 350. The options players don't want it over 350. And again, my point is if it gets up here around 347, 48, 49, 350, you're going to see a lot of volatility on that line, and you could keep It's right there on the counter on your right. You're standing right next to it. So now that being said, if this thing can get beyond this line, then we've got some good movement up to this point. And if it breaks beyond that, then it's going to move to this point right here, folks. This point. All right. I'm pointing out for you how this stock is going to go up based on the way that it fell. This is the way that it fell, and this will be the way it goes up. Right now, this is the most really, this will be the breakaway number. Okay. If it gets here, that might get enough fear in the shorts to go shit and start covering before it gets to this line. Because if it breaks, listen, folks, if the 5-day breaks this line, well, good luck to any shorter there because we're going to here, right here, the bottom of that. Okay. And I'm showing this to you, and I hope you learn from it. Hope you learn from what I'm showing you. All right. Now, in case you're forgetting about it, Mother's Day is coming up. Get your Mother's Day cards out today, or they will not arrive. All right. Some of you youngsters out there, don't forget Mother's Day. Treat your mom special on Mother's Day. All right. This stock here, CLRB. And we're going to be writing down the stocks everyone is calling out this morning. Good morning, Paul. Welcome. One Love. Thank you. IRWD looks good. IRWD. Thank you very much. All right. Do you see NVIDIA reaching 211 today, Kat? Let's take a look at it. I know you're thinking about doing a call on that. I heard you say that, something new. Mr. Mexi Brown, thank you very much. GLE. Muchos gracias. We'll take a look at it. VITL. Thank you. Got it. VITL. Uh, you talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Let me show you what might happen. And this is what I call, I mentioned this a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. I brought it up, and suddenly, voila, there are others with the same idea. And I'll show you right now. Um, if we go over here to, just give me a moment here. If we go over here to YouTube, um, Strait of Hormuz Canal. This is what I envisioned and talked about a couple of months ago. And it appears as though I'm not the only one who's come up with this solution to bypass this zone completely. And that's been my idea. Here's another one who's come up with the same idea. Eliminate this right along the Iranian coast. Just completely eliminate that need to go around that. It's just a big cost them a bunch of money anyway to go around it over and over and over and over and go out of their way. So let's just, and as I said, take what armaments we got, plenty of our old bombs, and just all our old crap and just bomb it all through there. Bomb it through. Don't dig it with a bunch of machinery. Don't take the time to waste. Make the bombing there on that area. Concentrate bombing the crap out of that. Just blow the smithereens. Or, I mean, we could do a just blow this whole thing out of here, folks. In fact, if they just started, uh, here's the gig, and this is what I know about water. Here's what I know about water. If you just start a small trench through there, okay? If you just make a small trench, water itself will find its way the shortest path, and it will make its own canal. Look at the um all of the rivers that are around on the sides. You can see they've cut their way down into the earth. You just make the canal, and the water will do it itself for you. 50% of it. Anyway, that's my concept, and there you go. Bunker busters. There you go, our Richie B. Just throw a bunch of bunker busters in there, blow all that dirt out. It's just sand. Come on, man. Anyway, how long would it take some dredges to run through there and just dredge that out? Just put your minds together, folks, and find a way around this problem. And of course, whoever builds it can charge people to come through there a passage fee like they do the Panama Canal, right? It's just a revenue source. And there you go. So that's what I think could happen. That's my solution to the problem with the Sea of Hormuz. Or, I mean, if you're not going to cut this through here, at least just blow all that off, the tip off, so you can just come over here, so they can't. Anyway, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I think about that. Now we move on. We have now, the time is 7:22 and 43 seconds. At 2 minutes from now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to hit the like button if you don't mind. And this channel can use all the help it can get. So please, everyone, come on over here and let's put some love on the screen for a little bit before, because all the love and all the things you say over here and all the things we show in emotion is something that can be felt by everybody. And everybody feels good when they have a heart on the screen. Don't you agree? Doesn't it make you feel better when you have a heart on the screen? It makes everyone's day better. I feel better right now just looking at all the love right here now that's just flying in here. And I'm not doing anything. See, I don't have to do anything. It's just all of the fish love. Yep. Yep. The, the very, very place where we kissing and a hugging, wearing next to nothing, hot as an oven, and the whole tank shimmies. The whole tank shimmies. The whole tank shimmies. Everybody splashing around and round and around and around. Yeah. All right, folks, here we go. It's 7:24. At 7:24 and 48 seconds, we're all going to simultaneously hit the like button. Hopefully you haven't done it already. But at 7:24 and 48 seconds, we are going to do it. 10 seconds from now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And please hit the like button now. And we will all join in the love together. Charles Washington, good morning. Sing the song. All right, let's do the song. Let's do the song. Which song do you want me to do? The heart on song, or do you want me to do the love sack? I'm not sure which song you're requesting because we're sort of talking about two songs here. And well, we'll do per request, Catfish Tyler, the creator. Thank you, Rob Canton Jr. Yes, sing the song. Uh I gotta know what song you want to hear. What song is it you want to hear? The love song. I love you. You love me. That's what everybody can see. I love you. The love song. Hey, why don't you play another somebody done somebody wrong song? And let me sing along. Because how I miss my baby. How I miss my baby. See, that's a love song. Tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. It's been 3 long years. Do you still want me? If I don't see a yellow ribbon round that old oak tree, well, I'll get on the bus and forget about us. Put the blame on me. If I don't see a yellow ribbon round that old oak tree. Hello to you, I'm coming home. And I'd like to know if you are still my own. If you've received this letter telling you they've set me free. I can't remember the rest. I'm coming home, I've done my time. And I'd like to know what is and isn't mine. If you've received this letter telling you they've set me free, then you'll don't want to that you will do for me. Just tie that yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. It's been 3 long years. Do you still love me? If you've received better from the old me. If I don't see a letter around the old oak tree, I'll get on the bus and forget about us and put the blame on me. If I don't see a yellow ribbon round that old oak tree. Oh my gosh, folks, doesn't that bring back some memories of yesteryear and days gone by when we were young and naive and oh so gullible? We believed in everything that we were told, but then we found out some were lies when we got old. I'm talking Santa, talking bunny rabbits with eggs. You guys have heard me talk about it before. Catfish, Tyler Swift. No. Oh gosh, no. Ron, that has to be removed. That has to be removed. That can't be tolerated. That's like pissing in the tank, man. You can't come and pee in the tank like that. No. Uh-uh. No, no. No nifty swifty here, baby. No. There are certain things that go beyond, and that is beyond. Okay. We cannot step in that. We can't step in that direction. Please. No, no. No likeness, no comparison, no analogy, no, 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 no. Ah, one love. I'm missing out on IRWD. Okay. I'm sorry. But you know what? When people shout that I'm missing out, that's when I get out. Usually, he won't tolerate that. No, there will be another one. Be patient. Okay, yes. I love it, Kat. You are making my day already, brother. Thank you. Yes. Well, that's what I'm here to do. That's what I'm here to do. Just like our old friend over here. Yeah. I'm here to make your day. Yes. Well, do you, punk? Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, the good old days, good old movies, good old tunes, good old times. Here you can remember, you can have flashbacks of your past and your youth and your when you were able to do anything you wanted, invincible, indestructible, more powerful than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Oh my God, heck yes. Everybody, invincible. Live, I'm gonna live forever. Now I'm old and ache, coming apart. Some of us are starting to come apart like rag dolls. We've been through it all, man, and we're starting to lose parts and functionality. Oh goodness. Everyone can relate. That's one thing about this channel. Everybody, we're all the same. Like I say all the time, everybody's all the same. There's no difference. There's no difference. I point out the obvious. That's me, Mr. Obvious. I am Mr. Obvious. I point out the obviousness of things. Obviously, if we all got along, we'd all be well off. I mean, we'd be so wealthy if we didn't spend so much money on all this defense. I always love it how they call it defense. Oh, it's all defense spending. Oh, yeah. We have to defend. And I agree, we should be prepared to defend, but we should be prepared to defend ourselves. we, we should defend ourselves. I don't know when it became a law that we need to defend the world. The world defenders. What a bunch of pretenders. You don't need to defend the world. We don't need to defend every single. But I guess as a superpower, you can you can stop wars with money. Do we have a flag on our mailbox? I don't know. You guys, please hold. Let me go fill up my coffee. I'm gonna play you one of my songs, my rock and roll songs when I was a young punk kid to talk about young days. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One called "Played That Way," a little rock and roll tune to wake. This is me 25 years ago. Out here dancing. Ever since I was a little boy, I've been in love with rock and roll. Used to shake the walls in my room till my parents they would lose control. I turned it down a little till they went out the door, and I turned it up louder than I had before. You know what I mean? Last week we threw a party, and I tell you, we sure threw a crowd.
And the guitars are cranking 'cause we love to hear it really loud. I can hear my neighbors beating on my door, telling me to turn it down like they told me before. I turn it down a little so they go away, but it's louder with baby because it's got to be played that way. Cause it's rock and roll. Yeah, it's gotta be played that way. Cause it's rock and roll. Hanging out on the beach with my freedom tree, all feeling good. Somebody else turn it up, so I put my speakers on my hood. Suddenly, out of nowhere, appears a comic telling me that all that racket has got to stop. I turn it down a little till he goes away, but it's louder when he leaves. It's not to be played that way, 'cause it's rock and roll. Yeah, it's gotta be played that way. Cause it's rock and roll. Somebody say, turn it up. Joe Germano on the guitar. Lives over here in Detroit now. It's rock and roll. Woo! Rock and roll, baby. Back in the day, ladies and gentlemen, Catfish Tyler, there he is. And I am the artist Tyler Self, TYLERSELPH. Look me up here on YouTube. I have about 120 songs on YouTube, and I got even more on songs on Spotify and Apple Music and Google Play. Very fortunate to get these recordings that were done back in the day because I got to work with a company called Full Sail, which is a recording company and a recording college, music college in Orlando, Florida. And that guy, Joe Germano, I only met him and was with him a week, and we were going to been practicing, and we were going to go in there for this gig. And all of a sudden, a week before the gig, he writes me, he calls me and says, "Hey, I can't do the gig." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I just got signed with the band." And I went, "What?" And I said, "Man, you're in a band." And he said, "Well, I'm sorry, I got signed with a band, and I got to go up north. I'm going to be out of." So I said, "You can go up there, but on this day, I'm going to fly you back here and I'm going to pay for your ticket and you're going to come down and you're going to play this gig that we've been practicing for because you're the only one." And he goes, I don't know, man." I says, "No, I'm serious. I'm going to do it." So I did. I bought him the ticket and he went up there and he signed his record deal with a contract with the band. And after that, I flew him down. He came down. I picked him up at the airport. The next day, we were on that stage. He played that one day. He spent the night, and then he flew out the next morning. And I owe it to Joe Germano for doing that. And after I got up here to Detroit, where I met my wife again after 20 years of dating her back in '83, when I got up here in the year 2000, I found out that Joe Germano, that guy, had moved and he was in Detroit. And we were only an hour apart. So I went over and we got back together and saw each other and we've had fun. He's playing. He's an incredible guitarist, as you can hear, very talented. And he's even better now. That was when he was quite a bit younger, and he's even a better guitarist now. And but we're good friends, and it's interesting how things work out in this world. Lost in Lowe's. I'm on TV. Hi, Mom. All right. Yes, Mr. Mexi Brown. I defend my family and the cat and the tank. Yes, yes, sir, Mr. Mexi Brown. Yes. And Larry Pitt says, I never anticipated getting old. You know what, Larry? I know exactly what you mean when you say that. I know exactly what you mean when you say that. I never anticipated getting old. I know what you mean. We are all one. We are all made the same in God's eyes. That's right, Mr. Mexi Brown. And my eyes, too. I tell everybody, hey, listen, people can say they're different if they want to. They can say they're different. The naive and unintelligent will say I am different from my foe. They're different from me, and so I am different from them, and they are different, and so that's why we have our differences. Well, look at the person that you're calling looks so different. Do they not have the same two eyes that you do? The ones that you're calling so different from you, do they not have the same two ears? Do they not have the same hands and the same feet and the same legs? How can you be so naive and so ignorant and so foolish to believe that because someone doesn't think in their head like you, that they're different from you? We're all the same. We all came from the same mold. Can't you tell? We're not like flowers. Well, that might be that we are in many ways because, yes, we can all be different colors, but we're still all flowers. You know what I mean? We can be different colors, but we're all flowers. Some of us smell better than others, but we're all flowers, right? Yep. Daddy Pascal, yes. Thanks for the laugh. Thanks for your everyone as you join in here in the chat because the one thing that YouTube likes the most, and they'll keep referring me to others out there and sending my channel to others, as long as people here are interacting and are engaged. And I want to make sure you're all engaged here on this channel with me, and that we keep the chat box flowing. If you have anything on your mind, feel free to say, and we'll be the ones. Whether there are certain things though, no swiftiness. Okay, there have to be some rules. There's some rules we have to set. And there cannot be any swiftiness. Okay, let's look at some of these called out stocks this morning. Um, we've already written down some of these, but there's some I missed. I've already gotten um, VITL, IRWB, NVDA. We're going to look at, looks like GLE. Yep. We're going to look at OSG. Thank you for calling it out, Mr. Mexi Brown. Thank you. ERNA. Got it. ERNA. Now, because people shout these out doesn't mean we're going to be buying them necessarily, folks. It just means they're on the radar. They're on the move. They're in the, flow. They're moving. Just like the Panama Canal. Yeah. The Canal of America. There you go, Rob Canton, the Canal of America. Yes. That will work, Meininger. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. Bunker busters. There's a new bill, American Reserves Moderation Act, IRMA, is introduced to rebuild Bitcoin Act. This bill isn't passed yet. Once passed, it is authorized U.S. Treasury to acquire 1 million of Bitcoin. Huh. That's interesting. Very nice to know that. Thank you, One Love. Do you even know what the elevations are? The scale of that picture is way off. That's a massive piece of land. Thank you, Rob Canton. I appreciate that. It's good to know. Well, let me tell you something. What I do know already is that the people of United Arab Emirates has already is working now already on a pipeline to run across that peninsula, if you want to call it that. They've already got it in place. I watched a video on it last night. They've been assembling it for some time. The people of United Arab Emirates, they figured out a long time ago we need to put a pipeline across there. And I think I didn't get all the way through the video, but I believe they already may have completed the pipeline. I believe. I don't know. And they were talking about the capacity that it had for 1 million, 1.5 million barrels of oil could flow through there, and they could even increase it up if they needed to under demand to 1.8 million barrels. So anyway, just letting you know. All right, that looks like we've got all the stocks that we want to look at now. So thank you for calling those out today. And of course, we're going to look at yesterday's call outs and see if any of them have made any big drastic pullbacks, because this is the method of how things function here. All right. We have a method that which we use here. It's not just we're not just, sorry, we're not just willy-nillying it here, folks. We have a method. All right. Now, one of those things to note is that many times, and I'm just going to show you an example here. All right. Let me find my piece of paper that has. Okay. I will find it here. Just give me a moment. Okay. So these are the stocks that we had called out yesterday. And I want to look at these right now, and I want to see if any of these high flyers yesterday are now getting fleeced out, getting dropped to scare out the new blood. So I'm going to look at all these and see if any of them are getting pounded down and trying to shake out weak hands before they move even more. And we don't want to just do that, find out the ones that are dropping, but we want to find ones that are dropping on relatively low volume so that they're just using a small amount to make it fall, sometimes 20%. So this is what I'm looking for, folks. This is what I'm looking for yesterday. These are the ones that were called out. I'm going to look at them now. And I'm going to be using Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim, and I'm going to be teaching people how to trade safely. And I recommend, if you have just started or are thinking about trading, day trading, that you start out like I did here with a paper money account. So this is a paper money account. There can be no risk whatsoever to what we're doing here. All right. And therefore, there's no fear, there's no intimidation, there's no loss. Okay. This is to learn how to hopefully invest at the right time based on certain criteria, on certain breaking news, on momentum, on volume, on charts. Okay. And I am a chart enthusiast. I love charts. I love charts. I'm all about charts. And you can see right here these red lines that I have already put in place. Now, in case you don't know and you're new to this channel, I have set up here a 200-day moving average. My red line is a 50-day. The blue line is a 45-day. So the red line that's there is a 50-day average. The blue line is a 45-day. Down here, I have an orange line and I have a white line, which is really light blue. Okay, you can hardly tell, but the orange line is a 10-day moving average, and the white or light blue line, that one is a 5-day moving average. So I'm using a 5-day, a 10-day, a 45-day, a 50-day, and a 200-day average. All right. This is what's going on with this stock right now. I believe that it's nearing a point where it could break away and go as high as this point fairly soon. There's never been any resistance throughout this area. There are hardly any shares that have had time to be accumulated at all through this spot. So I believe now that it's breaking above here, that we could see a move minimal to there and then to there. Okay. Those are the two possible moves. We'll see resistance here for a little bit of a pullback, and then she goes on up, and then she comes back, and then she goes beyond. That's what could happen. Okay. Now, there's other points of from here. If it breaks this point, folks, it's going to go most likely to there. So this is called mirror trading, is what I'm showing you. The way in which the stock price was rescinded and brought down will be most likely the same way that it shall rise. Okay. And this is just called mirror trading. This is something I've been practicing doing for a very long time, and it's very effective. You'll come to find, if I believe you'll find over time, that this is a very effective way of knowing where you should sell a little bit of your shares and look for a pullback, or you can sell half of your shares, or some of you sell all of them. But I don't ever recommend selling all at any point. I don't believe in doing that. But what I do believe in is knowing that previous lines of resistance, like this drop to here, see, you can see this drop to right there. It's that line. It's the same line. It's the same line here. That go back through history to determine how the price will rise. Okay. Go back. And listen, this is a lot of herking and jerking and 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 herking and jerking. So basically, from this point right here all the way to there, this thing was fleeced out completely, completely. See this? What I mean by doing this, they make this completely fleeced out, and this becomes a slippery slope. There's just nothing left. There's nothing left. And what I mean by that, as you can see, is when the bad news hit, if they did a reverse split or public share offering or whatever they did here, whatever caused this tumble, this was all so fleeced out that it just went boom right back down. See, because they had already just made this, just nothing was left. It had all been decimated. These were holders only. And then, man, there was nothing there. It went all the way through that, back down, right back down. See, so when you see this, that's fleecing, that's balding it making it bald. And when it fell, then when it fell through here again, I bet you, going back through history, you probably see a lot of fleecing from down here all the way up through here. So when it got to that level, it just fell from there all the way to there. Now, I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't doubt it. Now, here's what you need to understand. When they fall this fast over 10 days, start to make a recovery, fall over the next 10 days, start to make a recovery, fall the next 10 days. Well, that is 1 month's worth of trading. All right. Basically. Yeah. It starts over here at October the 6th. And this is, yeah, October 6th. And this is November 3rd. October 6th to November 3rd. 1 month, folks. 1 month period to fall that far. And then as you come back up here, look here, from here. Oh my gosh. I mean, wow. What line is that? I'm mentioning this stock, CLRB, for a reason, folks. I think we're at a possible breakaway point. And The reason I talk about history, when they ran this down to here, or just a few days ago, when they ran it down to there, again, if you were just looking at the short term chart, you might not understand why they stopped it there. But if you just went back and looked through history, dang, now you know why they stopped it at that number. Now you know why it stopped falling there. Now you know why it stopped. Now you know why it stopped again. And here, if you look at this line, if you look back here, you'll know why it stopped there and fell back. You can see that, why it pulled back from that number right there. It's very clear why they stopped it right there. Because they stopped it there before. And they stopped it from falling right there on that line right there. Do you notice? It's a previous. This is one of the things I'm trying to teach people on this channel, is to use this information that I'm showing you to learn how to know where to make an exit point. And one of them is absolutely and for sure there. Goodness gracious, just look at that thing. Wow. I mean, just look how many times that has been a resistance to the rise right there, resistance to the rise again, resistance to the rise right there. Look at that line. And now it's at that line. And I point this out because if it can break a previous very, very stern resistant line, and if it can finally break over that, well, then it might go all the way back up to here. It could. You can see there's a gap right there. You can see there's a gap there. 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 I'm telling you, folks, there's a gap here from here up to this range. That's why I'm talking about this stock, CLRB. And it's down a little bit this morning. It closed yesterday at 353, and they've got it to 336 bid, 345 ask. Well, so they're trying to fleece it out a little bit right now. CLRB. I'm just letting you know about it. Here you go, folks. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. But when you see the price run up here and stop there and then pull back, you can see why if you go back to the previous and look where they stopped. I mean, this, folks, they've done this before. They've done it before. They've stopped this line there before. Look how they stopped it right here about a month ago, how they stopped it at that same line. Here, how they stopped it there. Here, how they stopped it there. There, stopped it. There again, stop the drop there on that line. Stop the rise, fell back. I mean, this is, look at the herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and boom, jerked right up. Right on this line. It's the same line, folks. It's the same one. Herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked right off the screen. Herked and jerked and 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 I mean, just look at this, folks, on this line. Herk it up here, jerk it back down, herk it, herking and jerking. And here we are, back to the same line right now. This is critical, folks. This is the main, this is the main median line. This is the main line, folks. Right there. That is the line that we're back at, and you can see what's going to happen there possibly. If it breaks over it, it could make a nice run. It could make a nice run again up if it gets over that line. But you can see how resilient that line has been over the past few months. I'm talking months here. This is months, folks. We're talking months that they've used this line to play off of. What you need to gauge is how far has it gone below that line compared to how high it's gone over it. Just keep looking at that. How high has it gone over? How high did it go over? How low did it go below? How low was it below? How low was it below? Well, that was it right there. 217. That's the lowest. The end of it right there. And the next one was here. And so here's what I suggest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a day, this could be a very nice swing trade stock, is what I'm suggesting, where you sell this high, wait 10 days, 15 days, buy the low. Wait a week, 10 days, sell the high. Wait 3 weeks, a month, buy the low. Wait for, again, it looks like here about 20 days, sell the high. Wait 10 days, buy the low. Wait 5 days, sell the high. Man, they got a trench here, folks. They're definitely trading in a trench here, and you can see, man, this is how they can kill retail and they can get very wealthy at the same time. Then they decided to trade in this trench for a while. And now, if we break over this, they're going to probably trade in this trench again from this line up and down, this line here. All right. So from here, you might want to consider, if they do go on up, to sell when it approaches $4.13. See that, Savannah? I know you don't believe in these numbers that I call out, but that number right there, ladies and gentlemen, that number right there is indeed $4.13. You can see it right there. 413. This line right here that it's on, that price is 413. And it shouldn't be a surprise. It should be no surprise at all that they would stop it there, Savannah. That's why the 5-day average stopped right there at 413. Why they protected it again there. Why they protected it there and didn't let it go over. That is the number 413, ladies and gentlemen. So from here, the trading trench will be to 413 and down and to 413 and down and 413 and down. That's what I think based on the history of it. 413. They're going to trade this in a trench now between 413 and this price here, which is, once it breaks over this, 344. And what a coincidence. The bid is now 336 and the ask is 348. And I bet you that's 344 right there. I bet you that's 344. The current price, 344. And man, they've been all over this price, folks. They've been all over this price. Well, the reason why, folks, really right here, you're at 350, I'm guessing, right? What's that price? Yeah, 350. Well, uh, this is just proof of the fact, folks, that that price line, they don't want it over 350 a share. They don't want it over 350 a share. They don't want to be in the money on Friday and have to pay over 350 a share. So my call is on this stock on CLRB. My call is to sell it every time it goes up to 355 and buy it again at 343. Then sell it at 355, buy it at 343. Sell it at 355, buy it at 343. They will do this over and over and over, folks. They're going to trade right here. That's what I call. You'll see what I mean here in a little while. Okay. And the stock I'm talking about here is CLRB. And I believe that they're going to trade it in a trench up to 413 even. They could go and trade as much as 413. Okay. And that will be the maximum right here. 413 down to here. They're going to trade in that trench, I believe. 340 to 413, a 60-cent or 66-cent range is what we might see with this stock. All right. I'm just telling you because they did it a lot over here and they could easily do that again now. They could get into that frame again of 10 days in, 10 days out, 10 days in, 10 days out. Yep. 10 days buying it, buying it, then short the position. 10 days, sell, 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 get retail out. 5 days, buying, short the position. 10 days, selling, 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 get retail out. Take a long position, buy. Herc and jerk, make some good money there by shorting, then long, then short, then long, then short. Then long, you bought all that up, everything you've acquired through here, and through here to get you to there. Then you sell it all, get it down here, just killing retail out. And now this is an interesting point, folks, because you got a triple upside crossover of the 200-day going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to say something to you. Every time they've tried to get a crossover of the 200, they've only been able to get this high. The 50 could never cross. The 50-day could never get over. Here, they got the 50-day right up there underneath it, but then it fell. Here, they got the 50-day underneath it, but then it fell. But here, ladies and gentlemen, the 50-day is crossing the 200. All right? A very critical point to notice. Long list of errors. Nobody knows nothing. John Bogle. Well, that means everybody knows everything. Right? That's what I hear. That's my interpretation. If nobody knows nothing, then everybody knows everything. I'll just say it that way. Everyone's a know-it-all. Well, one thing I can tell you, folks, this predominant line of resistance that this thing is at right now, it's been revisited many, many times before. Okay? I'm just letting you know this. CLRB. I provide, you decide. That's all. I provide this, you decide. I think next it breaks this level and it goes all the way to there. And I think we can sell it in the $4.13 range. We'll start selling though 4.7, 4.08. Okay, for sure. We're gonna sell first. We're gonna sell $4. Okay. Let me explain how this is gonna work on this stock. If you're gonna trade this stock with me, CLRB. Okay. Once it breaks here, we're gonna sell this at 366. We're gonna buy it back at 355. Then we're gonna sell it 372, and we're gonna buy it back at 366 or lower, 360. Then we're going to sell it after we buy it at 360. We're going to sell it at 377 through 383. Once we sell, if we get 383, we're going to buy it back at 366, maybe even 355, or maybe even just 372 again. But we're going to sell it at 382 and get a minimum 372 buyback. Then we're going to sell it when it goes to 388, and we're going to buy it back at 380 or 377 or even 372.3. From 88, I've even bought back 66 or 55 several times from 88, especially if the price is $17.88. From 17.88, you're easily going to go down to 17.49. Okay. That's a no-brainer. 17.88 or 18.88. Then after we sell it at the 88, I'm just telling you how we're going to work this, folks, because they're going to herc and jerk. That's right. They're going to herc and jerk and 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 herc and jerk all the way up. That's what they're going to do. Okay. Look how they herked and jerked this one when it was recovering after they knocked it down. See that? That's the way they recover, folks. A lot of times they'll fall pretty drastically from here down like that. But then the recovery is herky, jerky, herky, jerky, herky, jerky, all the way up. That's what I expect to see starting right now. And there's your first herk and jerk right there. There's your first one. Now, if it can get on up over there, it can go on up. If it can get over this number, it can go right on up. It can have a nice move over this number. I'm telling you because I've seen it do it many times in the past from that number right up, from that number right down, from that number right up, and from that number right down, and from that number right up. You see what I'm saying? All right. And there we are again on that number. And they've already done from here down and here up and here down and here up and here down and here up. They've already fleeced this, folks. That's bald, in my opinion. In my opinion, this has already been fleeced out, completely fleeced out, this area. It's done. That's my guess, okay? Based on the way they've done this. And there's no more. You can only trade in a trench for so long. A few days ago, I put up this thumbnail, and if you give me a second, I'll show it to you. Come down here to live. Here's what I put up for the thumbnail. Trading in trenches. Had 3,800 people here looking at this 1 week ago. Day trading in trenches. And it's really in this case, it's not day trading in trenches. It's swing trading in trenches in this case. So with this stock right here, you're not day trading it in trenches, you're swing trading it. You're selling this high. You're waiting 10 days patiently. You buy the low. You wait a week and a half, you sell the high. You wait a couple weeks patiently, you buy the low. You wait 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you sell the high. You wait 2 more weeks, you buy the low. Folks, you got to learn of these patterns, how the manipulators are making so much money. And they're making a lot, folks, because that price is 337 and that price is 250. An 88-cent drop. And then a 60-cent rise, 60 cents down, 50 cents up, 50 cents down, 60-cent rise. Then this pullback, that's one of the least I've ever seen. Okay, I'm just going to let you know right now. These are the big swings. All right, these are the big swing. Boom, boom. But look at this little pullback, and then bam. Look at the big swing. 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 Look at the little pullback. Look at the big swing. Now listen to what I'm saying. Look at the big swing, the big swing, the big swing, the big swing. And then look at this from here. Look at the little swing right there. Do you see that? Have you seen that anywhere else? No. All these are massive. Boom, 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 boom. Only here. Only here. There's your little swing right there. And look where it went from there. You understand? All right. That meant they were done with this region. Then they took it all the way up and then they brought it down and got in this region again. Same swing pattern, same 10-day up and downs. And then here, this is where the pattern broke. This is where the pattern broke. And now I believe they're going to swing trade in this region right here the same way. We could see 10 days of this going up, but we're going to sell it when it gets up here, folks. Okay? This is CLRB, okay? Now, I don't guarantee that this is going to happen with this stock, but hey, I'm looking at the patterns and what I see. That looks good. I like it. I like it a lot. And right now, I like what I see here. I like this. This is a 45 and 50 day crossing over the 200 day right now. This is a triple upside crossover where the current price went back up over the 200. Right here, the current price crossed the 200, the 5-day did, the 10-day did, and now we're seeing the 50-day crossing the 200 as we speak this morning in the pre-market. And the 5 days over the 10-day here. Looks good to me. I like it. CLRB. Bid 335, ask 348. Well, what do you know? There's a 13-cent spread between the bid and the ask, Savannah. 13 cents. Just saying. Next, we've got several stocks that I want to look at that were called out this morning. Those are IRWD by One Love, NVDA. I'm going to take a look at that for Meininger, GLE, Mr. Mexi Brown, OSG, Mr. Mexi Brown, and ERNA, Mr. Mexi Brown. Calling these out. He's got them on his attention. So we're going to take a look. But this stock CLRB, the one thing I want to do before I do anything else with this is I want to look over here at CLRB on this chart right here. So just give me a second. CLRB stock. It's a bioscience company. It was up 11% yesterday, down 4% this morning. A nice little pullback. One day ago, the news, phase 2 of their study came out good. It's a blood disease cure thing they're working on, and phase 2 came out with positive results after 12-month follow-up data. Phase 2 looks good. They're moving forward, and that's what made CLRB make this little bit of a move. It will probably be another 6 to 8 months, maybe even a year before phase 3 is completed, and then they get FDA approval if they do. But what I want to look at here is their number one, how many shares they have outstanding, because this would be a prime mover. If it's got under 100,000, I'm going to be very happy. And it has, I mean, not we don't see 100,000s. It has, and this is good. It only has 4.24 million shares outstanding. I like that. And there are some institutions holding, but the shares shorted is nothing. There is no short risk of a short squeeze on this stock at all. The shares shorted is only 27,000 shares short out of 4.24 million. So no one is shorting this stock, okay? There won't be shorters, but doesn't mean that hedge funds aren't still working the stock, folks. They are. They're working this big time. And so we're going to make sure you understand that this company has only 409,000 in debt, and their total cash most recent quarter is 13.2 million, and their total debt most recent quarter is only 409,000. Okay, that's only 4.13% of their revenue, so that's very strong. Okay, and their current ratio is 2.96. Anyway, the float on this stock is 4.08 million. All right, I like that. Underneath 100 million is always good because you can get more volatile. You can get bigger moves in the stock price. 4 million is very good. Okay, now I want to look at the historical data. Look down here. All right, if you're in for a wild ride, this is not going to be your gig. Okay, look at the volume on this stock. Okay, this is certainly not going to be your gig if you want to watch a stock move heavily. Now, here's what I want to do. I'm going to go back to January 1st, and I want to look on this stock and see what its daily swings have been, so I know what to expect. Okay, January 1st. This is on CLRB, 347, $3. Wow, that's a 47-cent swing. That's nice. 372 to 328. That's about a 45-cent swing. 365 to 315. That's a 50-cent swing, folks, from high to low. Now, listen, I want you to know this because if you can get in on the low, you know what to expect. A 40-cent swing, a 45-cent swing, a 50-cent swing. If you get on the low, here we go, 338 to 316. Well, that's getting tight. That's only 22 cents there. All right. 339 to 319. There you go. That's only 20 cents, folks. 340 to 306. That's a 34-cent swing. 406 to 339. That's a nice one. That's a 60. That's almost a 70-cent swing on January the 12th. 410 to 371. 41-cent swing. 406 to 364. That's basically a 50-cent swing there. Well, it's a 40-cent swing, 42 to be exact, 374 to 350. That's only a 25-cent swing. 369 to 353. That is a very small swing there. 361 to 333. That's about a 30. That's a 32-cent swing. Now we're into January, and I'm going to move right on up here. 303 to 281 is a 30-cent swing, 32 cents. 313 to 320. There's a 20-cent swing on February the 9th. Now we're looking 20-cent swing on February 24th. Into March, there's a 50-cent swing and a lot more volume that day, 161,000 versus the average of about 11,000 to, 30,000, 60,000. So there's small volume on this, folks. But I'm looking at the swings on it each day. 330 to 3, there's a 30-cent swing. 345, there's a 30-cent swing. There's a 30-cent swing every day, 3 days in a row, 30 cents. You know what to expect. 340 to 320, just a 22 cent. 318, 22-cent swing. Here's about a 20-cent swing. Here's a 20-cent swing, 19 cents there. There's a 15-cent swing. There's only a 12-cent swing on April 9th. 15-cent swing on April 16th. 10-cent swing on April 22nd. Uh, Almost 30-cent swing here. 25-cent swing on April 27th. Only a 15-cent swing on April 29th. Here, only a 19-cent swing on May 1st. 19-cent swing on May the 4th. Oh, and a 60-cent swing on May the 5th. So the most you're going to expect for a swing on this stock is going to be 50 to 60 cents. Okay, folks? There you go. We just checked it out over a 3-month trading period, and the most it's going to swing, even on great good news, is going to be 59 cents in this case. 310 to 370, and it's 311. So 59 cents or 60 cents. And that was on 54 million shares traded, ladies and gentlemen, on that stock. And then on yesterday, it only had 1.9 million shares traded. But the high the day before, May the 5th, was 470, and yesterday's high was only 362, 8 cents lower. And 311 low went to 291, so you're seeing a 20-cent or 19-cent lower low, 19-cent lower low. Well, look at that. They dropped it 19-cent lower low, and now it's a 17-cent lower. All right, 17 cents. I'm just showing it to you guys. You can do with this information whatever you want. But yesterday's low was 291 and it went up to 362. That's a big swing. All right, that's it for that one. Let's go and look. And these, in case you're late here this morning, these are the stocks that have been called out today: IRWD, NVDA, GLE, OSG, and ERNA. There probably haven't been others, but I haven't been able to catch up to what people have suggested lately. So this is what we start out with this morning. But first, well, let's look at these first, and then we'll look at the ones that were yesterday and see which ones are dropping. Because the ones that go off always come back down to earth, folks. So these are ones that were called off yesterday. But to start off with, right now, we're going to do looking at several stocks here. And I've already written down what I had here for what are possible buys: BDRX, GDC, DGXX, DJIA. Okay. Gary Bullock called out GDC, DGXX by Rudiggity, DJIA by Fab FX FX bats. So these are possible buys for today. So we'll start out and look at BDRX. And I'm just going to be providing, you're going to be the one deciding what to do, okay? With this information I provide. Here is BDRX. All right. Pull down to the bottom right there, a level of 419 for this morning's low. The bid is now 422 and the ask is 440. An 18-cent gap between the bid and the ask on this. BDRX could be a buy if it's dropped enough. We're going to watch it, folks. We're going to watch it close. And one thing's for sure, this line right here really should be here because you can see right there how many times this line stopped it from rising, stopped it from dropping, stopped the drop, stopped the drop, stopped the drop, stopped the drop again, possibly. It could be the bottom. All right, I'm just showing, and listen to what I'm saying. From this line, look how far it's dropped below, okay? So this line is 435 a share, and this drop to has been here 422. Well, that's 13 cents. So I just want you to pay attention. This is a 13-cent drop. This is a 13-cent pop. This is a 10-cent drop. This is a 13-cent rise. And from here, ladies and gentlemen, 434, the price fell to 434 to 426. Hold on. So 455 to 426. So you got a 30-cent drop, probably 10-cent rise, 10-cent drop, 10-cent rise. Now I'm guessing that this is 436 and this is 446. So yes, 10 cents here, 10 cents down, 10 cents up, 10 cents down, 10 cents up. Here, probably 13-cent drop again, I'm going to guess. This price was 448 to 434. 15-cent drop, 15-cent drop, 10-cent rise. This looks like a 6-cent drop, 10-cent rise, 6 cents drop, 10-cent rise, 5-cent drop. All right, I'm just watching it, and I see this completely fleeced out. So when it drops, it just falls right through it. Completely fleeced out, folks. Falls right through it. All right, well, this 5-day has already been stopped right there before at that line, okay? The 5-day average has stopped here now at this point. Once it stopped to a rise, then it stopped. It stopped. It stopped. And will it stop again? The 5-day, will it stop right there? I can tell you one thing. It's interesting that each time over here that it dropped to that line, dropped to that line, dropped to that line, and dropped to that line, that the price never went all the way down to here like it just did. Just did. Every time it's been at this line, the 5-day, you've never seen the drop in price come anywhere near this line. So that's different from before, okay? Usually you just see in the 5-day get to there, 5-day gets near there, 5-day gets near there, 5-day gets there, 5-day gets near. But this drop, that hasn't happened. And this price here, 418. Well, just so you know, yesterday morning, The price was 380 a share on this stock, BDRX, and then it hit 475, up 95 cents. And BDRX is right now at a point where the 5-day has stopped rising, stopped dropping, stopped dropping, stopped dropping, stopped dropping. And how recently from the line here below where it's gone to, how much higher has it gone each time? How much higher did it go? How much higher did it go off this line? How much higher did it go? How much higher did it go? Then it's dropped. It's only dropped to here one other time and twice. But from this line, usually from the 5-day, it always goes higher. So, am I showing you a pattern? Yes, I am. I'm showing you, you decide what to do with the information. This is on BDRX. BDRX closed yesterday at 442 a share, and now the bid is 422 and the ask is 440. So the ask is just 2 cents below yesterday's closing price. So I'm just showing this to you, BDRX. You do whatever you want with the information, okay? Next, GDC. And this might be a buying opportunity. Oh boy, look at that bottom so many times frequently hit now. Holy smokes, just look at him barcoding this thing and just holding that line. There it is. And again, I ask you, from this line, how far has it gone below? All right. This price line is at 137. How far has it gone below? It's gone to 133. So from this line, it's gone below one time, 4 cents down. But from this line, it has gone from 137 up to 144, 6 cents up. It's from this line, it's done it one time, two times, and then even 12 cents up, and then six again, six again, six again, six again. From this line, it's always gone up at least 6 cents, most likely, or 5 or 6 cents over and over. They're trading. This is trading in a trench. Trading in a trench, folks. You take advantage of it. Buy here, sell here, buy here, sell here, buy here, sell here, till they get this 200 and this 50 right down to this line. And once they converge it all together, then you'll see the real move off this line. They're just waiting for that 200-day to get all the way down to right here. And they're waiting for this 50 to get to this line. And they're just going to barcode it here until it does, until that 50 hits this line. But then the weight of these, now let's look at this over the 20-day chart. Is the 200-day really falling on the 20-day chart and the 50-day and 45? Are they falling right now? Really on the 20-day chart? Let's look at it. Let's see if they are. Yes, they are. So I do not like that. That is a triple downside crossover on this stock. Price was $8.18 yesterday morning's pre-market. 8.18. What did they decide to do, GDC, that killed them so much? Announces formation of special committee to evaluate preliminary non-binding going private proposal. Oh, geez. Yeah, no wonder it fell. proposes going private transaction for 10.75 a share in cash. Well, good luck with that. Your price right now is $1.19. Well, it hit a low of $1.19 after that news. Wow. GD Culture forms special committee to review acquisition proposal. Huh. Well, I'll stay away. I'll stay way away from that, Gary. No, thank you. DGXX. Now we're going to look at DGXX. Rudigity's call. Well, I've already been showing you this, folks, and let me tell you, once this thing broke above this line, I don't see any resistance historically beyond this line. I don't see it. And I'm going to go out to a long-term chart on this 1 year. And this is the 1 year chart, folks. I've got to tell you, when I look at this big climb and this big drop through this range right here, okay, I want you to know at no point here, through here, or down do I see any resistance of this 5-day moving average, the blue line. I don't see any resistance there. I don't see any resistance there. Okay? I don't. I never see any resistance through there. Going back over the last year, I don't anyway. So when I look back over the last year and I see how it blew through there and blew through there, it makes me wonder, why would it stop here? Or even, why would it even stop here? Why would it even stop here? Or why would it stop here or here? Okay. Now, I have resistance lines at those numbers for a reason, though. I can guarantee you I put them there for a reason. But there is good likelihood that this is going to continue to climb. And this is a stock called DGXX. And the reason that I put in these lines of resistance here is so that if this price begins to fall again, we'll know where the lines of resistance to the fall will be. All right? Because I've tracked out where all the lines of resistance, as you can see, I've tracked this out for a while. There was major fleecing through this area until it just was completely bald and it flew right through it. And now there's also been major fleecing through this area. But notice down here, notice the thickness of this. So they really fleeced this out, folks. It was just completely fleeced out. There was just nothing left. It finally broke over it. Then they tried to take it back down to the top of that. Then it went brick to here. And folks, all these lines that I've got, there are no real lines above this on the 5-day. If you go back in history, I don't see what's going to stop this here. Okay, but I am going to put a line right there. I am going to do that because I want to know, is there ever a time that they stopped this price here before? That's what I want to know. Was there ever a time the price stopped here before historically? And so right there, they stopped the 5-day from rising any further. But I want to know, going back in time, when was the last time that was a line of resistance? Ever, if ever. So let's go out to the 180-day chart. Well, not over the last 180 days. Not over the last 6 months. That line has never been touched. Let's go back here to the 1 day again. And I want to put another line here. Right there. Right there. And I want to put another line here. Right there for sure. Here at this level of resistance where they stopped it this morning. They stopped it here. You can see right here, there's a little drop and then hitch and then drop. So that number right there, the precedent to this 5-day stopping here is this little hitch and go and then drop. Okay. All right. That's the precedent to this number here. Now, if I go back even further, and I like this here, right here, folks, I'm telling you, I like this because right here, I like this DGXX because number one, I've already seen them double Tata a pair of grandmas right there at a low, low. And here it resisted here instead. All right. And that is happens to be where they bounced it after it dropped the first time to that level. And that now became the bottom right there, the bottom right there. That level right there. So I'm just going to take this line and I'm going to move it up here to right there. And that is because when they double Tata'd, that's the top of the middle right there, the right at the top. Okay. And you can see they stopped it there this time, right there. And boom, off she goes. 28 trader. All right. Got it. RXT. Well, what I'm doing right now is I am looking at the very first here. I'm looking at stocks that were called out as best yesterday's possible buy today. So that's what I'm looking at right now, these stocks right now. Okay. And then I'm going to look at the ones that were shouted out uh, this morning. Okay. So we're starting with these. And we just looked at BDRX. I'm not going in there. GDC. Didn't want to touch that one with a 10-foot pole because they're thinking about going private. DGXX is what I'm looking at now. And I like it right here. DGXX. Okay. DGXX. And as I look down here, these candlesticks, interestingly enough, I see them trying to sell against this, sell against it, sell against, sell against, sell against, but the freaking price is rising. They're trying to sell and throw out shares on the bid, but everybody's just buying them up. They're just buying them up here. DGXX. I'm just telling you what I see, folks. The close yesterday on this was at 624 a share. The open this morning now is 633 bid, 634 ask. And I provide, you decide. That's how it works here. Next, we're going to look at one called out by FX Bat, DJIA. DJIA. Aha, nice. All right. This was called out yesterday, and I wrote it down. I looked at it, and I said, I think I might want to buy this one. That's right. 5-7 buys. DJIA. FX BAT. SASH. Take a look at that. Looking good. Let's find out. Is there any news on this? Let's go look over and see if there's any news on it. DJIA. Global FBS. I see no news on this company at all. No news whatsoever. Oh, pardon me. DJIA. I just don't see any news on it at all. None. Investors can gain exposure to the stock via Global X funds, Global X Dow 30 covered call ETF, DJIA, and SPDR, Dow Jones Industrial Average. Well, I'm sorry, I don't see any news at all on DJIA. I don't see any news, but the chart is definitely looking attractive. Let me go over here to DJIA here, and let's go see what kind of yeah, it's an ETF. Over the last 5 days, up 1.69. Over the last month, up 2.27. Over the last 6 months, down 1.9. Over the last year, down 1.59%. Wow, that is a slow mover right there, DJIA. I'm not going to be too overly impressed in that one. Okay, let's take a look at the ones that have been called out this morning. IRWD. IRWD. By the way, DJIA, looking at the volume, the average volume is only 70,000 shares a day. They do pay a dividend, though. They do pay a dividend. They pay a 13-cent dividend. Well, I mean, not always 13. One time they paid 13. One time they paid 20. Looks like they're paying a dividend monthly. Yes, they're paying a monthly dividend. February 23rd, January 20th, 16.9 dividend. December, 47-cent dividend. That's nice. December 22nd, 11-cent dividend. November 24th, 22-cent dividend. October, 22-cent dividend. Nice. Well, their price was 20, then 21. Not moving with a lot of movement, folks. Very, very sluggish and slow. DJIA called out yesterday. All right. Let's look at today's picks. VITL. VITL. Earnings 0.13 estimated. Actual was -3. Oh no. Their earnings was a 0.13 estimated to, and their actual was -0.03. Oh, no wonder they're collapsing. Price went from 13.45 to 7.80 a share. Ugh. VITL. Well, there might be some overzealous selling this morning. We might get a chance to buy a little bit on the low, but be very careful on that one, folks. The bid was 882. Then now the bid is 875. So it's not dumb tumbling on that news. Next, IRWD, called out by One Love. Already hit a 524 in this morning's run up. Be careful about this because, ladies and gentlemen, what we've been seeing here lately is a lot of heavy buying to these pre-market run-ups, and then for some strange reason, all selling down all day. Just sell, 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 sell. It's almost as if they just buy. Then they take a short position here at 524, and then they just start selling all those shares and smash the hell out of it. Well, Ironwood Pharmaceutica. the news on Ironwood Pharmaceutica is breaking at 7:00 a.m. this morning. Ironwood Pharmaceuticals reports strong first quarter 2026 results. Yep. All right. That's what came out this morning. 97% year over year U.S. net sales growth, maintains full guidance. Man, looks good. So they've announced that Ironwood Pharmaceutical, 97% year over year net sales growth. Yep. EPS 24 cents, in line with what they were expecting, 24 cents. Earning per share, sales 106.50, beat 92 million estimate, and they got 106. They beat by 14 million. Yep, IRWD's IQ adjusted EPS 24 cents. Net 40.8 million. All right. IRWD called out by One Love this morning. Again, I provide, you decide. IRWD. Next, NVIDIA. We got to look at that. Mininger asking me this morning about NVIDIA. And I think he asked me if it would get up to 209 or something. Was that it? Hold on. I got to go all the way back here. And We Launch TV says RSMG is climbing. All right. Please hold a moment. I want to let you know a little bit about me. I am not a financial advisor. I do not make any guarantees. I have experience in trading for the last 26 years, from the day when I won a bunch of money on the Wheel of Fortune, and I started investing back then. And You can see that video if you want to see what I won on the Wheel of Fortune. If you go to YouTube and put Wheel of Fortune and then put Tyler, Amy, and Joy, and then you'll see a video with a picture of thumbnail is me and my sister hugging on stage, and this girl attacking Pat Sajak that I had met at the tryouts. I met her at the tryouts of the Wheel of Fortune elimination, and she didn't get on the show, but we met at the qualifications that was done at Universal Studios, and she said, "Hey, I think you're going to win it all. So if you do, can I jump out there and be on the stage?" And I said, "Yeah." And she went after Pat Sajak, and she lashed on him. He was scared. You could see it was funny. But anyway, that's what happened. I got lucky and won a bunch of money on the Wheel of Fortune. And then, like I said, there's like a 1 minute video I put up with just the highlights throughout the show, and did pretty good. And after that, then I've been trading ever since. And I just teach people that my method of trading is to buy with small increments, coming in with small increments. And we do not ever dive in and take all our money and throw it all out there at once on the table. That's not a smart way to play. When you play poker, you want to keep all your chips right here. You want to you're just putting in little bits, right? So the same thing applies here. If you don't overexpose yourself, there's no way to take on heavy, heavy losses. Okay, keep that in mind. Always have dry powder, because if a public share offering comes out, or a reverse split, and you're holding a stock, you're going to you have one choice: wait patiently for the very, very bottom, because you can see one dagger, two dagger, three dagger, four. I mean, they can really, really fleece out these things. And then you can dollar cost average there and try to bring your DCA way down and again, you can only do that if you still have a lot of cash available. So don't ever throw all in. We don't do that. And at the same time, when we sell out of our positions, we don't just sell all at once. Everything is not sold all at once. As it's riding up, we're taking out a little here, taking out a little here, taking out a little here, taking out more. All right. And we use my buy sell sheet to determine when to make entries and when to get in, when to get out. So let me go on up here to the top. Good morning, Christine K. I forgot to say hello to you right off the bat this morning. Good morning, NH Funny Far, RSMG. Hold on a second here. Here it is. I think I'm going to do, Mininger says, I think I'm going to do something different today. Been years since I did, but I'm going to buy a call option on NVDA. And I will look at XOM oil stock that was called out. I will look at that, Mininger. Got it. I'll take a look at it. I've been watching you from the beginning of SoFi, and I'm still learning. Yep. Oh, good, good, good. I had to fight yesterday to make a little money yesterday. Whew. I hear you, Mr. Mexi Brown. It's tough. Yep. Yep. VITL 20% drop. I took a look at it. Good morning. Do you see NVIDIA reaching 211 today? Okay. So we're going to look at this right now. And by the way, well, with the 50 of you are here, and it's 8:56. 56 is the number that is divisible by. Well, actually, let's wait till 9:08. So I'll set my alarm, and then we'll hit the like button, and then we'll sing the song. We'll sing the song, folks. At 9:08 and 8 seconds, please do not hit the like button. But I want to show you guys something here right now on this stock NVIDIA. Okay. Someone he's asking me, do I think that it will hit 211 today? So let's go here, question mark 211. All right, let's take a look at it. And right now I see the price is at 207, but here's what I see. I see the deep vaggy. I see the lab, and this lab came way down to here, and this one only came to this point. Now, please be aware, the reason the lab here has descended to this range is because the 200 at that time was falling and the 50-day was steeply falling. Okay. You see that? So they were able to achieve that low right there earlier. But now you're seeing this thing turn off this here and start to rebound because the 50-day is rising. It's not collapsing like here. It's doing the opposite. It's rising against the resistance of the drop. So they achieved this deeper drop because the 50 was falling and the 200. Okay, so it was easier to achieve this nice deep drop there because of the fact that the 50-day was crossing over the 200 to the downside. And this made people panic. They're like, oh shit, this is a triple downside crossover. Not a golden cross, but a black cross, okay? All right, it's a black crossover, and this thing's going to fall. And they were right, okay? And again, when it got to this line of resistance, as it started rising, the 50 was falling like a rock, and so was the 200. So bash it on down. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the 50 is rising. The 50 is rising. The 45 is rising. And here it turned off of it because of that reason. Here, it was easy to establish this lower low because the 50 was falling and the 200 were falling. But here, they could only establish this low now because the 50 is rising and creating resistance, and the 200 is starting to flatten out. So this is NVIDIA right now, NVDA. Now, please be aware that the way that a stock drops, and we'll just call this mirroring, and I really like what I see right here on NVIDIA right now. I'm just showing you. You can decide what you want with this information, but I'm telling you, you can see this is what they call mirroring. And I'm going to draw a line for you here so you see the mirror. And the mirror was created right there, here, right there. All right. There's your mirror right there. This is your rise and your pullback. This is your rise and your pullback. This started to go, but they take it down. Not going to take it down here, baby. It isn't going to happen. Not with the 50 rising like this. Not with the 50 rising. Here it was easy to get it to that drop. But here the mirroring is only from here to there and then up to here. This is where it's going to go next, folks, right there. Okay? Right there is where it's going to go next. If it breaks over this line, ladies and gentlemen, then I'm going to use the price line now. Then it's going to come up to this price right there. All right, I'm showing you. If this blue 5-day line breaks over this line where it stopped before, it will then proceed up to this line. This line, okay? Right there, where it was resistance to the drop there, where it was resistance to the drop there, where it was resistance there and there and there. So that's where, once this 5-day breaks over this line, it's going to go all the way up. Once it breaks this line, it's going to go up to here. And when it gets there, you need to sell some shares there, okay? Regardless of where the price is, when NVIDIA gets to this line, which is 208. Now, understand something. This is the next line, but above 208, where there's going to be resistance right here, right there, right there. Come on, put a line there. There. Right here is going to be the line of resistance next. After we come over this line, right here, if the 5-day can get over this line, then it's going to go to this point right here, right there. It's going to there. If it gets over that line, it's going to go to this point right here, right there. If it gets over that line, which was a line of resistance there as well, then it's going to go to this line right here. If it gets over that line, it's going to go to that one right there, right there. If it gets over that line, it's going to go to this line right here. Right here. And that's not much of a room. And I need to move it up a little. But if it gets over that line, then it's going to go to this line. I'm just going to show you every single line where it is. And it's going to go to right there. And then if it gets over that line, it's going to jump up to this line right here. Right there. And if the stop can exceed that line, then we're getting into a nice move to there. If it breaks this point here, it's going to go to there. This is NVIDIA. If it breaks that, it will go to this price. Right there. If it breaks that, it goes to here. Now, what I'm teaching you here, folks, is called mirror trading. And you can see the mirror is here. You can see this run up here and the drop back. You see the run up here and the drop back. You see it run beyond this line. It should stop there. It should be a place to sell it right now. You should sell some right here, sell a little bit. You should sell a little bit right on this line because this is a known resistance point going back, okay? So just sell a little bit right now at 208. And you all know to sell the 208 anyway. That's '08 is all over my sell sheet. As a matter of fact, You should have already sold right here at the '08. You should have sold right there. Then you could have bought back here. Where was that buyback in? They even drove it to here. '07. Well, now another thing, if this line can get from here, the 5 day, and go up to this point, well, this right here may have already been so fleeced out that it doesn't even think about stopping there. It just goes all the way to here. It just goes all the way up to here. Okay? That could happen easily. That could happen easily. Because this here, my friend, has been pretty daggum fleeced out right through here. If it breaks over this line right here, then it could easily go up to this range easily. Because this has been very thoroughly thoroughly herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk, herk jerk, herk. And so this becomes a no man's land. There's nothing left to stop it. And it can go right through that real quick. Okay, watch it. This is NVIDIA. Now, he's asking me, could it go to 211? Oh, yeah, absolutely it could. In fact, this is the line it's going to go to next. That's 2086. Then it's going to go to, oh man, all these numbers are small. All this is in the 208s. Everything's 208 through there. Then 209, 209, 209. Oh man. Well, I don't know. It's going to be a tough one because they've already stopped it here. Go back and look further at this and see. Yes, it could. Yes, it could. Oh, yeah. Yes, it could. Yes, it could. Especially with this 50-day doing a 90-degree turn right there. That is strong. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. The 90-degree line, I want you to be aware of it. This 90-degree line, look at it. It's nice and smooth and curvy. See how smooth and curvy that is? Smooth and curvy. No, no, no. Just smooth and curvy. Now, here, boom, a 90-degree turn to the downside. And then look how much it fell after that. Then here, look, another 90-degree turn. And then look how much it rose. And then you're smooth and curvy. But here, ladies and gentlemen, a 90-degree turn again. Okay. So, yes, I do believe it could definitely go up to 211. As a matter of fact, from here, it's going to go to this price right about there. What is that right there? 210. Yes, 211 is definitely achievable, but that will be where they pull it back from 211. It's going to come back a little bit. Then it could go on up. Well, look at the 5 day too, rising over the 10. Look at this. It's a blue back, red belly, 45 over the 50-day. All right, it's 9:08, folks. At 9:08 and 48 seconds. I hope you'll do me a favor. Those of you that are listening here, I hope at 9:08 and 48 seconds you'll hit the like button. And I would appreciate it very much if you would flood the tank right now with some love. I'd be very, very grateful. At 9:08, here we go. We're going to start the countdown now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit the like button, please. Hit the like button. All right. And I appreciate each and every one of you who I'm certain already is throwing love on the screen. So there's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a hard on for me and a hard on for you. There's a hard on the screen for everybody to view. Oh, yes. Thank you, everyone. Someone had asked me to sing the song earlier, and I did not. But we got it there for you now. I think that's the song you were anticipating. Yep. Weeb Corbiere, let's make a $1,000 day today. Show us, yes. RXT's called out again. Your RXT is a bloody rocket ship. I've got it down. Thank you, 28 Trader. SIDU would be a better buy. ERNA is looking nice. ERNA got that one called out by Mr. Mexi Brown this morning. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I just grabbed two for fun. She's cooking. SIDU would be a better buy. Yep, you guys are right. RXT looks good also. Thank you, trading with Bowser. Trading with Bowser. I got it. Got it. Thank you guys for calling it all out. We're going to take a look at it here in just a moment. I appreciate it very much. Cobra 32 says, NVIDIA, I don't expect NVIDIA to drop much under 200. Think the price is here to stay. Yep. KO is doing a lot better than it had in a while. Okay, thank you. NVIDIA is a good long-term stock. Yep. It would be a horror to buy it again around 170 or 168. I hear that. I've been hoping it would crash again, Cobra says. Then it came down and had been holding around 200. I got up to around 216 to 218 after the crash. Got it. J. Montreal. JR Montreal. RXT. Another one calling that out. JR. Thank you. Montreal. You know, that sounds like a French name. JR Montreal. I was wanting to call out Cobra 32. Now I don't know if it's too late or not. I like the momentum that I've seen. Now it's up around 7%. SMX. Okay, let's look at it. Thank you, Cobra 32. Do you own a Mustang Cobra? I was wanting to call out SMX. Got it. RXC, you guys are right. Trading with Browser, yes. Jayhawk says RXT broke over all highs since December 10th through the 13th. See, Jayhawk, he knows to use these charts and go back and look over history and know what is a critical line of defense or breakdown. Nice. A $10 and something proposal to buy back. Yes, I know. Bought GLE on a hunch last night, up 18%. Nice. Well, we're certainly going to look at all these right now. These stocks that have been called out today. And in case you're late here to the tank, these are the stocks. These are the stocks that have been called out today. All right. Now, we will see if any of yesterday's stocks that were called out, which are right here, we're going to see if any of these are in a buying zone. Before we look at today's call outs, well, no, I'm not going to do that. I will go ahead and look at today's call outs right now. So let's quickly run down all of them that have been called out. This one is by One Love, IRWD. IRWD. Here we go. And that looks phenomenal on the longest year chart. It really does. And folks, if it can break over this line right here, watch out. Okay, this has been a critical line in the past where they are here. And so I would suggest you take a look at this one. And it is here now. And in the past, as one can see, this has been a very, very resilient stopping point, stopping to the rise, stop to the drop, stop to the rise, stop to the rise, stop to the rise. And here it's breaking over that point, folks. Okay. And I like this, okay, because if it can break this line, it's going to go to this line right here, folks, most likely. If it can break that line, then you're going to see a lot of herking and jerking, and they'll be herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, all the way back up to right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's where it's going after that, with a lot of herking and jerking along the way. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is mirror trading, and the mirror should begin right here in the middle of this. Right there is the mirror, right there. And let me get a mirror image I can draw for you right here so you can illustrate this better. And so there's your mirror right there. And it really should be moved over a fraction. I'll move it over where it's in the correct spot. And then I'll show you how this works. There it is. So there's the mirror, folks. This is called mirror trading. Mirror trading. And I like to point out, and I'll do it by putting in these lines, that you can see that this level right here was the low, obviously. So I'll just put in a line right there so you can see it. And then notice how it ran up to this point, and here the same thing. See that? Now notice this is the middle. This is the middle of the mirror right here. And notice from the middle of the mirror how this thing was right in the middle at the high. It dropped, then it popped, and it went to this line. Okay, right there. And from that line here over here, it dropped here. Well, there it is. There's the same dang line, folks. Okay, and this is what I mean by mirror trading, folks. This is mirror trading. Okay. So once it dropped then to this point, which it dropped to there, then it went from there all the way back up to, from this point where it dropped down, it went all the way up to here, folks. This line, it went to this line. And this is a big move up to this line right there. Okay. So you can now see what I mean by mirror trading. This is the middle. This is the drop. This is the drop. This is the pop. This is the pop. This is the drop. This is the drop. This is the rise. This is the rise. This is the drop. This is the drop. This is the rise. And this is the rise. Okay? Okay? From this line right here, we don't see anything but a big fleeced out area from here through here. So certainly what happens? Boom, it blows through the fleeced out area. Now, once it comes over this line right here, folks, this goes all the way to this line before any resistance. Now, there might be a little bit, and we can put one right at this point right here. There might be a little resistance right there, okay? Right there at that line. There might be some resistance right there. Right there. Okay. But once it gets below above this line, folks, look at the gap from here to there. So this is possibly where it could go next. And ladies and gentlemen, if it goes over this price, if this thing goes over 538, then I don't know how high it's going to go. The bid is $4.92. The ask is $5. And I can tell you now, when this price, if it does get over 5, and then you should actually sell it here. You should actually sell some here at 5 and look for the pullback to 488, 492. Then it goes up to 508. You sell 508, 59, 511, 513. Then it comes back down to 501. maybe even 5, maybe 4.97. Because I can tell you what now, they're not going to want this to be over $5. Anybody who's investing in options is not going to want to pay out over $5. So even if this goes over $5 here, folks, I would sell there at 5, and I'd wait for the pullback from 5 because they're going to be adamant. They're not going to want to let it go over $5, folks. I promise you, they won't. They're not going to want that. But it's a pretty good looking chart right there. It's a pretty good looking chart. IRWD. IRWD. Now, let's go see what the news release was. IRWD. March 31st, press release, IRWD Pharmaceuticals, 3,025, net sales 138,000. And this could be in millions, I'm not sure. Over here, this year, 26, 272,000. Last year, 65,000. This year, 204,000 net profits on sales of Linzess. On Linzess, that's just Linzess, okay? The news came out this morning. IRWD, strong first quarter results with a 97% year over year Linzess U.S. net sales growth. Linzess maintains full year 2026 financial guidance. They were expected to have sales of 92 million, and they had sales at 106 million. They were expected 92 million, had 106 million. That's the catalyst behind IRWD. IRWD. And so there you go. This one is called out by One Love. I provide, you decide. Okay, folks? I provide, you decide. Joey B, good luck, everyone. I'd say they're probably going to come in at RXT hard when the market opens. Buying the dip on OSG. Got it, Joey B. OSG. And you're not the only one. Mr. Mexi called it out too. All right. Now, I want to look at these other stocks that have been called out. I'm going to take one more look quickly here. And let's look at the 1-day chart on this stock, IRWD. There's the 1-day chart on IRWD right now. And this is the 5-day chart on it. IRWD. There's the 5-day chart on it, folks. IRWD. 5-day is just below this line of previous resistance. IRWD. This line would be previous resistance line at 501. Okay, previous resistance 501. IRWD. Next, we looked at NVD. Let's look at GLE. GLE this morning. GLE looking very strong. Look for a pull out right out and try to pull it down to the 50-day if they can get to the 50-day or somewhere like they did here where they hit the 50 right here before the run up. It looks good. I like it. What I don't like about it is the bid is 666. The ask is 6686. Of course, the high 77, where you should have sold this morning. Everyone knows to sell the 77, buy back 66 or 60. And I think you're going to be able to get 60. Okay. The stock closed yesterday at 3610. The bid now 67. It did break the 66 just then. And I like that about it. GLE. But it did already hit 77 cents this morning. GLE. Mr. Mexi Brown called it out. Again, I provide, you decide. We are now 4 minutes and 38 seconds, beep, from the opening bell, 4 minutes. We are now going to be 4 minutes, 25 seconds from the opening bell. Now 4 minutes, 15 seconds till the opening bell. Next, we want to look at OSG. This stock was called out this morning by Mr. Mexi Brown and Joey B. Their earnings conference call, 7:30 this morning, must have been horrible or something. Look at that drop, 424 from yesterday's 630 high in after hours. Boy, somebody got the wrong information. Man, this must have been the orange juice futures file that the Mortimer and his buddy got. They thought it was going to be this, but it was really that. Oh, sell, Mortimer, sell. Sell, Mortimer. This is where they met in the parking lot, the upper level parking lot, and they got the briefcase, they got the files, they got the orange juice futures, and they bought it up, bought it up, bought it up. And then this is what really happened. Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy pulled the wool over their eyes, and look at that thing collapse. All right, Tony Henry, SABR, got it. AKAN, okay? Hear us, okay? Thank you very much. Yep. ATRA, okay. We'll look at them. All right. Well, OSG's going to be waiting for me. I'm going to wait on that. ERNA has been called out this morning. ERNA called out by JR Monreal and Mr. Mexi Brown. And I like to look at that. ERNA, what's the news? No news. It just says 12 healthcare stocks on the move. No news, but the stock closed at 604. The bid is 695 and the ask is 699. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I would have just sold there. I'd be selling in this price range. Now, I know it was already up to 756 this morning. And for those of you that are on my channel, that are members of this channel and have my buy sell sheet, I hope to heck you sold right there if you own this stock, because you know that number's on my buy sell sheet. That number right there, that number, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the most prominent numbers you must always sell, 55. Okay? And you can see it on my buy sell sheet right here, folks. And it says sell right there in the middle of your screen. sell 54 and 55. It doesn't matter if it's $8 and 54 and 55 or $3. You always sell the 54 and 55. And your buyback will be somewhere around 38 sometimes. Or at the minimum, you can almost always get a 44. And if the very least, even in the most powerful cases of a stock running up to 55, you can almost always get a buyback at the 49, 6 cents lower, almost always. No matter what stock, no matter what is run, how much it's running up. Now there can be times on the massive news that it won't stop there, but folks, I'm telling you, 55 is a sell, and as a buyback would be afterwards as low as 38, 33 from a 55 sell, especially if you're selling it like $17.55, then you're going to get a 17.30, no doubt, from 17.55. You could even get 17.08 from 17.55, folks. So there you go, a perfect example of why you wanted to sell this morning at that number, the 55 of on this stock, ERNA. And now the market is open and they are coming after it right now out of the gate. ERNA. And the bid is 657. So they've dropped it a whole dollar now. They've dropped it a whole dollar, folks, and they could take it even lower. This is called out. This stock has been called out by Mr. Mexi Brown and by JR Monreal. And we're looking at RXT right now. I'm going to look at RXT. RXT. Whoa. All right, folks. 406 now. 402. Well, I hope you just sold it at 424. I hope you sold this at 420. Guys, you guys on my list, again, you know this is an absolute sell. An absolute sell right there. An absolute sell at 18, 19, and 20. You've got to sell there, folks. After that, your buyback could be as low as 89 cents. Okay, so right here you can buy it 389, and look, it's at 388. There. It is. You see that? Look at that, folks. It just hit 372 even, and this is RXT trade. I'm coming in. RXT. I'm going to trade this now, and I'm going to buy 372. 20 shares, 372. I'm also just going to buy market right now. And I just got a 378, but I want 372. I also want a 367 if I can get it. 20 shares at 367. There's my buy at 372. I just got it there. Looking for 367 now, and it dropped to it, and I didn't get it. Why didn't I fill just then? 20 shares at 367. Hey, what are you doing? I'm trying to DCA down. Here we go. Here it comes again. I'm going to get it this time, right now. And 360, folks. Come on in at 360 here. Now, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm suggesting you wade in like I'm doing. I'm just buying 20 shares at a time. I'm spending about, $80 at a time. And I just got through buying all the way down there to 365. I had an order at 367 that filled, and now I was trying 360. It isn't going to fill. And this is the stock RXT that I just bought. And I want to start here this morning by asking, did you just buy RXT with me at 366 price range? That's what I want to know. So I'm going to start over here with a chat. Did you just buy RXT in the 366 range? Did you just buy into RXT when it dropped to the 366 range? Question mark. That's what I want to know. If you did, okay, RXT, and now we're down to 348. So Again, this is why we nibble here, folks. We do not go in heavy, heavy, heavy. Don't you dare do that. This is not what we do on this channel. We do not buy heavy ever. We do never buy heavy. Okay, we never buy heavy. We keep our cash. We have cash ready. Now I want to go over here and I want to look at some stocks that I'm up right now on that I want to sell today right now. And PN. Wow, PN. 632 a share. I think they may have halted it. Yep, it's been halted at 632 a share. What did they announce? Nothing. They haven't announced a damn thing and they're down 22%. PN. I'm going to look at it. PN. Wow. Look at that massive attack right there on PN this morning. Look at them take that thing down, way down. Now, this thing has just been riding along this 50-day, just riding the 50, riding the 50, riding the 50, riding to higher highs over and over and over. And all of a sudden, they're going to try to take this thing down to where it was yesterday in the pre-market. PN, folks, 27% down. And I don't know what in any news that's been announced. Closed yesterday at 597. Or where did it close yesterday? Closed yesterday at $8. PN, ladies and gentlemen, down now 32%. Down 34% now. PN. Holy smokes, what a massacre. They're down to this level here, folks, where they were 4 days ago. But on what news? Now down only 31%. Man, listen, folks, I'm going to tell you something. I've seen drops and pops before. And when you see 30% stop losses get triggered, that can be a target zone often. And when they get that, they get those 30% and then they go up. The thing can just bolt back up, folks. So I'm not telling you what to do here by any means, but I'm looking at PN down 33%, meaning they just triggered the 30% stop losses. And the interesting thing is, I don't see it falling anymore. That's the interesting thing. The bid is 524, and the bid just rose to 532 now. Now the bid is 533. Now the bid is 542. Watch it, folks. Now the bid is 572. Now the bid is 572. Now the bid is 575. Yes, indeed. Looks to me like somebody just wanted to get them some shares at the lowest they could before maybe this thing goes right on up. Now the bid is 572. The ask is 595. The ask is 595. Interesting. And now it has recovered 6% already. And the bid is 580. So they just raised the bid by 8 cents. They just raised the bid again. The bid is 581. The bid is 573. They tried to drop it by 9 cents. Now the bid is 590. I'm telling you, PN, ladies and gentlemen, and I have no idea why they just dropped it 33%. And unless they knew and they were getting tired and they decided, man, let's try to fleece some hands out of this thing before it goes right on up, because it was building a steady rising shoulder. PN, somebody said, wait a minute, before it goes to the roof, let's take it to the floor. and they ran it down 35%, and now it's down 28%, so it's already regained 7%, and the bid has now risen to 592. The bid has risen to 592. I'm on PN, everyone. The ask has just jumped to $6 again. The ask has jumped to $6. The bid is up to 588 now. The bid is 604. And the ask is 630, ladies and gentlemen, on PN. PN. Wow. PN. Smoke and rise here. And I see 17,000 shares at $6. But I literally see nothing here at 640. I don't see any shares that have been sold. I don't see any shares that have been sold here. Any real shares that have been sold from 728, just 21,000 at 725, and then 12,000 at 720, and then I see nothing all the way down to 16,000 at 640, and then I see nothing down to 17,000 at $6, and then I see nothing but 15,000 at 525. Folks, this is such a small amount of shares being sold. And at the low of the day, there were only 273 shares. 273 shares at the low of the day, 505. 273 shares, folks. Above that, just 100 shares. Above that, at 507, there were no shares. At 508, there were no shares sold at 508. There was only 300 sold at 509. There were no shares sold at 510, no shares sold at 511, none sold at 512, only 200 sold at 513, none sold at 514, only 2,400 at 515, only 998 at 516. Folks, this is so minuscule. So small. Look what they did. 15,909 at 525. Somebody wanted to buy this stock today at 525 for some reason. But here, no shares sold from 560 through 565. And at 565, there were only 400 shares sold, folks, and no shares sold from 566 up to 571. No shares sold. 571, there was only 100. 572, there was only 221 shares sold, folks. Please pay attention here. 570, 580, there was only 865 shares at 580, folks. 586, there was only 2,200 shares. At 588, their favorite number to accumulate, they only had 360 shares at 588. Wow. Now you see how they can manipulate. And there were no shares at all sold at 591 a share. Not a single share sold at 591. Interesting, huh? And now we're at $6. $6, 604. What did they halt it now because it's going up too fast to 604 from the friggin' 5 where they had 100 shares at 505? It's gone up $1 now and they halted it. They only had 273 shares at 505, folks. And now it's gone up $1. And did they halt it? It looks like they halted it. Oh, man. Bid is 604. Ask is 630. Interesting, huh? Man, I see a sell. I see a sell at 660 a share here. And it's just 100 shares. I see a bid at 712. They're trying to buy 712 here. What? I see a buy at $7.12. I tell you, man, that PN just made one heck of a move. PN, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at the 1-day chart on it. Man, oh man, what an attack to 505, where they had 200 shares, I said, or something, right? Look at it, folks. PN, PN. And the price was $8 a share. They drove it down to 505, but they did it on virtually no volume. I just showed you, folks, there was a lot of share prices that were never even touched. And now the bid is 604, the ask is 630. I believe they've halted it. Uh, I believe they've halted it on such a quick climb back up. They sure didn't halt it on the drop, did they? Didn't care about it falling. Didn't care if it fell to $3. They didn't give a shit. But that thing comes back from 35% down to 26% down, and they halt it. They halted 26% down. Wow. They didn't halt it when it was down 35%, but when it starts to come back up and comes up 10% to regain, they halt the stock. God. Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the definition of manipulation. That is how it works. Amazing, huh? Don't bother halting it at all while it falls from $8 all the way down to 505. But then when it starts to come back up and it's going to go through then they halt it up. They halt it when it's rising. Oh, I'm sure it's been halted. PN. Kim Geiger, yes. Yep. Hello, what stock is this? Got it. SMX on RHEB. Got it. Cobra 32 called that out too, SMX. Well, interestingly enough, they looks like they've opened up trading on, and I'm going to get over here and monitor others. Today I'm up on virtually nothing here, but ONMD. I am green on what is this one here? MASK. I'm up on MASK today. But in case you're joining us late, folks, these are the stocks that have been called out today. These are the stocks that have been called out today. All right. So get over there and take a look at these stocks that were called out today. Some of them may be running, some of them may be getting beaten down, but these were the stocks that have been called out today. And we're going to take a look at these. The one GLE, don't touch that thing because I think that was the one that is thinking about going private. But I'm going to get back over here to charts. I'm looking at the stock PN. And again, I couldn't see any reason or any news about this that would make it fall. And I'm going to come over here now and try to look at PN stock here and see what if there's any news here. PN stock. Why the big drop? One day ago, Skycore Solar Group Limited announces 3.6 million private placement, bringing total recent private placement funding to 6.6 million. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is one massive early morning attack on virtually no volume at all. And to prove that, the average volume is 1.4 million, and there's only been traded 212,000 shares. But, ladies and gentlemen, even more interesting than that, and let's go look and see how many shares are outstanding of this stock. Only 1.29 million shares outstanding. And the float is only 1 million, basically. And there's only 14,000 shares shorted. Well, we know this isn't done by the shorters then. We just know it. Apparently somebody wanted in on this thing this morning. And reason I mentioned this, and I'm going to come up here again to the summary page. Yeah, I do not get it, folks. All right, here we go. We're back opened up. We're running again. Let's go look and see what happens here. This is PN, ladies and gentlemen, PN. And I'm very suspicious about the way it was just driven down on such minimal volume. And I just showed you guys how that was done, how this was initiated, how it was orchestrated. And I like this here. And I told you, from many deep drops like this, there can be big runs. And I told you this is the drop and pop here, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, I don't see any news. And I see a running stock here, folks. There we go. Yes, just what I thought. Just what I thought. Wow. And they use no volume to run it down at all. They use literally no volume at all to run it down, as I explained to you. And look at that thing now. Holy smokes. What are you going to do now? Halt it again? Halt it again now? You better halt it, guys. It's up another 5% from the bottom. Time to halt it. Oh, yeah. Time to halt that thing. Halt that mother now. Halt it. Yeah. PN, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, man, look at that VAD drop. Man, oh man, oh man. Watch it rise. I'm telling you, I already showed everybody here on this channel why I was so trying to show you. Here's the chart right now. Flat top green, baby. PN, ladies and gentlemen. PN is the stock. What a rundown to 505 a share. Now 622, 660 is the ask. Oh, yes. PN. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know how high this is going to go. But ladies and gentlemen, the ask is 685 now. 685 on the ask. And I've seen this before. I told you when I saw it happen and I saw no news, this could be a big gainer now. Before every massive run up that I've ever seen, there has been a huge drop on no news. Before every massive run up that I've ever seen, there has been a massive drop, and we just witnessed it. And I showed you that there was no volume used to make it fall. I showed you all on this channel here, and I want you to learn from this experience. I want you to learn from this experience, folks. When I look over here at the trade on this, and I look down here, and I look at how many shares were being sold to make it drop all the way to 505, here's what you need to understand. At the low of the day, 505, there were only 273 shares. There were only 273 shares at the 505 low. Now look, there was only 100 shares available here. 100 at the 506. Here, I'm showing you folks, there were no shares at the 507. At 508, their favorite number, there were no shares. No shares at their favorite number, 508. I'm showing you how little they use to run it down, folks, and I want you to understand how it works. Right here, there was only 300 shares at 509, no shares at 510, no shares at 511, none at 512, and at their favorite number, 513, there was only 200 shares. 200 shares at their favorite number, 513, folks. 200. That means they're using virtually no volume to make it fall. Here, there was none at 514. Then there was only 2,400 at 515. There was none at 517, none at 518, none at 519, and only 900 at 520. none at 521, none at 522, none at 523, none at 524. But there at 525, there was 15,909 at 525. Yep. So here you go. You got this mincy little chintzy volume. You got no shares being sold at 529, none sold at 530. You've got none sold at 531. See that? You've got a none sold there. You've got only 1,800 at 532. None sold at 534. None sold at 535. None sold at 536. There was none sold at 543. 544 only had their favorite number, 544 only had 100 shares. So I'm showing you how they beat it down, folks. They did it with nothing. Look here, from 559, there was 4,000 shares there, but none at 560, none 561, none sold 562, none sold 563, none is sold at 564, none sold at 565, and at their favorite number, 566, there was only 400 shares, folks. That's $2,000, $3,000 at their favorite number, 566, people. There was none at 567, none at 568, none at 569, none at 570, none at 571. 100 shares at 571 sold, folks. There was only 200 sold at 572, none at 573, 74, 75, 76, none at 577, people. One of their favorite numbers to accumulate, 577. There was none there. No shares there, folks. 580, there was just small amounts, 300 shares, 300 shares, 500 shares, none at 584, none at 585, just 2,000 at 586, 1,700 at 587. See how little they used? And then at $6, they accumulated another 32,000 at 6. This is no volume, folks. There's nothing at 602, 603. There's nothing 100 at 605. None at 606. 400 at 607. And they could not get but 100 shares at their favorite number, 608. Understand this? And then there were no shares here from 608 all the way up to 616, 616, where they had 599 shares. Folks, I'm telling you, this was a very, very, very low volume executed attack. Okay? It was a very low volume executed attack. NH Funny Farm, PN, folks. Hey, 914 Freak. Uh, I do know that the stock has just been manipulated like crazy. That's what I know. And I'm showing people how to recognize signs for manipulation. And when you see a stock price run down from the $7 range all the way to 505, and at the very lowest number, they could only achieve a buy rate of 273 shares. Folks, that is the definition of accumulating nothing at the lowest price of the day. They didn't have but 273 shares at 505, folks. Usually, if it's a contract to get a price down to a certain number that's agreed upon between two parties or even more parties to get to a certain number, at that number, there'll be 1 million shares bought. At the lowest number that they agree to contract on, there'll be 1 million shares. And then right above that, you'll see 50 shares or 100 or 200. But at the number they contracted for, you'll see a massive buy there. But here, they contracted for 505. No, they didn't, because there's only 273 shares there. And there's only 100 at 506. And none at 507, none at 508, which blows my mind that they didn't hoard it at 508. Well, I tell you what, folks, that is what manipulation happens every day, ladies and gentlemen. And you either recognize it for what it is and you get in on those lows like that and you dollar cost average, or you don't. And right now, I feel very good about this stock, PN, believe it or not. And I think it could go way higher. I think it could go way higher. As a matter of fact, I think the reason that it was driven down so hard, so fast on no volume is because somebody got a phone call and said, "You better get some of this, man. Whatever it takes to buy it down to $5, you need to get it there." And they did. They got it to 505. And look, it's touching seven. It's going to hit $7 again here. But they knew that boy, I tell you, I wonder who was behind this attack just then. I really wonder who was behind this attack. I gotta wonder who was behind this attack. And this is a low volume attack. It wasn't done with massive amounts of shares, folks. If you look at the charts on it right here, you can see. And by the way, you can also see, look at all the people that are buying right here when they got it to that number. Look at all the buyers that just came in, buying. This is a 5-minute attack, folks. It started at 9:30 and it ended right here. 7 minutes. A 7-minute attack. PN, a 7-minute low volume attack. And then look at the buyers coming in now. Look at that, folks. Boom. Kaboom. What a surprise. What a surprise. The ask is now $7.19 a share. Wow. Wow, folks. Look at that. The ask is $7.19, people. The ask is $7.21. PN. It's back up 20% off the bottom. It was down 35%. It's already gained 20% back. The ask is 721. The bid is 688. All right, folks, I'm going to show you how to day trade this stock. I'm coming in here to buy at 672. All right, I'm going to try to buy 672. I'm going to try to buy 675. The ask is 720. The bid is 688. I'm going to come in at 684. And by the way, I was just down about $570 on this stock. Now I'm down 252 on it. And yeah, oh yeah, and I'm going to buy here now. And I believe it's going to keep climbing. The ask is 720. The bid is 688. I'm going to try to buy 691. The current price is 704. I'm going to try to buy 694 now. The stock I'm on is PN, everybody. Okay, but you were wondering why it doesn't get halted on the way down. That's what I was trying to explain. Yeah, well, there wasn't any volume. There was no volume behind it. And that's what I was trying to explain. There was no volume behind it. The attack didn't fall on a bunch of panic selling. It was just an orchestrated cell phone farm making it happen. That's what I think. It was just an orchestrated cell phone farm. I'm going to raise my bid to 699. I see the bid now is 704. The bid has gone up from 688 to 704. I'm coming in at 704 right now. The bid has jumped up to 725 now. The ask has jumped to 725. I'm sorry. The bid is $7. I'm trying to buy 694, 699, and 704. J Rod says FABC. FABC. The bid is now 701. The ask is 725. They're filling at 720. I'm going to try 708. I'm going to try 711. I'm only down $233 now. I just got a 710 buy just then. And I'm buying PN. I just got it at 710. I just got a 699 buy on it. Yep, got 2 orders at 699. The bid now is 685. The ask is 725. There's a 40-cent spread between the bid and the ask. 40-cent spread between the bid and the ask. Well, let's see if any orders are selling right now up here. We got them selling at $7. Now they're selling at 712. So I'm going to sell up here at 713. Yep. Bid 691 now. The bid just sold 720. I'm trying for 713. No, I'll come up. I'll come up, honey. Just saw it tap 716. I don't know why my order didn't sell at 713. Oh yeah, this thing's gonna keep going up, folks. Bid is now a 711. Someone just filled. Then 704. That's 13 cents down. I'm trying to buy 689. That ain't gonna happen. We're gonna have to come up to 704 on this one. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go upstairs and have a little bit of breakfast here. And while I do, uh, I hope that you enjoy a little bit of my music here. And there's a buy at 663 now. I just picked up a 690 right there. Got a 690. That's nice. So, boy, they're playing this thing right now big time, up and down and up and down, 20 cents up, 20 cents down. I'm trying to buy 672 here right now. And it looks like the lowest I'm going to get is 688. So I'm going to have to come up to 688. I'll try 687. Let's just get that 88. We know that's what they want. 688. And now we're seeing 693, 694, 698, now 703. And I just picked up a 685. Well, I tell you what, they're throwing this thing all around, folks. They're throwing it all around. Let's try and sell it at 7 now. $659, and then it jumps to 680 right after that. 659 to 680. All right, folks, listen, I'm going to go up and have a little bit of a breakfast here. And hopefully you'll enjoy a little bit of music I'm going to play here for you. And I'll try to find one of my longer songs here so that it will be on for a while. And hopefully you'll enjoy this. As I said, I'm going to try to pick one of my longer songs so I can have at least 5 minutes to eat some breakfast here. We'll play one of the fan favorites here called Relax. I hope you enjoy it.
Hi, everyone. Well, I'm going to be
All right.
slowing things down.
And this song here is called Relax. And I'm watching the stock PN right now. And here we go.
Relax and slow things down. Stop running round and take it slow. Relax and realize that you don't have to worry so. It's time to face the facts. Cut yourself some slack. Yes, it's time to just sit back and relax. Relax. Breathing deeply, yes, completely. Let it go. Relax and have no worries. There's no hurry. Take it slow. Relax for just a few. You'll be in a better mood. Have a whole new attitude when you relax. 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 Close your eyes and realize all is okay. Relax. Close your eyes. Let all your fears just melt away. Relax and just unwind. Everything will turn out fine. Once you clearly clear your mind and just relax. Relax. Relax and just say screw it. You'll get through it, yes you will. Relax, there's nothing to it. You can do it. Just lay still. Relax and let the stress and all the mess just fade away. Everything will be okay once you relax. Relax. Relax and take it easy. Leave your troubles all behind. Relax and take a breath, for you must rest from time to time. Relax and close your eyes, and you'll feel so good inside. Run and find some place to hide and just relax. Relax. Just relax. Well, wake up now. Hope you like that one. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. I am back, but I'm only back for a moment. I'm just going to take a brief break here with finish my breakfast. So I'm going to play you one more song that I hope that you enjoy. And this is just one of the many songs I have on my playlist. I invite you to come over and give a listen to. And this song here is one that I did with a guy from Germany. And this song is called Light Up. So I'm going to be playing a song with you here, written with a friend of mine from Germany. And the song is called Light Up. Hope you enjoy it. I'm going to show you a little bit of video with this. And hopefully we'll see PN continue to rise. Here we go. A song called Light Up. And I'll be right back, folks. I'm just having a little breakfast. Actually, this isn't the one I want to show you. I want to show you this song, but I want to show you from his video that he put up about it. So his name is Chris Bonetti. John Chris, Light Up. Here we go. And this is a song that he and I did together. I hope you enjoy the video, everybody.
My eyes feel so heavy when the stars are calling me. And losing all the sight of everything that I know. You see these things in the same light. Walking on a dirt track of war, through the wind and snow, in this world of suffering. Love is my beyond this. Light up, light up, light up, light up, light up. Can you see them float in the sky? Can you hear those echoes of their crying? Creating a tune. I tried so steadily to make something out of what I've seen. But I need you by my side. Find all the answers that I don't know. You see these things in the same light. Oh, oh, oh. Walk on a dirt track. Oh, oh, oh. Feeling the snow. in this new world of suffering. Let peace of minds can see me. Light up, light up, light up. Bring me light so I can find the way. Ah, help me find the way to a brighter day. Shine so bright. Can you feel that loneliness? Cold night. Touching you. Light up. You gotta light up the way. Light up the way for me. Light up the way for me. Understand? I need your help. I need you by my side to light my way. Light it up, light my way. Please put on us. Can you see the light?
All right. I'm almost done, folks. I'm almost done. And maybe we'll play you one more off my song list here, and then we'll be done. Yep. Hang on a moment. I appreciate you hanging out here for just a minute while I check this out. And just trying to have a little bit of a moment with my wife, who made my delicious breakfast. And I'll be right back, guys. Independent experts are sounding the alarm. Here is one more song for you of mine. 100%. And this is a song that everybody really seems to enjoy a lot. If I don't have you, I ain't got nothing. Hope you enjoy it, everybody. I'll be right back. This will be the last one, and I'll be done. All right. Let's start it over. Here we go. If I don't have you, I ain't got nothing.
I could be rich and famous, might be a movie star, ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I could have every single thing, everything this world could give, but I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. I could earn a diploma, or I could get some degree. I could make a lot of money, and I could buy anything. I could make $1 million or become a millionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. I could travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, or get rich straight stars. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing. Because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important. The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel brought a highly lethal weapon with him to my son's first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary. In approximately 4 minutes, he shot 154 bullets, killing 20 children and 6 educators. Now, Congress is working on solutions to prevent school shootings, the kind of legislation that might have saved my sweet son Daniel from being murdered. We need your voice with us to help us ramp up the pressure on Congress and keep kids safe in their classrooms. Please sign our petition right now and demand Congress finally take action to prevent school shootings.
Any moment now, she will arrive. The one who came along and changed my life. She's my only love, and she knows it's true. I can hardly wait till she steps to view. Any moment now.
All right.
Any moment
Well, you've been listening to the sounds of me, Tyler Self, and thank you for spending your time with me on this channel.
My heart will race. I'll be
If you'd like to hear the rest of this song, you can hear it over on my Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. It's called Any Moment Now. And this song was played by me before our wedding, and it was a beautiful place where we got married, Rosario. All right, so here we are looking at this price back over $7. What do you know? Lo and behold, and ladies and gentlemen, about 3 days ago, I put up this thumbnail, which I'm going to show you now. If you'll hold on a second, I put up this thumbnail right here, and it says right here on this thumbnail, day trading in trenches. Well, I'm going to show you now how to do it. Okay. And we're going to use this PN stock. PN, all right? And we're going to find the trench that it's in right now. So we're going to go to charts. We're going to zoom out here. And we're looking at PN, which was assassinated this morning, and the price driven down to 505 a share, where someone picked up 270 shares, something like that. I showed everybody earlier on the lowest price of the day that they could achieve of 505. There was a whole 273 shares is all that was there. 273 shares was all that was available at the low of the day. 505, 273. And by the way, just in case you didn't know this, at the next number up, 506, there was only 100 shares. There were only 100 shares. I don't know if you can see these numbers, but the low of the days, there was nothing there. There was nothing there, folks, and I can't see the numbers on my camera as I try to look at it. I'm sorry. Sometimes if I take on a side angle, it shows up. There we go. There it is. So you can clearly see right there 273 shares at the low of the day. And at 505, 273. At 506, there was only 100 shares. 507, there were no shares at all. 508, there were no shares available, ladies and gentlemen, at their favorite number, 508. No shares available at 508. On PN, this is what made me think, oh my gosh, they have manipulated this thing down without any volume. I saw right here, there were no shares sold at 510. No shares sold at 511. No shares available at 512. There were no shares sold there. 513, of course, they had a few. Look at that, folks. Can you see how many shares were there? There were 200 shares at their favorite number, 513. That's hardly $1,000, folks. I wish you could see the numbers. I wish they would be showing up. I know you can't really see them, but that is 200 shares. They didn't have any shares at 514. No shares at 517. No shares at 518. No shares at 519. No shares at any of these numbers were sold. None, folks. So this is what I'm trying to get across to you. When the price of this stock dropped from the sevens all the way down to 505, there was no shares being sold. None. I'm showing you here. There were no shares sold through here from 614 all the way down to 608, and none from 608 down to $6. There were no shares. How does it fall so far? And at $6, they got 32,000 shares. At 6,000, 32,000 at $6. 3,000 here at 597, 2,300 at 596. There was none at 585, none at 584, none at 579, none at 578, none at 577, folks. Kit, you got to be kidding me. At one of their favorite numbers to acquire shares on a down price, 577, they got none. How about 572? How many did they get there? 221 shares at 572. What about 566? 400 shares at 566, folks. That's all. 400 at 566. Somebody wanted to DCA. All right. Well, Going to try now to show you a little bit of trading in the trenches. And right now, you can look over here and see what's going on. See what's going on here? You see all the people buying up shares, 500 at 720, 100 at 720, and then you see these dumps at 710. Why? If you know you can sell your shares for 720, why do you dump them at 710? If you know that it goes right back up to 719.99, why would you throw out anything at 710? Why would you sell any shares there? If you knew those same shares could get 720, why would you settle for just 710? And then just moments later, the price is back up to 719 and 720. Why would you settle for 706 when you could sell for one for 713? Why would you sell 150 shares at 706 when one share can get you 713? And now you're back to 719.99 on just a 5 share buy. Now 720 again, 721. I like what I see here, folks. So I see that. I see that as weakness. I'm going to try to buy the 710 with the rest of them. If they've actually still got some shares at 710, I'm ready to buy them there now. I'll even buy some at 713. I'll try to buy 713. Now they're showing the bid is 708 and the ask is 728. And you can see, folks, look at this. This is PN 723 now. That's new territory we're venturing in. Man, we're seeing dumps at 709. Well, I got my order at 710 and 713. And ladies and gentlemen, there's a sale at 730 for 18 shares at 730. They're trying to sell one at 714. 710 again. And that's where I'm sitting. I'm waiting. Oh my. 723 now. But somebody's now paying 729, 2 shares for 729 and a 6-cent spread between the bid and the ask now. Looks good, folks. It looks good. PN. There it is right now, folks. PN. And it looks like a big one right there. Big old hairy sack. Look at that thing breaking over this resistance line now. And this is a critical line to go over right here. Right there, folks. That was it. And then we're over it. That's a critical line to go over right there. That's a critical line, I'm sure. Right there. Well, I already had in this previous line of resistance from way back. It goes way back. Oh, yeah, she's gone. There's an unengulfed green candlestick there. PN, folks, and she is gone. There it is, unengulfed. Oh, yeah, over these levels. Very nice. Very nice. We need to see the 5-day come up over this right here. Right here is where there should be resistance on it. If there's no resistance here, it's going to run, folks. It could go nicely here. The line of resistance is right there. That's right, folks. Right over here. This is the line of resistance. this morning in the pre-market, it was a line, and now they're there now, breaking above it. Yep. Of course, there's going to be a resistance effort on that. And you can see that definite sign of signal of trying to sell against it as the buyers were coming in. But look here. Look at here. Oh, yeah. Looks good. Woo. PN, everybody. Flat top this candlestick right up here now. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's watch it rise. There's the 5-day. There's the 10-day. There's the 50. 45 is going to come up in crossover. Going to have ourselves a nice little red belly blue back here soon. Look at it flat top, like I said. Sweet. Flat topping. Oh, yeah. 5 days going to break this line, folks. Come on. Flat top continues. Let's see the next candlestick here and run up. Flat top up to here, baby. Let's go. RXT. Hey, 914 Freak, let me explain something to you. All I do is provide. I provide information to people. They can do whatever they want with it, okay? I provide, they decide. I don't tell anybody what to do. I appreciate your input to the channel. I really do. I know you're trying to help, and you're showing that you have some intellect, and I'm glad because we have a lot of smart people here. You're in the right company, okay? You're in the right company. These people that dwell here on this channel with me, they're intelligent. I would say the average IQ higher than the average IQ in the majority of my viewers and listeners. And they wouldn't be listening or viewing what I'm saying or telling them if they weren't learning something every day. We learn something here every day. Now, I will continue, and I thank you for all of your suggestions and all of your comments. You're welcome. We always appreciate another side of stories because we need to look at it from all perspectives, here on this channel. And for those of you that are listening right now, the stock I'm looking at here is called PN. And I happen to own it. And this morning, there was a massive sell-off on no volume, literally no volume whatsoever. I showed everybody that the volume levels were incredibly low, even at some of their favorite numbers to accumulate. There were only at their favorite numbers to accumulate 100 share, 200 share. I was amazed to see how little it was. So I encourage people to get in on it because I could tell if you go back an hour ago and listen to what I was saying on this channel, you'll be hearing me telling everybody what was happening and why I thought it was happening and what I thought was about to happen. And I can tell you now from this line right here, my friend, you're going to see that this price breaks over that. It goes to the next line up right there. And you will see us sell some when it gets there. And we're not going by the spikes like these. We don't go by these wicks at all. We go up by the 5-day moving average. That's what we're looking at here on this channel. That 5-day is the telltale. And if we get over this price where the 5-day stopped before and we break over and we just have, now watch what happens. Just watch it. Watch this thing curve right up here and go all the way to the bottom of this line, that white line there. Okay. Well, we're over that, so forget about it. The next line is going to be here. If any resistance at all is created, it'll be right there. If we don't see it there, it won't surprise me because there wasn't much on the way down either. But there could be a line of resistance. I will admit right here would be one other point of resistance right there. Okay. Right there. So right now, if this 5-day can make it up over this point, watch out. Because then you're going to see a rise just like that to this price here, ladies and gentlemen, most likely. And I make no guarantees. I don't guarantee this is going to happen, but this is called mirror trading. And I'm using these lines of resistance as lines of resistance as it rises. And that's the technique I use. And Right now, I have 256 shares of this stock. This morning, when they attacked it down, I was down $597. But I got shares, so I'm now only down 213. And I actually believe that there's a very, very good possibility that I could be up green by the end of the day because of the way the price fell. And now, as I watched this rise after it was down into the fives, and I've tried to describe to everyone today to look at this stock. It's the stock we're on is PN. And I want you to see that down here, they didn't have any shares for sale. It dropped from here to here without hardly any shares being sold. Right there was 400 shares, people, at 566, one of their favorite numbers to accumulate. And there were only 400 shares there. 400 down here. And when it got to the bottom, there was virtually nothing. At the lowest price of the day at 205 a share, there was only how many shares? 273 shares at the lowest price of the day. 273, folks. That is nothing on a price of a stock at $5. So the low had 273, 505. The number above that had 100 shares at 506. Then there were no shares at 507. None at their favorite number, 508, people. Look at that, Savannah. At 508, they didn't get any shares at that price. 509, they only had 300 shares. None at 510, none at 511, none at 512. None, folks. No shares. 513, 200 shares. Their favoriteest of numbers to usually accumulate. You'd think there'd be at least 1,000,000 shares there, or 20,000 or something. But where they started buying was here instead, 525. They started buying 15,909. 525 is where they started buying. And that's not much even there at 525. But that must have been the number that they had all agreed to take it to, 525. But anyway, after that, folks, no shares through here. Zero, 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 zero. No shares. Just very few shares through here being sold. Right here at this number, 574. At 538, 600 shares at 538. So you see how little in volume was being used to run it down. And ladies and gentlemen, now I am only down $162. I was down about $479 an hour ago. Hour and a half ago. I was down 479. FABC. Thank you. I have had a lot of stocks called out today. For those of you that are joining me late, I will show you what our stocks have been called out today. And these are them right here. IRWD, NVDA. I do want to look at that and see if it's gotten up to the 211 I was hoping I would see. So let's look at that, NVDA. Of course, NVIDIA. Oh, yeah, baby. I was right, man. Congratulations. I told you, Mininger. 212, baby. 212. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, this morning, Mininger came in here and asked me, and the price was at 208. And I looked this thing over and I told him, yes, I definitely see your number coming into play, 211. I definitely see it on the plate. And we just hit 212. 212.77. Nice. Well, you asked me, I provide. Like I said, I provide, you decide. It's as simple as that. Moving on up the east side. That's right. Mark, my name is please. ATRA. Got it. Tony Henry also called that out. Nouveau. Got it. Well, congratulations. This morning I had one of our viewers here, and his name goes by the name Mininger. And he asked me, hey, can we see 211 on NVIDIA today? And I looked this over the charts and I said to him, yes, I see that. I see that. And she's over 212 now. Nice. So congratulations, Mininger. Now let's get over to FABC. Well, I don't buy stocks at the high of the day, especially at 450. My advice to you, sell some right now, please. I want you to sell 452, sell 454 and 455. Okay? Then sell 460. Now I'm going to start day trading this. I'm going to show you how to do it. Coming in at 444 and 447 now on FABC. The stock is FABC. You should be selling it now at 460 a share. I would like you to sell on my buy sell sheet at 460. Sell some of your stock there, not all, but I want you to sell a little bit there at 460. Pullback is going to be 454, maybe even a 451 or 452. Please sell 460 now. Since it did not pull back from 460, if it doesn't, then I want you to eliminate your sell orders 464 and 65. Just sell 66. Okay, if it doesn't come back down, now you're just going to get rid of 64, 65 and just sell the 66 because it's going to hit 66 and it'll probably jump to 72 as well. So I put my order right now in at 466 and sell 472. All right. And here we come back down to my number. We're going to get to 454 here, hopefully, minimum 455. I can guarantee you from 461, they're going to hit a 6-cent drop. I almost guarantee it. I'm going to get that 457 buy from 461. I have to do it, but I'd rather get from 463. 6-cent drop is 457 right now. Coming in 457. And I'm trying to buy the stock. There we go. I just got a bunch of 449s. See, every one of those orders I had just filled down to 449 all at once. And I got those right there, every one of them. Very nice. And I'm going to come in again. That was very sweet right there. I love the way that worked out. I want to try the 449 again. Listen, these options players, they don't like it to go over certain numbers. So they're going to fight this 450, folks. They're going to fight that as hard as they can. And as you can see, my dollar cost average is 449 on this right now, which is a good place to be, folks, because all they really care about is 450, the options players, okay? They don't want it over 450. But if it gets on up here, once it breaks 455, then they're going to try to stop it at 475. They don't care about anything in between. The number next is 475, folks, is where you're going to sell some. Sell some up here at 475, please. I don't care if you're up just $5 or $10. I want you to sell a little bit there. Because from 475, they don't want it over that. They'll let it go to 477. So you can sell 475, 76, 77, 78, but they're going to pull it back down and try to stop it from that 475 because they got options there at 475. If it goes on past that, past 482, 483, well, then it's going to go all the way up to $5. And all they care about is $5. They don't want it over 5. They're already conceding that they're going to be paying in the money at the 450 and the 475. Now it's 5. So that's how it works. The options players control everything pretty much, folks, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Cat, I have another one if you want. AHMA. Got it. And the fact that everybody's here calling these out, and talking about them. I know one of my viewers here was here the other day. I think it was Christine K that thanked very much a few of our viewers who had called out a certain stock. I don't remember which one it was now, but I know she was very happy because she had made about $450 on that stock that they were talking about. So just because I don't pick up on one that people are mentioning doesn't mean you shouldn't take a look at ones when people are calling them out in the chat, folks, because I can't catch them all. It's too much. I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to show you the charts. I'm trying to, educate, and I'm trying to also, keep track of these stocks that everybody's calling out. And this is a lot. This is a lot on this list today, folks. It's not an easy list. But you guys look these over because some of them could be making big moves here. So right now the time is 10:55. I like the number 8. So at 10:56 and 08 seconds, I would like to ask everyone to do me a favor, and that is hit the like button at the same time. And if you wouldn't mind, between now and that time, and in between now and 10:56 and 8 seconds, let's see some love. All right, let's see some love on the screen. Let's get some tank love. And here we go. We're counting down right now, ladies and gentlemen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you click on that because it costs you nothing. And tell your friends about me and what's going on here on this channel. We got a group of people here that are pretty witty and pretty fun to be around. You guys are right. RXT looks good. Yep. Get on down here on the chat. Try and keep up with everybody. It's hard. I see those hearts on the screen. Here's a couple for you. Hey, for every heart I see on there, I will give a heart on for you. I promise. See, I just saw yours, and there's another one. See, and there's another one, and there's another one. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I see the poppers. I see. Oh, look at that. I'm getting multi hearts. Holy moly. We're heart attack. Yes, it's a heart attack. Ah, the tank attacks with the heart attack. Oh, that's right. Get yourself some catisfaction. Get catisfied here. And we don't have or put up with catastrophes, right? Hey, it might have looked like a catastrophe on this stock this morning. Hey, FABC, I'm already up on it. I'm going to be up more. I'm going to come in at 457, and I'm coming in at 459. FABC, ladies and gentlemen, I'm up 360 on my purchases. I've only got 20 shares, but hey, I'm making money. Now I look across my screen where I was down $479, and I said, what in the world has it got me down 479 today? And I saw it was PN. So I'm coming over here to trade PN now, and it was just slaughtered down. And for some of you, it was my misfortune, was your good fortune, because I have a feeling some of you bought into PN stock. I have a feeling that happened. Now, I see here on my poll, I'm asking the question, did you just buy into RXT when it dropped to 366? Well, holy cow, let's go see where RXT is now. RXT. Oh, nice. Woohoo. And I see here, out of 58 votes, 21% of my viewers said yes. All right. Well, congratulations, everyone. Man, hey, look at that, Savannah. We bought this at 366 a share. Can you believe that? Yes, Port Bear, thank you. Yes. AMHA is the one that got pushed down by one shorter from 16, I think. Okay. Yes, I think you're right, Jayhawk. AMHA, I think you're right. Yes, you're right. You are right. You are right. You are right. It was that. AHMA. It was that one. Okay, yes. Be cautious about this stock. We've learned a very valuable lesson about this stock. Now, for one thing, one might ask, why did they decide to stop the run there? What's the relevance, if any, to the past? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a line right here, and I want to see why they were so strung on that number right there. And it usually isn't just some random arbitrary number, folks. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that right now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change over here. I'm going to change my time frame to 10 days. Aha. And now this line takes on a whole new view, doesn't it? It sure does. That line where they just stopped and I just bought FABC at 461. Now, let's go look at the 1 day again. Yes, indeed. Now I want to go further out. Let's take this out to the 20 day. Nothing referenced to the 20 day on that line. Nothing at all, folks. Nothing referenced to it. Now I'm going to go back to the 1 day. Yes, I'm still on that line. This is the line I'm on right here, and nothing references it to the 20 day. So I'm going to go out and take a look at the 180 day. Oh, whoa. Goodness gracious. Okay, folks, here's where it becomes visible. This is where it becomes visible on this longest chart right here. There's the line where they just stopped it, and look back here. You see that? That's the reason. Okay. Now, another thing, let's draw this line out even further where they have it, and that price is at 184 a share. 184. So let's take it all the way down here. Where's that 184? Hold on. There, right there. See, now you see, oh, this was all done. This drop here was all done in the after hours and the pre-market. This would have been done under very low volume. And the price fell from right here. And that price is $4.50 a share, folks. All right, I'm just showing you. Now listen, I provide, you decide. It's as simple as that. I just provide you this information to deal with. You decide what you think. Okay. So now, as I look back to the history, and the stock I'm on here is AHMA. I know this stock was highly manipulated by one entity, according to one of our viewers who told us that about AHMA. They asked AI how this could have occurred. The price could have dropped so far. And they said it was done by one entity. So there was one heavy walleted individual or entity that made this price fall. See the drop? See the drop? According to this that we were looking at it here, this drop to here, this drop was created by one entity, one person, one entity. Okay. So now, after 3, 6, 9, there's 10 days, there's 20 days, 30 days. Oh, after a month. After a month, are we going to see now? Are we going to see this happen after a month? Is that what we're about to witness? Could it do this now, right here off this line? If it breaks over that line, and you can see why they stopped it right there, and they stopped it there because, ladies and gentlemen, back here, and they stopped it there. They stopped it there because they have a feeling if it gets past here, holy smokes. And I have a feeling the same thing applies here now. If it gets over this line right here, I even see this line right here as where it came over here and it kind of dropped right to there. And then from there at the opening bell, they ran it down. I see that as a line of resistance right there, too. So I'll just put it there. You can do with it what you want. But I'm just telling you, folks, right now, this looks interesting because I talked to you about the mirroring of the way it falls, the way it rises. Okay. Often. Interesting, huh? Very interesting. Very interesting right there. I'll say that about it. AHMA. There it is right now. AHMA. Blue 45 day over the red 50 day here. 5 day rising off the 10. But remember, this, according to history, whoever it was that made that fall, it was one entity that did it. All right. I see it's up 13% today. Be interesting to see if this candlestick wick keeps getting shorter and shorter or if it starts to get longer and longer. Let's go look at it on the 1 day right now. Yep. Okay. That's usually could be a good spot right there. They had a triple upside crossover on the 1 day chart this morning after sacking it right there. Consolidate, capitulate, consolidate, capitulate, converge, drop, pop. Yep. Fleece out, pre-market suckers, sellers, boom. Down to the 50-day. 200's rising, 50's rising, 45's rising. Of course, they're going to shove down, kiss it goodbye. Right off of it, folks. AHMA. Trade. I tell you, to me, that looks like a good buy. And just looking over at my PN here as my losses get less and less. And if you wonder, should you buy into PN? Well, look at my losses. Okay. This will tell you whether you should be buying into this or not. It'll be easy for you to tell, I'm sure. It doesn't take a genius, a rocket scientist. You'll know right here very quickly if you should be buying or not into this stock. And if you want to see what I mean, we're talking radical here, folks, because you got sells in the 739s and 740s. You've got them coming in quantities over here, 739 and 40s. Just one share, 739s and 40s, one share, 8 shares, one share, 741 now. And I'm just showing you that it was very, very, very few shares that ran this down this morning. Very few that ran it down. And now as it rises, let's go look at each limitation. before it ran to the next number. Let's go do some mathematics. All right. Right here. And I'll try to move this camera so that you can have you can see the numbers. For some reason, they seem to show up when I move the camera angle. So let's see if I'm right and you can see the camera. Let me back it out a little bit. There it is. You're starting to see there, I think. And that is 20,000 shares at 660. 22,000 shares and it escaped 663. So they gave it a little bit more than they had the desire to sell here at 20,000. They decided to take it up to 23,000 before it escaped. Well, 22,362. And then it escaped 663. Then they were able to come up with 38,000 at 667, which is a very weak number because they only had their favorite number, 666, 990 shares. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that right there tells you, speaks volumes. To me, listen, folks, this is to me an indicator. This is a chink in the armor. This is their favorite number to accumulate. We all know this. We've been trading forever. 666, are you kidding me? They could only get 900 shares there? How could they only get 900 shares at that number? 990 to be exact. But then at 667, they got 36,350 shares. Again, I point these things out to you because these are signs of weakness. They should have been able to maintain 666 for better than 990 shares, everybody. And I just share this with you. You can do whatever you want with this information. So anyway, then it goes up. And then they could only get how many? 371,000 at 680, and it broke the spine. It broke the camel's back right there at 37,000. That camel ain't gonna hold no more. All right. And that's at 680 a share. 37,000. Now let's ride up to the next max number. 39,000 at 691. So they give it a little more resistance, 39,000. So they're building the resistance at 691, a little higher than the last one, which was 371. Here, 691. That's a heavy resistance at 691, folks. Then the next resistance level that they had was only at 695, only 21,000. That's pitiful. Then at 7, only 42,000. So here they got 39,100, and at 7 even, only 42,000. How many shares did they get? I'm curious at their favorite number, 708. 2,750. 2,750 shares, folks, at 708, their favorite number. Huh. At $7, they got 42,000. There, they only got. And interestingly enough, I don't see them getting jack crap at 713 here. 4,900 was all they could get at 713. At 714, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware of this, PN did not sell a single share at 714. Not one. Not a single share at 714. Man, oh man. 715, they mustered up 5,600. 716, 2,100. 717, 1,000 shares at 717. Well, now they're having to dump shares at 720. Look at them. They're having to they do the 720 dump. None of the 610 dumps anymore, like this morning. They're at the 720 dumps now. Remember this morning I showed you 610 dumps. Now they're dumping 720s. Oh, 730, one share. How can all these shares sell for 720 and then one share command a 730 bid? How is that? How is that? What is going on there? Cell phone farms, people. Cell phone farms. They're all connected together. They sell all at once. I've been showing you guys cell phone farming. By the way, in case you're not keeping track of everything overall, right now the S&P 500 is green. The Dow is about to go green. The NASDAQ is green. The Russell may go green. I just bought PN at 708. I bought it at 708, folks. And look at the price now. 721 orders filling. 720s, 721. I got a 708. Now I'm going to try for 713. RXT, baby. RXT. Now I'm going to be starting to sell here. I'm going to sell 729. I'm going to sell 733. That is what we're about to see coming down the pike. And oh yeah. There we go. There's the 725s. Yep, they're nibbling, folks. 725. Yep, I just sold a 729. Just sold 729 again. Nice. OSG is hitting 595. Nice. I just let you know AHMA is being controlled by a very powerful entity. And you have absolutely no control over it. Whoever's wants it to do whatever they want, they're going to make it do it. They've already proven that they have a lot of power to manipulate that stock. They have a lot. They have a big wallet. It's a big whale. It's a big whale. Whoever it was, it's a big whale. And you're going to be at their mercy no matter what under that stock. It appears anyway from what I experienced that day. Because we were sailing high on that, man. We were making money, man. We had made some good gains on that thing. It had been going up and up, and all of a sudden, man, it just absolutely in an hour it was gone. It was, and everybody, there was no news. There was no news. We couldn't figure out why. No, there never did break any news to why. But then we found out by asking AI that it was apparently one entity that made it all happen. So, and now they could easily have, after fleecing it out for 6 months, they could run it right back up. Now they could just wanted to just get that down there and hang down there with it and just accumulate it at that price for 6 months and then now force it right back up. And they can just buy and buy and buy it up again. But when they get it where they want it, they can pull that rug out right away, man. They'll sell all those friggin' shares. They whoever it was, they're a genius against retailers because they got everybody all hyped up and everybody was, hey, HMA, check it out. Go look at the rate. Oh man, it's look at the volume. And then the next thing you know, we were all standing there scratching our heads and a big hit. We took a big hit. And that's where we learn these lessons and we start nibbling then a little more. We nibble even more. We take even smaller bites now than we used to. But on PN, I'm seeing the bid now, 699 doesn't surprise me at all because as I already told you, the options players will want to hold this under $7. No question about it. They're not going to want to be in the money over 7. So that's the rule here now, $7. That's what they care about. And in fact, I believe in such a belief, they will take it down to 677, 688 if they can, and then try to buffer for the $7 run up by the end of the day. And they don't want it to go over 7. So sometimes they'll bleed it down to, 688 or 682, 83 and try to buffer for the $7 close. So don't be surprised to see that happen with it right now. Okay. I'm just letting you know. Now it could go the other way. It could right here be done with trying to buy it under 7 and just let it, just come in and buy it. People might just concede and say, well, 7's holding too well. Let's just go 708 and try to buy there. So we'll see what happens here though. But don't be surprised, like I said, for them to try to contain PN under $7. But now, as I just mentioned that, the bid just jumped to 703. So this looks good for PN. This looks good to go back over 7 here now. Well, I tell you what, I'm doing real good on my RXT. My FABC that you guys I bought 30 shares of it. I'm down 450, so that one was not a good buy for me. See, this is what usually happens when everybody's shouting the stock out. That's when you should sell it out. When everybody's crying, that's when you should be buying. But everybody was jumping on the FABC wagon, and sure enough, I decided, all right, I've heard enough. You guys convinced me. I'll buy it. FABC going in here. Here we go. FABC. I'm going in. And then I do, and then bam, slam it below the 50, folks. I'm trying to buy on the 50 because every time here, buying on the 50 was good here. Buying below the 50, buy below the 50, buy under the 50, buy 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 the 50. So I do, and then they break it below the 50. They break it under the 50. Oh, goodness gracious. Now it's going to be maybe buy the 200 like they did over here. Same drop, same BS. I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. But sure enough, yeah, everybody was shouting out FABC when it was up 20 something percent. And I would tell you all to sell 468. That's where you sell it, folks. I just bought it back at 460. I got it at 460. After it hit 468, now I'm going to go and have to come in here and try to get a 444 on it. So goodness gracious. No, I'm not. I'm not going to buy any more of it. If it doesn't go right on up, I won't yet. It needs to go back to my number before I buy any more. Watching this PN. No, I'm serious. I'm going to wait till the lunchtime low on that thing. Looking at PN here. This is the stock I'm looking at right now, PN. And you can make money buying and selling the spread of FABC right now. Yeah, I know. Yep. It's called trenching. I call it trenching, and I will. Yep. Of course, they'll nibble it down, and then it'll go up more, and then they'll nibble it down, and then it'll go up more, and that's how I buy. I buy on those drops. But I want to make sure I get the lunchtime low. I'm going to wait till lunchtime low. I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry at all. And this PN stock, interestingly enough, I'm seeing them try to work this down right now, but I see big time buy just came in on that. Okay, somebody said, okay, that's good for me. And they came in when that price hit 702. They bought big time 702 just then, and they got them a lot of shares there at 702. So that tells me very unlikely that this price is going to drop below $7. Very unlikely. That is a big buyer who's saying, screw it, I'm just going to buy the 702. They're probably thinking the same thing I do. Even if it breaks below 7, it's only going to go to 699, maybe 698. So 702's a safe place to start. So for someone, believe it or not, this is where they decided to nibble. This is where one of the whales decided to nibble right here. Okay. And they nibbled at it right there. They just wanted, they're not sure. So they bought, how many? 5,000 shares right there. And this is a whale nibbling 5,000 shares. This is on PN. And folks, the bid is 716 and the ask is 740. So if you want to, like you said, trade in the trenches here, like someone just said here, yep, that's right, 914 Freak. That's right, dark pools, they are. Yep. So buying and selling the spread is what I'm going to do right now on this stock here. And folks, this is the stock PN right now. The bid is 716, the ask 739. So I'm going to come up here and I'm asking for 733. And I'm seeing them punching the ticket right now at 729s and 730s. But I'm seeing the dump effort, 9 shares at 701. Who's buying this bull crap? Look at this here, right here. 9 shares at 701. 9. Moments later, 1 shares at 719. And then 2 minutes after that, or in the same minute, 730 is achieved. 701 to 730. And then selling the same one that sold down here, that probably the same one that sold the 701 down here where they sold 9. Then up here, they sold 730. Okay, the same one share seller sold 730 there. How do you like that? Then that same seller sold 718, 5 shares they dumped out. And now the price is back up to 729. But there's the dumpers. There's the dumpers coming in. The cell phone, 20 share orders at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 sold at one time on the phones. $7. Look at this. $7. 3Z, 4Z, 3Z, 3Z, 15, 722 when a real order comes in. 722. 724 now. 4 shares. I'm showing you guys, you can learn. This is how it's done. You can right now put your buy orders in at 7 and put your sell orders in at 724 if you're smart. See? So I'm going to come in here 701, sell 724. You might as well if they're going to give that to you, right? What I think. I'm going to put in 728 too. Why not? Down here, I just saw share orders going out at 727, 729. Do that all day long. PN down 13% today. There's other ones that I've invested in, by the way, no doubt. We had some stocks called out today. If you're late joining us, I'll be happy to show you the stocks that were called out today. And you can give them a look and see what you think. All right. One Love called out IRWD. Meininger asked me if I thought that this would hit, NVIDIA would hit 211. And I said, yes, I did think that. I just checked it and it was at 212. Yes, it is still at 212. So congratulations, Meininger, because I know that you asked me for a reason if it was going to go back up and could hit 211. And so congratulations on that one. Now we're going to look at GLE. These are stocks that were called out today. And by the way, look at PN, folks. Look at that buy and look at that flat top green. PN, oh my gosh, it just crossed the 50-day, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go, unenveloped green candlestick. Unenveloped, baby. Come on, let's go. Let's flat top this all the way to here. Come on. Oh my goodness. Flat top green, no wick at all. Flat top green with a wick on the bottom even. And then another flat top green, very bullish signal, crossing the 50-day now. And this is the stock PN. Nice. I just sold PN at 725. My next sell is going to come here at 729. And as I said, we're going to look at these other stocks, though, that were called out this morning, right this minute. GLE. Okay, GLE, this is what it's doing right this moment. Remember, we're approaching the lunchtime low time as well. Lunchtime low. GLE was called out this morning by Mr. Maxie Brown. It was taking off this morning and it hit 77 cents. I said, you should sell there. 72, 73, 76, 77, 78, 79. All sell orders there. Sell, sell, sell. And you can see why now, can't you? Yep. And I bet you these numbers were 66s here, 72. So right here, this was the first place you got out, 77, and they ran it down to 66, of course. And then from 66, you sell the 72. Then you buy the 66, you sell the 72, you buy the 66, you sell the 77. 72 again, I'm sorry, 72. You just trade in that trench for a while and you make good money. Granted, it's a freaking 7-cent trench up and down, up and down. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. Anyway, I'm not real fond of it right now, GLE. It is up 76%. And folks, there could be some real profit taking on this afternoon. Just watch out, okay? It's up 76%. People like being up that much. GLE, OSG. Okay, next we're looking at OSG. This was called out this morning by Mr. Mexi Brown and Joey B. And that was a good call out this morning when they called that out. The company, I just sold PN for 730, so it's moving up more. Earnings conference call 7:30 a.m. They must have had a good earnings, and this is the stock OSG. They're up 38%. Very nice. And that's a very good looking chart. Lunchtime low might get here below the 50. You can see already they've executed it once below the 200, twice below the green 200, three times below the green 200. Here, they just taken it below the 50, folks. They're going to get this shaggy thing to see how close it can come to kissing the lips of the 200. My guess is right here, right there. My guess is this line right here will be what they go for right now. There. Come on, leave a line there, dadgummit. Yep. They're going to go for that line because that line goes all the way back to lows here, too. You can see it. The low right there. Yep. That line, the low right there, see it? It's the same line. It's the same line as you go across there. So that's where they're going to go at the lunchtime low right there, folks. Trying for that number is my call. I could be wrong. They could take it lower. They could go for this one here, too, right here. Right here. They could go for this line right there. But my guess is that they're going to go for that first line right there, which has been very, very, very prominently achieved over and over and over. They achieved it once. They achieved it twice. They achieved it three times, broke through it on the fourth, stopped going up there on the fifth, stopped going up the sixth. So now you got four ups, two stop, four drops, and then another drop to that line. All right, that's what I call. They're going to trade it, take this 5-day right down to that line right there. And that price is 576. And that means the price will be 566 that they go for. Most likely. Okay. At lunchtime low, 566. I'm calling it. On this stock right here, OSG. Next, ERNA, called out by JR Montreal. ERNA. Here it is right now. And this is a good day trader, it looks to me like. What are they dropping this to? 666, Savannah. 6.99 or $7 to 666. 34-cent drop, 34-cent drop, 34-cent pop. Then the drop here to 691 from 728 to 691. 30-cent drop. Then back up to 729. 30-cent drop. And this is the lunchtime low right here they're going for. We're aiming for the lunchtime low. Price now, bid 687, buy ask 691. The ask is 692 now. The bid is still 687. ERNA, trade. I'm going to thump this. ERNA. Bids have been down in the 685 just then, 681, 680. So it just dipped down to 680. And now we're filling 684 on it. I'll wait and see what this does. We might see a lunchtime low on this one too. ERNA. I do like the look of it there, JR Montreal. Let me look at this on the longer term chart though. Well, there's the 20-day chart on this thing, folks. Look at that 5-day resistance level right there that was broken over this today and just slaughtered. Man, I wonder how long that line goes back in time. Let's go see. Let's go see how long that line was a line of resistance right there. Let's go see historically how long that was a line. And this one here, let's go see what that meant to them too. So what I mean back now is I want to go from this very short term, relatively short term 20 day. I want to go to a 180 day. Okay. And now you can see what that line means to them. Whoa. Man, was that something? They're in the middle of this line here, folks. They're interesting. Man, this goes back a long ways, folks. And from this line right here, man, that was the bottom about 3 months, man. It started as the bottom right there, bottomed again, bottomed again, bottomed again, bottomed again, bottom, break below. Come up quickly now, twice as fast the ascension as the retention. As the recension, the ascension is much more of a rapid race, I would say, and certainly the volume down there indicates way more interest in this. But folks, well, this is the way it is. There's going to be very little ownership of this stock from here to the top of that blue line. And if it goes over that line, there's going to be little to the top of that one. And it breaks that, it's going to be little to the top of that. It breaks that and it goes all the way back to here. That's just the way it is, folks. So these lines, let me just stretch them out a little bit longer. I'll zoom in a little bit here so you can all see what I'm doing. And this is the lower one, and that price is at looks like it's at 610 or so. I'm sure it's probably 608, folks. And this line is 688. 688. All right, folks. Well, from this number, 688, that bottom of that, all that herky jerk, and then this line here, we go over that number, and you're looking at a very substantial possible run up. All right. Now that price there is $8.13. 813. Obviously, we're a long ways from there, but that is a significant line of resistance on this stock. That there's going to be a very critical point of possibly breaking to the upside from there. But even at that, the way it came down, is the way it often goes up. And this herking and jerking all through here fleeced that area out. It was empty, bare, nothing there. And that's why it shot from here to there. And this was pretty friggin' heavily herked and jerked along here as well for about a month, it looks like. So there's may not be much left here. I'm just sharing this with you, folks. You can decide to do what to do with this information. But when you stay in a range like this for so long, and you herk and jerk a stock and there's nothing left for so long, you stay in this range and you just play your game. After a while, there's just nothing left there. There's just nothing left there. If you've been herking and jerking people around and people keep buying at these numbers because they keep thinking this is the bottom, this is the bottom, this is the bottom. Well, eventually, if you keep going up and down like this and the bottom buyers keep buying like we do, Finally, they run out of the bottom shares. They don't have any more. And then, and here, the same thing. They just don't have any more shares available through there. So it fell. And so these are where the available shares were. Now there's no more available shares in this range. So it rises. And it's already rising into a range where there were already no available shares. Okay. So they can go right on up to this level. You can watch and see. Watch and see if I'm right or wrong on this stock here, because that's what I see the potential of. This was all fleeced out earlier. That's why it jumped from here to there. And this was all fleeced out prior. So it should jump from there to there without little resistance, with very little resistance, I believe. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And then if it gets to that line, well, shit, it could jump all the way up to there because that's the way it fell, or minimum to here. But I doubt it would even stop here, honest, because this is probably just on a breaking news story that happened and dropped it back down. So when it goes over that line, folks, it's probably not going to stop there again. It probably won't. It probably just go all the way back up. I'm just saying, I could be wrong, but man, let's look at this now. Highlight this. Whoa. Beautiful. Current price went over. 5-day crossed over. 10-day crossed over. 50-day still rising. 200-day up above. The gravity of it's up above will rise the 50 to it, most likely. Well, there it is. ERNA. ERNA. Listen, I provide, you decide. It's as simple as that. ERNA. I'm telling you, if it goes over this line here, we can see a move on up. Okay. But this is going to be a line of resistance. No question. It has proven to be in the past, and that's why it's there now. All right. That's ERNA. Next, RXT, called out by 28 Trader. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hear what you said this morning, RXT. And by the way, look at all the buying versus the selling on that candlestick, folks. Also, if you'd like these candlesticks that I have for your Charles Schwab Think or Swim, I can provide them to you. I send you the code. I can also send you, along with that, the list of stocks I hold long and the list of stocks, 70 stocks, well, 69 right now, I believe, that pay dividends. And they have done very well over the last year. I'd love to share that with you. Become a member at the Goliath level, and you'll get charts and graphs and stuff that you won't believe. All of it, which can help enhance your financial dreams, help you achieve your goals. But I make no guarantees whatsoever that they're going to continue to perform at the level that they have. But folks, I just want you to know, I don't just day trade. I don't teach people just how to day trade. Now, these are the stocks over here that we hold long that are the ones that you might want to get your hands on this list. And you can see how the stock has done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, in the last year. Market cap, PE ratio. If you'd like to get this list, and you can see how they've done. Now, again, I make no guarantees that these stocks are going to do the same thing over this year to come, but you can see what these stocks have done over the last year. And many of my members that go back to 2 years own these stocks. And that's why they keep paying me a membership of $24.99 a month, because they can afford to, is all I can presume. I'm presuming that they did, and I know I did a survey one time about a year ago. Have you been buying the stocks on my long list? 39% of my viewers said yes. So 39% of my viewers over the last year, these are the returns that they've gotten on their stocks. And there is, I think, about 50 on this list here of stocks that I hold long. And I would suggest you can think about obtaining this list for just $24.99. There's the market cap, PE ratio. And then the dividend paying stocks have paid these returns. And these Google Sheets are ones that I created, and they use Google Finance. And if you want to get some dividend stocks, well, here you go. This is the rate that they've been returning over the last year. And over here, I show you the PE ratio, market cap PE ratio, and I show you the percentage of that they pay out, what they're paying out, the percentage that they pay out. And again, you can get this information from me. These are the dividend stocks I own, and you can see how they've done over the last year. The top 40 on this list came from Roaring Kitty. His dividend stock list, I got it from him, Roaring Kitty. Keith Gill, his name. And he used to live over here in Detroit. So there you go. I don't just day trade. I have many stocks that I hold long, and I suggest only these. These are just suggestions that you consider. And again, over here, market cap, PE ratio, what they pay per share, and the percentage. Okay. Please consider become a member. It's easy to do. You just come down here, click on the dollar bill sign down below the chat. When you click on that dollar bill sign, membership. Come over here, click join. On this level, Goliath. Click Goliath, click join. And I'll be sending you some awesome stuff. I'll send you my spreadsheets for my longs. I'll send you my spreadsheets for my uh, dividend stocks. I'll send you spreadsheets of the stocks we've been day trading lately. And I'll send you spreadsheets of this of my buy sell sheet. And I will send you these cool Thinkorswim candlesticks. I'll send you the code. So you can see right here, not just volume, but that there's more buyers than sellers by about 25% more buyers here than sellers on this candlestick right now. And currently, there are 43% more buyers than sellers. So that's what's going on with this stock, RXT. And now I'm going to get back over here. And we're looking at other stocks that have been called out today. RSMG, called out by We Launch TV. Let's go look at a chart for RSMG. We cannot find this symbol. I don't see that when we launch. Next, XOM. This one was called out by Mininger. Well, I tell you, that sure might be at a low, but it dropped below this low, so I'd stay away from it right now. That thing's going to go even further down. I don't like it. It needed to stop right there, and it's breaking below that now, so that's scary right there. It needed to stop. The 5-day needs to stop on that line. If it doesn't stop there, this thing's going to go much lower, Meininger. All right. This right here is situation critical right here now. If it doesn't sustain this line, the 5-day doesn't stop right now, watch out, because it's going to drop all the way down to probably here. And it could go even further down. But I say it'll drop to there next. Then the next place it will drop is going to be to here, right there, Meininger. Okay. In case you're wondering where you want to buy in on this, because this would be the first line where I see any real resistance. And then this is the second. There's one right below that, the third. Then it's down to here, right there. Then there. You can see all the places. You know how it works. That being said, the mirroring works here too. So here's the top, here's the middle of the mirror right here. There's the drop, there's the drop, there's the pull, there's the pull, there's the run back up, there's the run back up, there's the down, drops to here, there's the there. It goes up, this came up, then it goes down to there. There's the level it's at there. Then it makes it from there down to here, this line, and that goes to here, this line right here. It's all mirroring. It's all mirroring, folks. Then it comes down to this line, comes down to this line. Then it goes up to there. Oh, what do you know? It goes up to there. Oh, then it comes down to this line. Oh, what do you know? It comes down to this line. Mirroring, people. I'm teaching you. This right here, every point you see there, 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 there. I mean, they all mirror one another. There, that bottom, there, the run up, there, the run up, and the stop, down again, down again. Okay. All mirroring, folks. Everything was mirrored from this point on right here. This was where the mirror was. And they've been just reflecting. It's a reflection of the past. I try to teach people that on this channel all the time. It's called mirror trading. You don't think you could take advantage of knowing that it was going to stop right there and drop all the way back to there, so you would sell it right there and buy it on that line again, maybe? But now I wouldn't even suggest doing that, because according to this thing's going right on down. And it could, or it could stop right there. This could be the very bottom, because it has been before. So it could be a good entry point. At that price, 145 a share, it's not for me. Because I already know for this line here, it's going to do one of two things. It's either going to drop or it is going to pop. And I'll just wait until it starts doing one of those. Okay. I'm not going to buy on the lateral line. That's not smart. That's just not smart. Especially at 145 and 33 cents. All right. Not from WA. Next, SMX. This one was called out this morning by Cobra 32. It hit a low recently of 102 a share. And I would not recommend going in on this stock unless you want to watch the grass grow under it. Okay, it's down 16.99% today. And all I see is solid selling happening with this. Never try to catch a dropping knife. And that 200-day is just falling steadily. No, Cobra 32, please, no. Next, SABR by Tony Henry. We're going to go to the one-day chart. Holy smokes. Now, listen, this is that stock SMX. SMX. It looks just like PN almost. Wow. 15% down. Boy, what is going on in this market today? What is going on? Did they just announce something? SMX. 1150 announces 20-for-1 reverse split. Oh my gosh. Man, Cobra 32, I hope you were not involved with this. I know you called that out this morning. Oh, shit. 20-for-1. And I want to write down this price. It's at 124. $124. And it fell from a price of $172. All right. 50-cent drop. Oh. Man, Cobra 32, I hope you weren't holding that. SMX. Now, SABR. Okay, now this one looks a little bit more promising. SABR here. Let's take a look at this on the 20-day chart. Oh, all right, folks. Again, my curiosity has me. Why did they decide to stop the price from going up right there? Why did the 5-day average blue line stop there? I want to know why. Could I have determined if I went back to the past that that was going to happen and known to have sold there, right there at that price? Should I have been looking at the history and known that this was a previous line of resistance? Well, the only way I can determine that I could have known that is if I go back and look at history. So I'm going to go back now and look at the history. And over the last 20 days, has it been at that number before? No, it has not. How about the last 180 days? Ah, now we can get a different point of reference and we can clearly see, no, it has not. It's never stopped at that there. Going back to the 1 day now to see if I moved my line any, and I did not. It didn't move it very much by any means, so we're just going to adjust it back up there. It's right there. Why did they stop it there? Other than recently, it's stopping there. And right here, there being a little side move on the vaggy and the labes right there, and another vaggy with two labes. And then here we just got two tatas. Okay, listen, folks, the reason I'm showing you this here, all right, is because you can use this information. What you want to do when you see this place where it stopped is what was the relevance to it stopping there earlier? And you want to go back, not just to most recent, but go look way back in time. Please take the time to go back to 180 days. Do you see it there ever before? No, it's never been there at that price of 208, Savannah. 208. What do you know? They would stop that number at 208. Who would have ever guessed? Now back to the 1 day. There it is. 208. Oh, that same old number, folks. The '08, Savannah. And now I'm going to take this out to a 1-year chart. Okay. And now we get even more importance from this line, don't we? Look where they stopped the 5-day from going over 208. Look where they stopped that 5-day from going over. All right. Well, now we have a nice little perspective, don't we? Now we see what happens if this thing gets over 208, people. All right. We see what could happen if this thing gets over 208. We need that 5-day. We need this 5-day average to come up here and tap 208, and then we might see something really massive on this. SABR, it's up 12.84% today. Take a look at this. Look at that thing right now. Yeah. I can tell you one thing, there's just as many sellers as there are buyers here. There are. Here there were more buyers than sellers by a large percentage. And here they're trying to sell this to stop, but look at the volume coming in over the last day. Oh man, the volume is surging into this stock. SABR. And that they would try to bring it to 208 should be absolutely no surprise to anyone based on what I just showed you on the 1-year chart. And I got news for you, folks. This stock has plenty of upside potential from that line right there now. Now, this is when I talk about mirroring coming into play. And this is what they love to do. So be cautious, folks, because right here, this is the middle of the mirror. And right here, this is that run, and this is that run. So be careful, because folks, they could easily replicate this right now and then take it to the next level. Okay. So be careful because I talk about mirroring. All right. I talk about mirroring all the time. And this could be one of those scenarios. Just be very cautious. If you get any right here, especially at 208, folks, at 208, you can almost be sure. And what number will they come back to when they try to take it down? Well, I look at this now because I'm such a long-term chart. It's 1 cent, folks, 207. 207. So from 208, it could come to 207. Then it could go up to wait a minute, to $3. But it'll stop first here at 236. Okay, so we got to put it in a line of resistance right there, 236. Right there. You can bet your butt. You can bet your butt there's going to be resistance at that line right there. When it comes up here now, it's going to resist right there. A little tiny pullback. And then off she goes. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And this is what I call mirror trading. So as it breaks this and then makes it move up to this level, then it will stop right here at this level. And this is going to be nothing, folks. This is just half pennies here, half pennies. Really, I'm telling you, this is nothing here. Then the next level of resistance is going to be there. Right there. Then the next level, we start to scale up to right here. Yep, for sure. Right there. Right there. Then the next level's here. You can see that resistance was achieved by the 5-day here, and right here it ran up and stopped and fell, ran up and stopped and fell, ran up and stopped. The 5-day fell. And then the last one will be here. And once this price goes beyond here, now you start to see, well, we're going to go to there, right? Right there. Gets beyond that, and then it's going to go to this price. Right there. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is called mirror trading. And the way that it drops, okay, is the way that it pops. And you can already see this is the beginning, possibly, of the mirror with the first one here and the first here. Now, will it drop back down here like this? Will it drop back down? Most likely it will. And your buy point here should be at 172 a share. 172. They'll probably go for that tomorrow morning. 172 buy in, 172, 173, maybe even a 166, folks. Because this price right here, that price right there, where they tapped right there, ladies and gentlemen, that price, guess what number it was? 168. And I'm guessing it was probably even lower. I'm guessing they actually got the 166, 165. So tomorrow morning, 166 could be in store before the turn, and then the run right back up. And then each level here is going to be resistance, folks. Now, that being said, a lot of times when they herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk a whole section like this, then a lot of times when they do that, well, there's just no more shares left in that region. So sometimes when this gets up to here, it doesn't even stop. It just goes right on up to there. It goes from here all the way to there, all the way up. And I'm telling you, that can happen. It can definitely happen because this could be completely fleeced out already, and there's nothing there to be gotten. I'm just letting you know the way I see it, what can happen. It either comes to here, then tomorrow morning we get those buys at the 66 or the 72s, then it goes up, then it rises up to here, or goes right on up to there, one of the two. It may go right through this section because it's been so herked and jerked through here already. It might just break over this and go all the way up to there. And in that case, you should be selling right here, which would be at $4.08. 408, of course. Of course, Savannah. Start selling 375, sell 390, and then up to here. 428. There's nothing in between 390 and 428. There never has been. There never has been, folks. So this is on SABR. SABR. Going to take a look now at the 1-day chart on it. There it is right now, SABR. No guarantees of what it's going to do. I provide, you decide. I'm just looking over all the stocks that were called out here today earlier. I'm going to show them to you now. You can do with this information whatever you want. These are the stocks that have been called out today. IRWD, NVDA, GLE, OSG, ERNA, RXT, XOM, SMX, SABR, AKAN, ATRA, FABC, AHMA. These are the ones that have been called out today. I'm looking them all over right now. SABR was, now we're going to take a look at the next one down the list, AKAN. Well, they sat here and herked and jerked this thing along this line for a very long time before it broke to the upside. And here they are in the same region again. The tops of these levels right here. So here they are in the same herky-jerky fashion that they were this morning, now herking and jerking around with it during the day. I have no idea what this is going to do, and at $33, I would not go there. It's up 8.81% today, though, so congratulations if you were holding AKAN. Next, ATRA. This one was called out by Tony Henry. Ah, Tony, nice. He called this one out a couple hours ago. ATRA, maybe an hour ago. Nice point to catch that right there. Nice. 869, 873. Well, my friend, listen, I'm sorry, but I'm a seller at 872 always. Okay, and you can see why. Okay, this right here. This is my cell number right here. All right, that's my cell number, 872. And being that, I could have bought the sold the 870, and I'm going to show you right over here, folks. And by the way, 877 is really 898. That's also a cell number. Obviously, that's a cell number on my buy sell sheet. You guys know that. Especially the first time they're approaching $9, they're not going to let it go over 9, folks. They're going to stop it shy. They're going to pull it all the way down to 866 or lower. What was this? 840 something. 729. Oh my gosh. Now do you see what I mean when I have a buy sell sheet and it tells you down here where you should be selling down here at this 97, 97, 98. 99. Folks, you always have to sell those numbers. And in this case, it went from that price 890. It went from 898, folks. It went from 898 down to the 200-day average 683. Alexa, what is 8.98 minus 6.83?
8.98 minus 6.83 is 2.15.
Goodness gracious. Alexa, stop. $2.15 drop. And not only that, after you sold the $9 or $8.99 once here this morning, see that price right there? Look at it. $9. $9 even. So you sell the first time it gets to 9, and you even sell the first time it gets there here, and that was probably $8.95. So you're selling the first time $8.92, $8.93 on my buy sell sheet. I'm going to show you how this works. You can see it perfectly here, folks. All right. So the first time, and I want you to see how well this works. The first time I'm telling you to sell, going up to the say $9, you want to sell the 88, the 89, the 92, and the 93. Okay, you sell that. All right. So that's what you did. Let's say you did that here. All right. So this morning, let's say that you sold it first thing this morning, right here, when it ran up to this price right here. Let's say you sold it there, and that price was 893. See it right there. So you're selling the 888, and you're selling the 892 and 893 on my buy sell sheet. Then after you sold it there, they dropped the price all the way back down to here in this range. It looks like, I think about there, the green line fell to there. I mean, look at that. And you could have bought it back at 634. So you sold 893, bought 634. Then after you bought it back at 634, it went all the way back up to again, and this price is $9 even. So it goes back up to $9 where you sold it again. And then they dropped the price to here, and that price was $728. After, and I'm writing these down, after 728, the price went up to a number on my buy sell sheet, probably, which was 832. What do you know? And I'm sure it was 833. I'm positive. It even says 835 right there, but I'm going to just put down 833. Now, you sell on my buy sheet 833, and then you buy back here at what price? Oh my gosh. 734, a dollar less. So you see what's happened on this stock? If you're using my buy sell sheet, if you're using my buy sell sheet, you've now gone from 893 down to 634 where you bought, back up to 9 where you sold, buy back at 728, sell at 833, buy at 734, and by then you've made a lot of money. And you're not even done yet, because from 734 you go back up to what price? And you sell at 813. Look right there. Right on my buy sell sheet where it says sell 813, 14, 15. You can see it right here. It says right here, sell right here. The 14, 14, 15, 16, you'd be selling there. Then after you sold the 815, 14s, and it actually went all the way up to 817. You can see right here, the price hit 817. So you would have sold all those numbers on my buy sell sheet. And in fact, it hit 819. See that? 819. So you would have sold all the way in those numbers from 815 through 819, just exactly what is on my buy sell sheet. It actually says right here to sell 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Now, after you sold there at the 19, you got to buy back at the 688. So there you go, the 20 down to the 88. And I told you, you can get that trench over and over your whole lives, folks. 20 cents to 88. You can get that over and over in your lifetime. And then after you bought back at the 88, 688, and I'm not kidding, folks, the number right there is 688, 80. And they actually took it to 683. It looks like they got 683, 682. But I'm just going to put 688 because I would have said buy there. And then the price went all the way up to 890, 890 from 688 to 890. From 890, I'm going to say it dropped all the way to 750. Wow. From 750, it's gone to 1047. Wow. Well, folks, ATRA, the day trading stock of the day. ATRA. Alexa, what is 8.93 minus 6.34?
8.93 minus 6.34 is 2.59.
259 down. Alexa, what is 9.00 minus 6.34?
9 minus 6.34 is 2.66.
266. Alexa, what is Alexa, what is 9 minus 7.28?
9 minus 7.28 is 1.72.
Okay. Alexa, what is 8.33 minus 7.28?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 8.33 minus 7.28?
8.34
105.
minus 7.28 is 1.05.
Yep. 833 to 733, $1. Alexa, what is 7.34 minus 6.88?
7.34 minus 6.88 is 0.46.
Well, that's the least amount right there. That's the least a month. That's when the trend broke right there. Then it went down $1.40 to 7.50, and then it went up $3. Oh my gosh. So this is, if you had been swing trading this stock all day long, ladies and gentlemen, if you had been swing trading this stock all day long, ATRA, you would have made $2.59 plus 266 plus 172 plus 105 plus 1 plus 46 plus 140 plus $3. God dogs, man. Alexa, what is 2.59 plus 2.66 plus 1.72 plus 1.05 plus 1.00 plus
I'm not quite sure how to help you.
Ah, you do know how. You've done it before. My phone can do it. I know that. I want to figure out how much this damn thing swung today. 2.59 plus 2.66 plus 1.72 plus 1.05 plus 1.00 plus 0.46 plus 1.40 plus $3. $13.88 move today on this stock. Wow. Now up 91%. Well, Tony Henry and Nouveau Music called that out. And unfortunately, I didn't write down the price at the time. Something totally screwed up is happening with my phone cord right now. Sorry, folks. All right. Jerking my cord. All right, and it looks like it's about to move to the next leg. This is building a nice shoulder on it here. They're not even able to peck at the 10-day or cradle into it. It looks extremely strong. Right now, I'm seeing more buyers than sellers in most of this in this last candlestick here. Finally, over the sellers, the buyers came in, and not that I would advocate buying this at $9.95 a share, but that's a pretty strong looking chart. And let's go look at the longer day, 1 year on it. And wow. Well, why I want to look at the 1 year is where the 5-day average is now. And I want to show you this. This is a very, very critical point, in my opinion. And I want to take this out to a 3-year chart now. Okay, now that's too much. Yes. Over here, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the 1-year chart hit a bottom right over there. Here, it hit a top right there and stopped. And in that, at this stage, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll let me highlight this, this is what is going on. This is the volume over the last day. And right now, there's been 80% buyers versus 20% sellers on this stock all freaking day today. Now, that being said, please be aware on this ATRA that there's a wick on this candlestick already right now. So they're taking this off the top already. They've already started taking profits here. And that price where they stopped it was $10.50 a share. All right, $10.50. And now it's dropped 70 cents. So be careful. There's still people who enjoy being up 90% on a stock. And they like taking that profit at 90%. I'm just letting you know. ATRA. ATRA. Now, yesterday, Rudiggity called out one DGXX, and I see they've taken it down today, and I'm down $35 on that. But on PN, I'm only down $177 down. I was $479 down on that this morning. PN. QS, I'm making, no, it's RXT. I'm making a nice profit on RXT. So I want to thank you for calling out RXT this morning, everyone. I know several people did. And I am making a nice profit on this. And holy smokes, people. RXT. RXT, folks. Whoa. RXT. Wow. Look at that 1-year chart. Well, I already told you guys. I had already shown you. I already broke this down and said if it went over this line, watch out. Man, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Oh my gosh, there was nowhere to stop it after that. Nowhere to stop it after that. Nice. The 1-day chart looks phenomenal. That is a short eating porpoise. RXT. Looking down here, trying to sell it. They're trying to sell against it, sell against it, sell against it as they try to sell all those shares against it. Look at the 200 rising, the 50 rising, the 50, the 10-day rising, the 5-day rising. There's no selling it, folks. Man, look at this. They're trying to sell against it, but it is just rising. And I want you to know that this line here is very, this is a substantial line that's breaking over right here. If it can, I'm going to show you why. Okay, right now, look back to the past. See how it just broke that line? Look here how they stopped it right there on that line. The 5-day was stopped right there, flat out stopped, and they did a little couple B cup right there. And now she's over that line again. I like it a lot. RXT up 90% today, man. Wow. Oh, nice call that one there. Oh man, RXT. And by the way, as I said, man, they're trying to dump against this. They're trying to dump shares, dump shares, dump shares, dump shares, dump shares. Look at that thing; it's just so resilient. It's just saying, I think not. No, no, no. I appreciate the effort, but no, I'm going the other way. I'm going the other way. I'm going up. Now I'm showing you this because this is a critical line right here. Critical line that they're trying to hold it under here, and they're dumping a lot. They already know. They know that's, oh shit. They're like, shit. We got to go dump some more shares. Call them up and borrow some more. Call now, borrow more shares. Call and borrow. We need to sell, Mortimer. Sell. But we don't have any shares left to sell. Well, then call and borrow the damn thing. We got to sell here. Dadgummit. Holy smokes, but look at the buyers coming in there. Look at the buyers saying, nice try, but I'm taking those right there. You shove them out, I'll buy them. RXT, everybody. RXT. Nice. Oh, yeah. Take a nice little $67 hit on that. $68 up now. That's nice. RXT. And you can see what this is doing if you just watch my account. And hey, listen, if they could not hold the price, which they diligently attempted to do by selling all this dark area to the bidder, if they couldn't hold it at 430 a share, selling that many to the bidder, how are they going to have just this many shares and hold it there? They're not. They can't. See, they only had almost 6 million here, and over here to the dark area from there to there was sold to the bid. So they threw out of this 5.9 million, 5 million of it was thrown out to the bidders. Like chumming the water, folks, trying to start a big collapse in the price. And then when they collapsed the price, they got down here to $4.20, where they then acquired all the shares that they could. That's right. They got all the shares they could right there. 4 million they got. And you can see out of that 4 million, 3 million was sold. More than that, 3.5 million was sold to the bid. Look at that dark area. But then just that little light area made it go up. Why am I showing you this? Because, folks, this is important for you to understand. Here, they only had that much to throw out, and this was bought on the ask. Here, they threw out this much to make it fall down here, and this much was bought on the ask. And when you have more buyers than sellers, well, the price just goes up, folks. It naturally goes up. So you can see down here, they could only throw out that many, and the buyers wanted more, so there it rose. And there they could only throw out that many, and the buyers wanted more, so up it rose. Here they could only throw out that many shares from right there to right there, that dark area. And then the buyers wanted it, so it rose. Here they could only throw out that much. The buyers said, I want it, and that made it rise. And by the way, you might want to notice something about the amounts and quantities all through here. They're virtually the same. This is almost all identical. Every one of these candlesticks, they try to get to the same amount. And then they all break at the same level. They break to the next upper number at the same level. They broke here, it broke here, it broke here, it broke here, it breaks here, it breaks here, it breaks there, it breaks all of them. It breaks all of them right at the same number. They try to get them all to be the same, identical. And right now, they would really like to get this number, 424, to come out to right there. I promise you. Because they have it's almost like a certain quota they've got to achieve at every one. And as you can see, they're not interested in showing you any numbers at all that are not over 3 million shares. This one here, 2,900,000. Sorry, you don't get to see it. Nope, it has to eclipse 3 million or they won't show it. You see that? Right now, there's no pride in this number. There's no pride in that weak number at 275. There's even less pride at 2,499. There's even less pride at 2,387. And there's even less pride at 2,737. So that's why the price is going to go past all these now. But first, they've got to get some pride here at this price. They've got to get pride at 424. They've got to get at least 2,000,005. They've got to. Down here, and by the way, 4,145,000. They broke the camel up here at 4,021,000 and here at 4,005,000 and 4,005,000. How much more do you think they're going to hold here at 4 million? You think they'll get 4,005,000 here? You think so? You think they're going to get 4,005,000 there? I don't. I don't think so. Nope. They want this number right here. They're right here. They got to get this number here to 2,000,005. They've got to get 2,000,005 right there, right now. That's what they're trying for. See all the buyers trying to buy 424 now? And what a coincidence. Watch them make this equal to all the others, and then once it is, it shall go beyond. And then it will go up over all this too. All this bullshit will go beyond. They'll come up here and they'll stop it there. They'll fill that out. They'll stop it there. Fill that out. Stop it there. Fill it out. Fill it out if they can. Fill it out if they can. I don't think they will. Once it's 4, it goes right by that. There's no way they're going to hold 433, folks. It's not going to happen. Watch now. Watch what's happening here. Watch how I'm calling it out. They're not. They got the 2,000,005 there. They got 2,000,007, 2,000,008, 2,000,005. Almost. They're almost there. Oh man, they've almost got it. They got to get 2,000,005 here. There they go. They got the 2.5, and here we go. Here we go. Here it goes. Oh, look at it rise. Oh yeah, watch it, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Got that 2,000,005 there. Good for them. Oh, they almost got 3 million there. Oh goodness, pretty soon they're going to get to show a 3 million here, folks. Watch. They're going to be prideful and they're going to show 3 million at this number, 427. And then they'll show it and then they'll have the pride in it and then it'll run up. And they got to get 3 million here. Watch, folks. Watch. Oh, watch out. She's getting ready to explode, folks. And man, oh man, can't get the 3 mil. Oh no, they can't show it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to proclaim that I know anything for a fact, but I do believe right now, if I was to put my ear down, right down to the track, I believe I would hear something in the long away distance. And again, I don't know for sure, but I would not be surprised at all if I was to hear something in the long distance away. And I believe that it is going to be coming our way very soon. And I think you might hear it yourselves because you're very adept. Oh, oh my, 6 million. 6 million at 4:30. Oh, look at him put up a fight at 6:30. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, right now, if you happen to suffer from epilepsy, I want you to turn away from the screen. Please turn away from the screen. Don't look at me right here. Do not look at me. All right, because right now, we got a trade. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Like I said, that's what we got on our hands, folks. I could be wrong, but it don't seem to me like they're going to be able to hold here with 6 million at 4:30, folks. Where did they come up with those shares? 6 million. They must have gone out and picked them off the share tree. Went and got them some off the share tree, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Oh, my goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I already told you, they want to get these all equal. They want these equal, 424. They got to get them. But man, you see that breakaway and look at them dump the shares there. 6 million. They've never even come close to that amount. They've never come close to that amount. Look at all the shares they fabricated at 430 a share. 6 million. Oh my gosh, 3 million shares. Did they just actually dump 3 million shares out at 430? Golly, I want to look over here. Goodness gracious. And we were just sitting there at 425s and 420s and 410s. Man, 430. Then you got the cell phone farm selling 413 here for a little bit. 416, 417, 419, 420. Over 420 again. Here we go. Got the next leg. Got the next leg up. And I'm going to turn my speakers off here because they get a little annoying with the loop going on. But I am going to buy here. And I am more than happy to try to buy here at 416. I see their efforts 421. A lot of buying at 421 and 22 now. So I'll try to buy 420. They've only been able to get 4,221 at 420. Nothing like the fabricated 6 million at 430 they just did. But what a drop from 430 down to 420. 10-cent drop should be expected. I want to thank you all for being here with me today, and hopefully you're learning something while you're here. And one thing's for sure, they certainly want to stop this thing from going over 430 at 6 million shares there, no doubt. And they also obviously want to try to now trade in a trench, a 10-cent trading trench from 420 up to 430, down to 420 up to 430. So this is where I'm going to teach you about trading in trenches. And I want you to sell right now 429. I want you to sell 428. I want you to sell 427. And we're going to trade in the trenches, folks. And we're going to be buying where they have all been buying right there at 420 and 419. We will consume those shares and try to buy that. And we're looking to trade in a 10-cent trench, folks. That'll be from 419 to 429. So I'm going to be selling 427, 28, 29. And this is the 10-cent trench we're going to be trading in for a little bit here as the monkeys try to hold it down to 419, throwing out their little cell phone farm number 419. There it is. Cell phone farm kicks in right there. And now the cell phone farm is selling 420 for some reason. Nice. And now the buyers come pouring in at 421, 422. Here we go. Here we go. 423s. Off to the races, folks. We're going to trade in the trenches here, folks. Going to trade in the trench with them. And here we go. We're at 420, 423.5. And I'm going to move my 427 off now. I just want to sell 428 and 429 here. And I've got dollar cost average of 3,666,666,667. That's my DCA, folks. That's my DCA. And look at all the cell phone farms now trying to sell 423s. Oh my goodness, look at that, trying to sell 423s. So we're definitely going to see my numbers 429 and 30 here in a minute if they're trying to sell 423s. That is good to see that. Oh yeah, here we go, folks. Get ready. She's going to go. She's getting ready to blow. This is on RXT. And when you see the cell phone farms selling 423s, and in case you guys don't know what that means, I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys what a cell phone farm looks like, because a lot of people have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'll be happy to show you a cell phone farm right now. And we're going to go to Google. Hold on. Oh gosh, please, come on. Cell phone farm. Boom. This is a cell phone farm. This is someone working a cell phone farm. This is someone right here selling to the people next to them. These are all cell phone farms. This is someone else that is working in a cell phone farm. And they are used, ladies and gentlemen, to manipulate the stock market with. And they can allow bunches of orders to be placed at the simultaneous moment, when it's the most effective. They're actually using computer programs to determine when is the best time to throw out a one share sell order. Okay. And this is how cell phone farms work. I just thought I'd show you a picture of cell phone farms. They're everywhere. Here's another one over here. You can see one right here, and you can see one right here. Cell phone farms. All right, in case you were not aware of it. And if you like that kind of information I'm sharing with you, I hope that you'll consider hitting the like button. All right. Well, down here now, wallering around trying to get some 420 shares after you're selling up here at the 460s. That's nice. Sell the 460, buy back 420, folks. Buy back 420. And they're going to trade this in a trench, believe you me. The stock is up 84% now, and you can still make money off of this, okay? You can still make money off this manipulation. There's no doubt about it. And right now, when you see the throwouts, the cell phones selling 419s, and then after that, you see the buys come in, the reality buys come in, and you're back in the 420s again, 420s. So the sells are coming at 419 now. The buys are all at 420. You can see them. Look at them all buying up the 420 there. I mean, look at that, man. Look at all the buying of 420 now, 421, 421.5. Up we go, folks. Right on up. 422. Nice. I like when I see a 5-share order push the price from 21 to 22. I love when I see that. I got to tell you, I do, man. When I see a 21, yep, 21.5, and then I see a dinky share buy, push it higher. I love that. 421, 13 shares, 10 shares, 421.5. I like that. And there she goes, folks. She's going to rise. All the cell phone farms, and look at them just dumping out 420s there, just dumping out 420s. You know, about an hour ago, they were dumping out 310s. No, that was on PN. Let's go look at PN right now. Let's go look at PN. RXT, they're coming after it right now. This is RXT right now. They're trying to sway people away, sway them away. They got a lot of selling going on RXT right now. A lot of selling here, lots of selling, but minimal amounts of selling. These are very, very small candlesticks. There's nothing heavy. There's certainly no there's no panic selling here, folks. This is all market maker manipulation, teeny weeny, bring it down. Chivarini, teeny weeny, trying to run it down. RXT. Now I want to look at PN. PN. PN, that today someone decided to run it from here all the way down to there on no volume at all. There was really no shares sold there at all. I showed everybody. I just bought RXT at 417. Thank you for whoever gave me that. I appreciate that. I was expecting it. And why? Because you got another 4,000 there at 417 earlier. So I figured, yeah, they'll go down to 417. All that buying that already bought at 417, 4 million shares, 4 million shares there, 4,066,16, 4,069 now. They screwed that up. That's over. They were trying for 4,066,16, and unfortunately, they went over that quota. Well, RXT, they're taking their teeth into it now. Looks like they're going to try. Maybe they got a mandate to get 4 million shares at 393 and 394 too, so that they can hold it under 4 before the closing of the day. But they're sure lashing out at it now. RXT. I don't think they're going to get to my dollar cost average, which is $3.69. My dollar cost average is 368.95. Price now 406. Uh-huh. Well, I'm ready to buy. I'm just waiting for the very bottom. Right here, lunchtime low, I guess. I guess that was it. Lunchtime low. And I just bought 406. And I want to thank whoever sold that to me at 406 a share. But that probably raised my dollar cost average, unfortunately. Yeah, it did. It raised it 5 cents. I just raised my dollar cost average 5 cents buying there. But still, I know 406 is a buy, people. It's a buy. And look at it now. And I know that 406 was a buy because now the daggum thing is already selling back up here again. And 406 was a buy. Look at all the 418s they threw out there, the 417s, the 416s. They threw out 417 again. They threw out 416s by the tons, 415s, all cell phone farming, 414s, 413s, 412s, all cell phone farms, 410, 410, 409. Here comes the buyers. 410, they start coming back in, but the cell phone farms down to 407, 406. Cell phones hit hard, 405, 404. Cell phones selling, 403, 402. Cell phones selling 402 was the bottom. 401, ladies and gentlemen, cell phone farms trying to break the spine and get it below $4. But in fact, it just goes right back up now to 407. That's right. 407, 408s now. And there will be no break below $4. I'm sorry. And they know it now. So the next number they're going to try to stop is 425. They're not going to care about $4 anymore. They're done with that shit. Right now, they took up long positions and they're going to run it up to $4.25. They just bought at 402. They went long. Now it's at 409. I'm showing you right here what's been happening, folks. Dumpers are dumping 409 now. So there will be absolutely no $4 close. Now the dumpers are dumping 409 again. But they're not going to get a 4 close, so they're not going to care. It's going to 425. They're still dumping out 409s, still dumping 409s. Cell phone farms dumping 409s, then 406s again, then 407s and 8s. Ha ha. 408 again, 408 Savannah, 408 Savannah. And then they try to fabricate a number at 40801, 40801, folks. Oh, yeah. Oh, but man, they want this under $4. But it looks very, very, very impossible to achieve that right here. I don't see it, folks. I see the cell phone farms working their asses off right there to get it down to 402. And then it bounced right off that. Very strong, very strong. Good signal there. Very strong signal. Looking good. Everything's fine. There, yep, there's a 408 selling, 408 and a half. Oh, no. Well, I guess they're done, and they're not even going to come close to 3 million or 4 million at 408. As a matter of fact, all they could get is 2,261,000 at 408. Yep, and all they could get here, 1,000,007. Here, 1,000,003. Interestingly enough, at the $4 mark, they did get 1,000,092, but they're not even close to the 3 million mark that they achieved down here. And they got 4 million down here at 370. You know, at the lowest price of the day, does anybody want to guess on this stock, RXT, how many shares they bought? This is just like PN, folks. Guess how many shares there were bought today at the lowest price of the day on this stock? RXT, folks. ATRA is rolling nicely. Yep, Tony Henry. Do they use cell phone tractors on their farms? Here in Grubworm. I don't know. Let me tell you something, folks. This stock that was manipulated down today to $3.44, someone sold so many shares so they could drop the price to 344, one of their favorite numbers. And you want to know how many shares they bought at 344 a share? They bought 43,000 there. 43,000. Now at 360 a share, they bought 3,969,000 until there was no more available at 360. And then they bought at my dollar cost average, they bought 4,390,000. Look at that, a penny under my dollar cost average. They bought 4,390,000, 1 cent under my dollar cost average. 4,390,000. Well, that's because they like to buy around my dollar cost average. A lot of people watch this channel every day. Then here they could get 3,000,002 at 393. They got 3,000,003 at 395. And I'm sorry, I just don't believe they have another 3 million shares to sell and keep it below 4. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Cell phone farm or no cell phone farm? I don't believe it. Here they are reaching for 402 again for the second time this afternoon. They just had it there about 10 minutes ago, and they try the dive at 402 again. Now I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to look at my PN now. Man, go PN. Run back up. Make a move this afternoon. Boy, howdy. PN, folks. Boy, somebody manipulated the crap out of this morning. And now all they've been doing is herking and jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking. PN. Uh-huh. Trade. Looking right here at RXT. Well, believe me, the options players, most definitely, they want to close under $4. There's no question about it. There's no doubt. So they got their little cronies out working, selling 402s and 402s right now. But now it already won't jump back up to 404s, and there was some pretty solid buying, as much as 5,000 at 405 even. So I see very little likelihood it's going to stay down here at all around $4. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. I see them buying thousands of shares at 404 a share. I see thousands of shares being bought at 404, and then I see one share sell attempts. Now I see hundreds of shares being bought at 407. I see 750 just purchased there. I see 1,000 at 408. Now 408 now 409. I like what I see. The stock is RXT. Now I see the price 409.99, 1,600 shares to get in there, 409.99. And there's no way there's going to be a $4 close. Now we're at 410. 10,000 shares just sold. At 10,000 shares just got dumped out right there at 409. Yeah, someone just came out. 10,000 shares at 409. 5,800 shares at 408 and a half. Oh, yeah. Buy the 409s. And look at the cell phone farm hit here with all the 408s all at once. Look at that. All the cell phone farms. 407. 407 now. We're on RXT, ladies and gentlemen. And there's no way we're going to see a $4 close. All of them will be going long and run it to 425. That's right. The close is going to be 425 a share on this stock today. 425. There's no chance, in my opinion, that they can get a 4 or below close. Nope. And they've been having their cronies dump out already. 2-time attempt at 402, and that absolutely failed. That shut the door. They don't want 402. Everybody's buying that number. And everybody that's trying to run it down below 4, they recognize that. They realize it. They realize it. So now they're just going to hoard shares from here, 406, all the way up to 425. And then they're going to try to hold it under 425. Yep, here it goes. It's at 410 now. Here it goes. They're taking up the longs. Ding dongs. The short went long. And they're going long up to 425 a share, folks. Here we go. And you'll see over here that when it gets up here to 415, nothing will stop it from jumping from 415 to 422. And then when it gets to there from 422 to 428, it might belabor a little, but then nothing will stop it when it gets to 428. It'll jump right past here to 434, 435. Now you watch and see if I'm right. Watch and see. Watch and see if I'm right or not. Never been jack crap over here for selling, and they've got every damn candlestick at the equal amount. All they could hold at 408 was 2,349,000. At 2,371,000 at 409. 2,467,000 at 410. 2,433,000 at 410, folks. And look at them throw in a 40901 out of desperation. Boy, you know they're getting in trouble when they start throwing in the little frenzies, percentages and fractions of pennies, folks. They're getting desperate there. Desperation setting in, 40901. 40901. RXT, ladies and gentlemen. I bought it this morning at $366 a share. And then I just bought some more when it got down to 406, which happens to be where they're trying to hold it now, 406 for some reason. You got a lot of sellers over here trying to sell 406 and a half. Oh, man, it jumps to 407 now. Now 408. Yep, 407.99. And off we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the wild, great wonder. 408 now. Here we go. 410. Let's see that 410 now. Yep. They use cell phone U.S. Army home facilities. Hello. Accumulation in the pop. Yep. 407, 408, 407, 408, 407, 408, 406. Here comes the cell phone farm selling. There's the cell phone attack at 406. Cell phone farms now 406 and a half. They're selling, folks, thousands of shares, and then it jumps to 408. See that? And then the cell phone farms come in and try then to sell 408. And they buying thousands of shares at 408, 1,100, 1,500, another 1,000 there at 408, thousands at 408. The dumpers try to dump 407 and a half. More thousands at 408 being bought. More at 407. Look at that. One share trying to sell 407.01. One share. 408 and a halves are being consumed like crazy. 409s now. Thank you. Thank you. 410. There you go. I told you that 410 was coming. And they're going to ride it right up to 425, folks. There's no sense in trying to stop it here now. They know that. When it broke 410, they're like, shit, it's going to 425. Let's just buy long now, and we'll run it up to 425 with them, and we'll make 10 cents on it. So ding dong, the shorts went long right there. Where are all the shares at 402, for my gosh sakes? Why are they dumping 409s now? Where are the 402s? And this stock is I'm on is RXT. Where did the 402s go to? Where'd the 402s go? Look at all those cell farm cells at 408. All the cell farm cells at 408. Right back up. And by the way, look at all the buyers coming in. 500, 1,000, 500, 2,000, 500, 3,000, 500. All buying 408. 407.07, 1,000. Goodness gracious. Wow. Looking at RXT. Now I want to look at it on the chart. I'm also looking here at PN. I want to get on the 1-day chart. I'm going to get back off of this here so I can use my indicator. And we want to look now at, let's see, RXT chart. Ah, nice. Beautiful short eating porpoise here at 1 o'clock. Gorgeous, coming right off of the 200 day. Nice little run down at the lunchtime low underneath the 200 where they bought it up, ladies and gentlemen, where they bought and bought it up. They bought it up, folks, up 77% now. And in a matter of fact, it's up 7777. The percentage they just had it at, just so you're aware, was 7777. 7777. And now look at it. Oh, 7777. And notice the amount that it's up, 177. It's up 177, folks, at 7777. Up 177. How do you like that? 1777777. 177 7777. How do you like that? I'm just pointing it out. You can do whatever you want with this data that I provide. In other words, I provide and you decide. Yes, I'm watching a bunch of other stocks today. These are all the stocks that people have called out today that we've been looking at, and I'll show them to you here now. IRWD, One Love, NVDA. I had Meininger. He asked me, did I think that we would see NVDA hit 211? And I said, yes, I do. I see that in our near future. So he did. He made a play on that based on my assessment. And let's see where NVDA is now. It is at 212. And it actually hit 214. So Meininger, congratulations. Yes, I was correct. We were going to see, it did see 211 today. It was at 208 when he asked me about it. And he said, do you think that we could see 211? And I said, I sure do. I looked at the charts and I said, yes, I do believe it will do that. Now we're going to look at GLE. Not ready to get in here. Up 76%. Looks like it might take some sell off this afternoon. So be careful if you have GLE. You might want to take a consideration to move away from this because that 50's fallen, and that 200 day is, well, I just would be cautious with it here at 62 cents, 63 cents. Be careful with it. GLE, it was at 77 cents this morning, so you should have known to sell there. 77's on my sell sheet. You got to sell that number. That's all I could have told you about that this morning. Sell the 77. All right, GLE. Next, we're looking at one called out by Mr. Mexi Brown and Joey B. OSG. OSG. Oh, there we go. OSG, folks. That looks like it's leaving the station now. And look at the buyers coming in on this, folks. Now, there's a sell effort against it, too. You can definitely see someone's trying to dump right here to stop this. But, wow, OSG. That is a strong, bullish-looking chart right there. Someone did just try to sell against it, though, for sure. But congratulations to you, Mr. Mexi Brown and Joey B. Mr. Mexi Brown and Joey B both called this out. And it's definitely been, oh my gosh, look at the manipulation on this thing. Goodness gracious. Opening price. Opened it up today out of the gate at $5.35 a share in that range. And from $5.35, it went up to $5.66, then down to $5.44, 22-cent down off the 566 where you should have sold. Buy back the 544. Sell the 576 where you should have sold. Buy back the 566 again where you should have bought. Then it went right up here to 599, and you have to know to sell that there, folks. OSG. You've got to know to sell 590 time. The first time towards $6, they're going to stop it. They're not going to let it steamroll over $6, folks. That's not how it works. So you know to sell that 599 right there. Wow, you got to sell that. Sell that 599 and $6. Then you buy it back all the way down as low as what was it? 555, folks. Wow. 45-cent drop if you sold that 599 where you should have. And now it's going back up, and the price is sitting at 583 a share. Bid 585 ask. And could it go back up to 599? It sure could, but they're not going to want to let it go over 6, so it's going to make a 15-cent move, and then they're going to try like heck to hold this thing under $6, people. I promise you. As a matter of fact, that's why they drove it down to 544 at lunchtime, because they want to hold this under $6. And they could not hold it under 550, and they couldn't hold it at 575, so they've gone in long now from 575, and they're going to ride it up to 599, folks. And then they're going to sell it short again. They're going to stop it at 599. That's my call on this stock, OSG. OSG. I wish I would have bought this on the low today because it looks good to me. It looks real good to me. I'm still up nicely on RXT today, so I want to thank you for that call out on that one. Now I want to look at CLRB. And it doesn't look like it's going to do anything here, but this has been a repeated low for sure. And I see the first low was achieved right here. So looking back across here on this stock right here, this low is certainly a defined low today. There's no doubt about it. This is a very defined low right there. Very defined. And the stock I'm talking about is CLRB. CLRB. And this price right here, where this is here, is 324 a share. Okay. Now, 324 a share has been well visited today once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 freaking times, folks. All right. 524, 7 times. Now, here's what I want to ask you to ask yourselves. How far did it fall below this price? That far. How far was it above? Way up here. How far did it fall below this price? That far. How far was it above? Way up here. How far did it fall below this price? Yet how far was it above? Here, how far was it below this price? But how far was it above? And this afternoon at lunch, how far was it below this price? But how high could it possibly go? All right. Well, I'm just telling you, ladies and gentlemen, when I talk about the thumbnail I put up the other day, trading in trenches, this is how you trade in a trench. This is trading in a trench, folks. You buy this low, you sell this high, you buy this low, you sell this high, you buy this low, you sell this high, you buy this low, and you freaking sell this high. All right. And you're buying 324 and you're selling 347 over and over and over. 25-cent moves all day long. 25 cent, 50, 75, a dollar, another 25, 50, 75, $2. Now you've had a $2 move on this stock by trading in the trenches on it. And I'm telling you right here, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very defined, this number here is a defined low as well. And I'm going to show it to you here, this one right now. I'm going to make sure you see it. There it is. So this line right here has almost been achieved as many as this one, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. 8 times. Well, look at this number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 times on this line, people. 14 times for a low from this line. And again, look how far it's been below this line and below this line, but look how high it's been above it. This is the kind of thing you can learn from, folks. On this channel, you can learn. Learn to look for these patterns like this with an achieved steady line and notice how far it's gone below and how high above. Okay? This line here, how far has it gone below, but how high has it gone above? How far has it gone below, but how high has it gone above? How far did it go below, but how high above? Below, how high above? How far below, but how high above? I'm showing you, folks, so you can learn something. And even from this line, how far from this line where it is now, how far has it gone down typically and then gone back up? The most it's dropped was from 330 down to 313. The most it's dropped is 17 cents from this line. But from this line here, which is 330, it's gone to 340. So it's gone up 10 cents, then 10 down, then 10 up, then 10 down. So that's 10, 20, 30, 40 cents. And then again, from this line, look how high it's gone. Back down to this line. Look how high it's gone. Back down to this line. Look how high it's gone. Look how high it's gone. Back down to this line. Look how high it's gone. Down to this line. How high has it gone? Down to this line. How high has it gone? So this is what I'm pointing out to you, folks. You can make a lot of money here if you just keep selling here. Keep selling here. All right? Keep buying here. Keep selling up here. If that's what they're going to do with it over and over and over, you might as well take advantage of it. Am I correct? Yeah, of course I am. I'm just showing it to you. I provide, you decide. The stock is CLRB. CLRB. I see they're trying to take RXT down even further now. I'm still up green on it. CLRB. Got buyers coming in on it right here now. Right now. All three of these last three candlesticks, more buyers than sellers. Not a lot of volume on it, though. I know, I'll admit that. Not a huge amount of volume. But the bid is 330 and the ask is 335. All right. Just thought I'd take a quick look over here at SoFi. Just hit its low of 1591. 137,000 shares at 1591. All right. Now I'm going to look at BKSY. BKSY. Okay, they beaten that down today. BKSY. Yep. Take it right down, baby. And that might be a good place to pick some up right there. The last night the stock was $41.98 last night. Today, $31.18 bid right now. Let's go look at the stocks that were called out today. First one is IRWD. It is certainly at its bottom right now, maybe. That was called out by One Love. One Love, I hope you're not holding that, IRWD. Next, we want to look at GLE. I believe they did a decision to get together and run their price down because they decided to go private. They're going to get together and vote on a private issuance, I think. That slaughtered the stock price down this morning. I'm not sure if that was GLE or not, but one of them did. I thought it was GLE. Announced enter into a non-binding strategic memorandum understanding with to develop a. That was this morning. Trading higher after the company announced entry into a non-binding strategic memorandum of understanding with Angelica X to develop a fully integrated space to AI digital infrastructure platform. That was not GLE that did that. Ridiggity, DGXX is rising. Thank you. Good. Boy, it sure needs to, because you called that one out yesterday, and I decided to come in a little bit on that. I did not buy too much of it, but I'm down on it today. I know. DGXX. Let's see how much I'm down. DGXX. Yeah, I'm down to $18. No big deal. $18. Whoop-de-doo. And as you can see, I only bought 50 shares. It looks to me there's been a lot of accumulation today from 602 down to 570. So a 30-cent range they've been trading DGXX in. I showed this to my friend last night, DGXX. And right now you can clearly see all oversold through this range, so it's not going to stay here. In my opinion, it's no way it's going to stay at that price right there. No way they're going to keep it here. All completely oversold, completely oversold. And this is all sold to the dark, all dark, all dark, all dark. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers. So when it gets to this price, it's even going to go beyond this faster. Because down here, right here, folks, there were more buyers wanting to buy here than sellers. Right here through these numbers, if it gets to 588, folks, there were more buyers than sellers at all these numbers here. So let's see it get to 588, and then we're really going to see it take off. And the stock is DGXX. And I don't believe there's any way it's going to stay down here. And to be honest, I have no idea why they're not showing the 1,000,002 there that they got. They should have been proud of that 1,025,000. Why they're not showing that 1,025,000 there, but they're showing the 916 here. They don't show the 500 2-week. They don't show the 431 2-week. And we're over 450, 554. Here we go. And I called it, folks. They're already oversold here. We're over 585. Now we're going to jump 586, go to 587, and right over that too. Totally oversold there. DGXX. All this is oversold. Everything here is oversold. Now, will they try to get this candlestick to be the same as this? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They will. DGXX. They want this candlestick the same as this one. So they're going to build on this one. But then when it gets here, it's going to run over. Then it's going to here. And they're going to try to get this equal that. And when it gets there, then it goes to here and it runs over that. And they try to get this candlestick to equal that one. You're going to watch it, folks. Watch what I'm saying to come true here. Here it goes. And they're going to go right over this 583 because they've already sold. They've already sold all that. Now we're at 584. Here we come. Now we're going to go to 585 and we're going to go over that because that's oversold. There it is. I'm calling it out as it happens in front of your eyes. Now we're over that. We're going to go over 585 where they've already sold 704,000. Watch it rise, folks. Watch it keep going. And I believe it's going to go right over all these numbers all the way up here. Man, they couldn't even get a reasonable number to show at one of their favorite numbers, 582, folks. They couldn't get a respectable number to show at their favorite, one of their favorite accumulative numbers, 582. They could only get how many? 441,000. And now they've already maxed out 583. So we jump over that now and we're headed for 584, 585, 586. And watch it rise, folks. Watch it rise. Watch it rise. None of these orders are real. There's no 1900 here, and there's no 2400 at 585. Fictitious, folks. I call that spoof selling. Spoof selling, folks, at 585. I called it. It's going to go right over that number. There is no 2000 there. There's no 2000. Spoofing it. Now they're going to run it up to here. Watch it. Ha ha ha. 586, see? No, yeah. And that is going to go right over that too. Once they get their 500,000 there, it's gone from there too. Well, thanks for being here with me, guys, and seeing how this all works. Watch it just rise right up over all this. Watch it go right over all of it. There it goes. Already all oversold, everything through here. And if you don't believe me, look at all the dark on that there. 706,000 shares sold, and all that dark was sold to the bid earlier. That they're out of those shares, man. They don't have any more of that. See? They don't have any more of that. They already sold out of this 709,000. They sold 700,000 to the bid, sold it to the bid. And now the buying on the ask, the little part is what's making it rise beyond it. All this is going to be passed. We're going to run up over all of it, folks, because these are all oversold. Look at that. There she goes. I called it, folks. I told you we'd be up here. We're going to come here to 588. And we're coming to 588 right now, folks, right now. And they got to get 588 to fill out. They're going to try to fill out that out to right here to 600,000 or 500,000. Here they are. How do you like that? How do you like that? And then since they've already got 497, 636, and 504, well, they're going to shoot right over that too now. And we're going to go all the way up to 592. Watch. Watch this thing rise right on up to 592 now. If you think I'm wrong, you watch. You watch it happen. Here it comes. They're filling right here now. And we're going to start this, then that, then there. Here we go. 592 right now. Here it comes. I say that it's here within less than 1 minute. Less than 1 minute to 592 right now. Even though 588 is usually a place where it stops and pulls down, not in this scenario, I don't think. Nope, because they've already run it down from there. See? They've already pulled it down, way down from there. They've already pulled it down from there. There she goes, right over it, just like I said it would. Steamrolled that 588, baby. Now we're at 589. Nothing's going to stop it there or here or here. We're going to this number. We're going to this number now. Here we go. Look at it go. Isn't that fun? Isn't it fun to watch that happen? Yeah, I know you called DGXX out a long time ago and you were bragging about it yesterday. You were saying, hey, man, Catfish, I called this out. You should have got on. And I looked at it and said, hey, I'm okay. I'm still okay with it. Because I know where it's going right now. It's going to go up over this number. It's going to be at 592. There it is, 592. Nice. There's no room left here, folks. There's no room left. Here we are, 592. I called it. Now they're going to fill this out. Then this, then this. Then it jumps over this. 595. It's going to jump right over it, folks. It's going to come over this right now. Oh, boy. Look at that thing go. Nice. Now it leaps over 595, and they try to fill some out here. Then it leaps over these next. Nice. Yep, the shorts are sweating bullets now. All the DC stocks got hit by CORZ, bad earnings. Well, listen, folks, nothing's going to stop it here now. They've already got 554. Down here, 504. Down here, 610, 507. It went past that. Now it goes over this one. There it goes. There it goes. See? See how easy that was? Now we're going to shoot past these. They may get a few more at each one of these, but then it's going to jump over these. There's never been any shares. And by the way, see the light area versus the dark? Right here, they've already had more buyers than sellers at that number. They've already had more buyers than sellers there. Here, they've had more buyers than sellers. Here, there's already been more desire to buy than sellers, so it's going to go over all these. Here, well, they've already reached max limit, 570, folks, so it's going to go over those. Just watch. Watch with your own two eyes. Watch and see. Chart, DGXX. Look at that thing go, folks. DGXX. Look at that thing go. Well, what's going to stop it there? Nothing. It's never stopped there before. It's never stopped here. Right here, it did stop twice on the bottom right there. Right there. Right there. But it breaks over that, and there she goes right on up to this point. There should be a resistance line here too, but it's over that now. It's over that. It just broke over that. Should be resistance right there though, but it broke over it. DGXX. And look at it, folks. There's no way to stop this here. I don't believe any way to stop this. Nope. 598. And again, I already point out to you at this number, there have been more anxious buyers than to sell there. There already has been today. It's been proven. There's more buyers here than sellers at that number, 598. There were more buyers here than sellers at $6. They've already proven that. Here, there were more sellers than buyers at 601. Right here, there was a lot of sellers at 6 out of this 570,000. Probably 500,000 were sold to the bidders there. So I doubt there's many more shares available there. I doubt it, folks. I seriously doubt it. With all those shares that they dumped out there, and they dumped out that many right there, it's going to go over it, folks. Over it, over it, over it. And then it's going to surpass this and this. And then what's going to stop it up here? What's going to stop it? There it goes, right up over 599 and 6 right now. It's going to go over those. Oh, look at this spoof selling. Spoof selling. Oh, sure, there's 40,000. Oh, where did that 20,000 just go? There's only 500 and 300. This is spoofing, folks. Spoofing, you just saw 40,000. Now look at, where is it? Where is it? Where are the numbers? They're gone. It's called spoofing, people. It's called spoofing. Flat out, it's spoofing. It's spoofing. That is a spoof. That is a freaking spoof. I'm telling you, you watch it disappear when there's only 600 and 1,400. Watch the whole number disappear. It's supposed to be illegal, folks. This is supposed to be illegal. Look at them dumping a spoof order there at 22,000, spoofing that, folks. You'll be able to tell it's a spoof because there's only 1,700 that want to buy. Watch it disappear. Watch it. There it goes. There it goes. I told you. I told you. All a spoof. And now we've only got this many shares here at $6. And it's going to go right over that, folks, as it should. As it should. Did you see that? Man, I'm glad you guys are here to learn about spoofing and how that works. There was only 600 shares here and 600 here. Where did the 25,000 share spoof order go at 598? See, they're getting desperate now. Shorts are, like he said, they're sweating now. They're sweating now, baby. Oh, my. Throwing out spoof order sells even. And there's no reason it should stop here at 608. No way. Nope. Down here, the most they could get any number of was 916, 687, 714, 610, 643. It isn't going to stay here, folks. It isn't going to stay here at this price. It can't. Not for another 2 hours and 20 minutes. No way does it stay here, folks, in my opinion. No way. And now it's over 6. And it should be. There should be no way to hold it here. There it goes, 602. And now it's going to jump over this. It's going to jump over 603. And watch out then. Because then, by gosh, you might see the shorts go long. There it is, 603. And isn't it nice how I've been calling this out for the last 30 minutes, what was going to happen, exactly how it was going to take place? I told you every single thing that was going to happen, how it was going to go over all these numbers. I told you it would. And look at that son of a gun. And as I've said, there's no way they're going to hold it here. Well, they're not going to hold it here either, folks. It isn't going to happen, most likely. No way. No freaking way, people. And not in my book. Not in my book. Not in my book of histories. Look at that. Oh, man. And you got 4,600 that want to buy, and you've only got 1,300 that want to sell here. 4,700 that want to buy, and you've only got this few shares here. There's no way this is going to stay here, folks. No. Good luck, shorts. 4,000 want to buy, and only 1,300 want to sell here. There it goes, right on over. There it goes, right now. Say goodbye. Say goodbye to all this. Wave to the rear view mirror at $6 a share. And say, welcome, 625, which is coming our way now. 625. And there's never been any shares for sale through this region. There's never been any shares for sale through here. The most they could muster here was 352,000 at 610. Oh, she's gone. Adios, amigos. Adios. Hasta la luego. Arrivederci. There is no way this price is going to stay below these mine. There is no way this is going to happen. Not happening in my lifetime. 658. Are you kidding me? Down here, they can only get 564 and 487. They can only get 507, 643, 504. What makes you think it would stay here now? Anything at all make you think it would stay there? And here you've only got freaking a total of about 2,000 shares, and here you've got 3,300 that want to buy here. Hasta la luego. Arrivederci. Watch it rise, folks, right on up. And this is the stock DGXX. DGXX. Riding right over all this now, and this as well, and then on beyond. Here it goes. Look at it rising. Oh my gosh, 4,000 trying to buy here, only 2,000 for sale. 4,000 trying to buy, only 2,000 available for sale. Jeez. 658, that's it. It's done. 585, it's over. There it goes. And now 471, 472. Watch it, folks. Watch it break over that now. There's nothing going to stop the doors here. They're not going to shut it down. It isn't going to happen. No way, baby. They've already broke the 6 barrier and it's completely crushed. Now we're going to crush this one right here, 603. Watch it fall, just like the rest all below have fallen because they were all maxed out at that number, 500, 559, 610, 630, 643, 507. Folks, I'm telling you, when we get to 5 here, it's done. If it even gets there to 5 there, if it even gets there, it's done. It's done. 3,300 want to buy. There's only 1,800 available for sale here. Coming over this number next, 603. Nothing's going to stop it, folks. There it goes over 602 now. Now it's going to break 603. They got to try to get 500,000 there, but that'll all be they get there. Again, I mentioned to you, they're raising these sell orders. They're moving them up, folks. They're moving them up. They're raising them up. 3,000 want to buy 601. 400 want to sell it. And folks, there's big orders down here. You got 300 here, 3,700. So there's 4,000 trying to buy, 4,100, 4,200, and 4,000. You got 8,200 trying to buy this. 8,200 trying to buy it. In the sell side, you got 1,800. You got 5,000. And I don't even believe that's a real number. I believe that's spoofing too at 611. I think that's spoofing. Spoofers. Spoofer, super spoofer at 611, folks. Well, I already told you I told you there was no way it was gonna stop here, and it isn't. And there's no way it's gonna stop here either. Not for an hour and 15 minutes, 2 hours and 15 minutes more. It isn't, no way. It just can't happen, folks. That's not realism. Okay, you've got too much interest in buying this here, and too many people interested in paying 6 or 601 for the stock. And now they're going to be willing to pay 602 and 603 because that's where it's going to go, because they haven't had any shares here to sell earlier today. If they were proud of that number, they'd be showing it, believe you me. They're not proud of any of these numbers, and that's why they don't show them. They're not proud that they couldn't hold 40, 96, 97, 98, and 99. That's why they're not showing them. That's a weakness. It shows their weakness. And here, this shows their weakness because they sure couldn't hold $6. This here, they're going to go what 6 million there. What? So what? They can only get 660 here. Nope, she's done. Now we're going for 6 here. 599,000. They finally showed it at 601. They figured they had some respect there. 599 at 601, and they finally lit it up. So here we got to get 600 here too. Before you light that up, we got to get 600 there now. All right, go ahead, get your 600. I understand the importance. I know what it's all about. You got a $6, you got to get 600. You got 601, you got to get 601. You get to 602, you got to pick up 602 there. I get it. I get it. I get it. Show that power. 602. Here we go. Let's build it out here to 602. Price 602. Let's build it out right to here. Got to get that number, folks. Got to hit that number. Got to get that quota. 606, 660, 606. Come on now. 383. That's pitiful. What is that? Uh-oh, folks. And we're already at 603. We're already here. There they go. They're filling 480 now, and here it goes. Watch the light area. If this light area keeps growing, you know they're in trouble. That means they're buying on the ask if we start seeing this light area lighting up anymore, if the light area gets bigger. Put your cursor right there and watch that light area. Then you'll know whether they had any more shares to sell here on the bid or not. Looking down here now, they've only got 387, 970. And by the way, just so you know, Rudiggity, I know you've been calling this DGXX out for a while, but I am only down $7 on it. So I'm not worried about how far they drove it down today. I'm glad actually because they gave me a chance to buy some lower shares. And I'm glad. There's 603. There she goes. 603. Watch the light area. If it's getting bigger, you know the shorts are totally screwed. Put your cursor right there and watch that. Yes, the light area is getting bigger. Watch it. Oh my goodness, it's over. It just broke over, folks. We're at 604, and there ain't been jack crap there, folks. There she goes, folks, and she's going to run now. She's going to run. She's going to run, folks. They've never had any shares in this range for sale. Oh, yeah. Cut it loose, man. Turn me loose. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Rudy, should I buy in at this price or is it too late? They're waiting to get filled at $6 before the run up. Yep. Oh, they got the 6 already. They're at 603. They filled that $6 to 660. They're completely overloaded there. They're overloaded at all this. This is overloaded here at 603 too. It's going right on up, man, my friend Rudiggity. It's going to keep climbing. This is the stock we're talking about, folks. DGXX. And listen, this line right here was resistance to the drop, resistance to the climb, resistance to the climb. And if it breaks that line, it's going to go to at least this line here. I should put another line there. Right there, right here, right there. All right. Breaks over this line, it's going to here. Right there where they had that little hitch right there. That little hitch right there. Breaks over this line, it's going to jump all the way up through here, possibly to right here. And there really shouldn't even be a line here. You can forget that. I only put a line there because of that stab right there. But that line really should just be moved all the way up to right here. This line here. So I'm going to move it. This line here, it should be moved all the way up to there. Right there. All right. We break this line, then we break this line, then we jump from this line all the way up to there. All right. You know, interestingly enough, these points of resistance, there should have been one here and there wasn't. There definitely should have been resistance there at that line, and there really wasn't any resistance there. There should have definitely been resistance right here, there, both there and there, and there, and there. It should have been resistance there, folks. And as a matter of fact, the 50-day is crossing that line of resistance now. Nice. Triple upside crossover on this chart right now, folks. Oh my gosh, 607, 608. Ha ha ha. Well, listen, and everybody listen here. They've already oversold all this. Every single bit of this candlestick was sold to the bid. Almost all that was sold to the bid. Sold to the bid all the way to there. Oh my gosh. So they've already thrown out all the shares that they could throw out here. They threw them all out to the bid here already. They threw them out. They threw all those shares they had from 616 all the way down. They just threw them out and threw them out and threw them out. Hey there, I hear a mouse in the house. Awesome. Javier Gonzalez. Thank you, Rudy. Javier Gonzalez. I'm not sure. I have a 467 average, so I'm sort of just riding, but I don't know how high it can go. The company got a $1 billion contract this week, and they're 400 million market cap. Riggedy, they are waiting to get filled at 6 before the running. Look at all the buyers, the volume. The shorts are sweating bullets now. Oh, they should be. They should be sweating. There should be sweating. They should be sweating. We're at 608. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you, we've still got 2 hours left in the day. Look at this. Take a look at all these candlesticks. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know we are now at 609. And there is all this darkness was sold this morning at 609. But this little bitty light area is making it rise. See that? They're buying on the ask here. So you've got all this selling this morning to make it fall and start that fall. No, I did not. No, I don't know. I barely got started this morning in time. Oh my gosh, it's at 610. All right. That was easy. 611. What's going to stop it? I'm about to go green on this. I want to help it out. I want to try to buy here. I want to try to buy 610. I want to try to buy 611. Dang. Look up here, folks. 612. 1,300 at 612. And these cell phone farm people have tried this all day. They tried it in the 310s. They tried it. They've tried it in the 410s on the other one, and the 510s. Here they're trying it at 611. Look at them cell phone jump out there at 611 and a half. Nice. I'm coming up here to 612. They're about to go over my DCA right now. I'm about to go green. And I just got to buy a 612 just then. That's 613. Ho, ho, ho. 3 cents under my DCA. Look where they started it running it down from today. My DCA. They started running it down from my DCA today. That's where they started running it down, was from my DCA. Nice. Well, I am now currently down $2. My profit loss. I'm okay with that, Rude Diggity. When I started looking at this, I was down about $49, and now I'm only down $3.55. So I feel pretty good about this. And I also feel good about the fact that I see no reason why they don't just take it all the way up to 625 now, because they can't hold $6, so they might as well go long up to 625. They might as well. They might as well take this long to 625, because they're not going to hold $6. No freaking way. Nope. And she just went over 611.5. She's at 612 now, 612.5, coming up to 613. I'm not holding a lot of shares of this. There's no doubt. I'm not holding a whole lot of shares. I've only got 60 shares. So I've only got like $400 worth of this, but there's 613. And let's see what else I'm up on today. I'm up on RXT. PN is the only one and I'm actually going to probably end up going green on that one. I was down 470 on that earlier. Now I'm only down $177. PN. PN. Look at that DGXX. Nice. Well, I called it all the way, everyone. I called it all the way. And you know what? I also told you, since it had been herky jerked so much through here, that there was probably going to be a gap there. I told you that. I told you that it was fleeced out through this area, and there was probably going to be a gap when it broke that number. It could go all the way up, and there it goes. And now from here, it could easily go to this number here, easily, because there's a huge gap from here to here right out of the gate this morning. In 2 minutes' time, they ran it from there to there. So now it's going to go back from there to there. And it could do it in 2 minutes' time. That's right. As it falls, it rises. The interesting thing is, I mapped this out to show you a line of resistance should be there, and a line of resistance should be there, and a line of resistance should be there. And every single one of those, there was no resistance. Even here, right here, that was it. See that double ta-ta? That's the only place there was resistance, folks. Right there, the double ta-ta, the bottom of the 5 days, right there. right there. The 5 day stopped once there. The 5 day stopped twice there. The 5 day stopped once there. But it did not even hesitate here when it was flying through there. It went right through that number. And that's when you know that this is a strong stock. When you see that kind of resistance to the drop once and then twice and then resistance to the rise the third time, then the fourth time resistance right there, and then it goes right through it like nothing. And then even the 50 day breaks over that line of resistance. She's gone, folks. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone all the way up to here. Yes, yes, yes. 624. What? I just went green. Yay! Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. How did this happen, Diggity? I was down $49. Wow. Blew right over my dollar cost average. Well, listen, I'm no dumbass. I'm going to sell some here. All right, I know it. I should sell some here. All right, I'm not a dumbass. I know I should sell this. We got to sell 629. We got to sell 630. We got to sell 631 and 633. Don't be stupid, folks. You know these are numbers you should sell. Regardless of where your dollar cost average is, it doesn't matter. You want to sell these numbers here. This thing has made a nice run here now. I'm only selling numbers on my buy sell sheet. That's what I'm doing. Selling numbers on my buy sell sheet. I mean, look where this thing has come from. I was telling you guys, get in here in the 570s, 580s. I told you it was going to rise right back over all that. And Rudiggity, I owe it to you. Thank you for alerting me that this was going on, because I was glad to be able to catch this and show everybody how it was going to happen. And I love that, because it really shows and speaks to my knowledge that I know how things can move. And I called it. I called everything on this. I called it all. And I want to thank you, Rudiggity, for giving me the call out and letting me know that Rudiggity was starting to take off, because then I could show everybody exactly everything that happened as it transpired. And in case you don't know, if you're joining me right now, back this video up about an hour, and you're going to see the price of this stock was down here in the 570s. And I was telling everybody, this thing is going to go beyond all this. I said, I think all this has been oversold. I think once this price now gets achieved, I think we're going to see this thing take off and go back over all these prices where all this heavy selling went on. And I was completely right. I was completely right about it all. And folks, I want you to know something. I don't take pride in that, okay? I'm not proud or boastful about it. I'm just glad that you get to learn from what I can teach you here today. And for those of you that have been here for the last hour, you've certainly learned something, I'm sure. I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've learned something. And if you have, I hope that you'll hit the like button, everybody. And I hope you'll consider that you would, I hope you would definitely consider subscribing to this channel. I ask everyone to help out by subscribing, and it doesn't cost you a dime. Now, if you want to become a Goliath member, like all these other members have here recently for the spreadsheets that I provide, that's another thing. But I just want to thank you all for being here. My Goliath members, they do prosper from their buy-sell sheets that I send them, and I'm sure many of them have prospered very well off the stocks I hold long and off my dividend-paying stocks list. All right, folks, here we go. It's time for me to start to sell. And I'm going to be selling here at 429, 430, 431, and 433. All right, that's where I'm selling. And I'm going to take away these orders right now. And if you have sell orders there, I do not want them there. Please take your sell orders away right this minute. If you have sell orders there with me at 430, remove them. Remove them. Remove the 429. Remove the 430. Remove the 433. When they get there, we'll sell market. We don't want this big group of 43 people having sell orders at the same number. That'll just create a big fat freaking wall. We do not want that, okay? So even though those numbers are on my buy sell sheet to sell 630, 631, don't put them there. Take them off right now. And we're going to sell 637 instead. All right? So here we go. We're at 633 now. That's one of the numbers I wanted. So I just sold 631 and I sold at market. I just sold at market. I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry to get out. I'm just selling 5 shares at a time. There we go. There we go. Just sold 634. Nice, nice, nice. That's not like I said, you can see what happened. And maybe we did have a wall there. And when you took those sale orders away, boof, it ran. It's running up even higher. And ladies and gentlemen, this stock is about to close at or near the high of the day. And that is a very good thing to have happen in case you did not know that. Now I like to sell 638. So if we get there, that's the number on my buy sell sheet. And if you don't know this, these are the numbers on my buy sell sheet. Take a look over here. And this is the numbers that I'm going to be selling. 37, 38, 43, 44, 46, 47, 48, 49, 55, 66, 72, 88, 84, 83, 82. Okay, those are the numbers. Those are the numbers. So right there, 638 is going to be the next number where you want to sell. Sell at market. As soon as it gets to 638, here we're almost there. We're almost there. And you don't get greedy, so I'm going to sell here right now. 637 and 38 are on my buy sell sheet. I just sold 638. Yes. Now I want to buy back here at 729. I want to buy back at 727, 26, 726 and 729. I want to buy back 10 cents lower than I just sold. I want to try to buy back 10 cents lower than I just sold. Now I'm going to sell 643 when it gets up there. Nice, guys. Your buyback should come in here now. All right, here we go. Now we're going to be selling market up here. Usually 638 is a sell number, folks, almost always. But I want to sell 643.44 here in a moment. I'm just waiting. I'm being very patient. Here we come, coming down to the buy. 633 here, 632. I'm looking to buy it 10 cents less than I just sold it for. 641. I want to buy 631, 632. And 13 cents below 641 would be 629. So I expect 13-cent drop. Waiting on it now. And I'm going to lower this to 630. I'm very sure that they're going to hit that number. They're going to come down from 641, 11 cents to 630. And if they don't, then I'm going to be selling 648 instead of the 644. The stock I'm on is DGXX. Down only now 184 on PN. And we were down, I was down 470 on that earlier today. PN. Now only down 184. Wow, look at that DGXX, everybody. Dang, wow. Man. And ladies and gentlemen, if this thing breaks this line, it should go all the way up to this point right here. It's never stopped here before in this range. All right, so if it goes over this line, it should go all the way to there. Now you know why they tried to stop it so hard there, because they knew if it broke over that line, well, actually, it's going to go from there to here. It's going to go from there to here, right there. Boom. And that's where they're sitting right now. And then from that line, they're going to run from here all the way up to right there. Boom. That's where it's going next. It's going to go from there, then all the way up to this number here, right here. And we'll move this one from there up to right there. Right there. All right. Man, DGXX. Look at the little head on this thing. This is a woodpecker, folks. Same as the woodpecker here. Peck, 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 boom. Peck, 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 boom. Trade. Oh, I'm ready, man. I'm ready to buy this. I'm ready to buy this right now in that little cradle of the 10-day. Bring it to me, baby. Come on, get it down here. They're not going to get it, folks. I got to go to 632. Dadgummit, I thought for sure they'd get down 10 cents. I was trying for 630. I'll at least get 632 here. I thought they could pull it down 10 cents, folks. I thought they could for sure. I can't even believe this. Give me that 632, chumps. You got 5. There we go. I knew it. I knew I'd get it. Nice. Thank you. Now let's get this 630 here. They don't care about the 631. They want the 630. I mean, they do like 631, but they want 630, folks. Now I'm going to come in 631. And there she goes. She's right on her next leg now. She's going up. There you go. Nice little pullback to 632, 631. And watch this next leg up now, ladies and gentlemen. DGXX. DGXX, ladies and gentlemen. Watch it go. There she runs, and they're pulling their orders out and raising them to 642 now. Oh, they know it. There's only 1,700 shares available. Down here, you got 3,700 trying to buy. And here, you got more even trying to buy. And there she goes. She's right on up. There's not going to be any more in the 32s. I'm trying for 633 now. And she's rising, folks. DGXX. And she's going to go up to 642 now. Well, at least they let me buy a few shares back there at 632 and 633. And now she's gone. I'm trying to buy 635. Now she's at 638. She's gone, folks. She is out of here. DGXX. And oh my gosh, look at them spoof selling 639. They had 11,000 shares there. They tried to tell you There's 12,000, 11,000 shares there at 639. They tried to spoof sell again. 11,000 shares. I wish you could have seen it. Oh boy. Look at that. They're trying to spoof sell. They had 11,000 shares there. I wish I could have shown you that. I didn't get in on it too quick enough. Holy cow. Spoof, poof, poof. That's desperate, folks. They're in trouble. They're in deep trouble here. They're in deep trouble when they're trying that. And here she goes, right on up, ladies and gentlemen. And the next order I'm going to be selling is 643, folks. I'm out. I'm going to be selling here right now, 643 when it gets there. I don't want to put in orders there to sell there because I think it could go to 647. So I'm going to try 647 now. The reason I decided to take and not worry about 642 or 43 is because they couldn't take it down from the 638 all the way down from 641 to 630. I thought for sure they'd get a 13-cent drop, so that's pretty weak to me. So that's why I raised my sells now up here. Normally I would sell 643. You know that's on my buy-sell sheet. But man, this stock hasn't had any way to hold it here in traction. They're trying to hold it down. I just bought a 637. Thank you for giving me that, whoever did. And now I'm trying to buy a 636 here. Feel pretty solid here. Feels good. Yep, it feels good what we're doing here on this stock, DGXX. Take a look at this chart. DGXX, folks. There it is, right there. And are they trying to sell against it? Yes, they are. And I just filled at 633. Look at them trying to sell against this right here. But look at all those buyers that have been running this up. Look at all that green buying on the ask. Cradle it into the 10-day and off she goes. Cradle it in the 10, off she goes. Cradle it in the 10, off she goes. And you better look at that friggin' 5-day average line. It was here when they cradled. Then it was here when they cradled. Now it's up here where they start the cradle. It's rising, folks. Every one of them higher. Short eating porpoise, short eating porpoise, short eating porpoise. Sellers selling down. There it is. They're trying to sell it. And notice they always come in the waves. Try to sell in a wave, 4 candlesticks. Try to sell in a 3-wave candle, bought more than that. Tried to sell 2 waves here. Tried to sell 1, 2, 3, 4, and everybody was just buying it instead. Tried to sell here and they got success. Here they sold some, but then they come in on the heels of it. Well, I should have sold that 642.43 on my sheet. I should have sold it 643. I thought for sure. Well, at least now they've gotten it down to 627 from the 641. And so that is 13 cents. And now they try to take the price down 2 cents under my dollar cost average. At 223, they try to take the price down to 2 cents below my dollar cost average, people. And earlier, my DCA was at 616. 616. And there they tried just then to get it 2 cents under my dollar cost average for just a moment. For just a fleeting, flighting moment. they tried to buy at my dollar cost average. Well, now you know why I at least sold the 638, 639, 640. I just thought it would go on up over that. I sold 641 as well. And now they're sitting 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Well, here's the buyers coming in on my DCA. Coming in like mad to buy at 625 and a half. 1 penny under my a half a penny under my dollar cost average. Isn't that funny? Oh my gosh, look at that ridiculity. They ran it from 643 to down 2 cents under my DCA. And it's only because I raised my DCA to there from 616. Luckily for you guys, I raised it up to 620s because otherwise they'd be sitting at 615 right now. They'd be sitting at 615. And they're probably going to try to take it there now because they just found out, oh shit, he had it at 616. Well, let's go down to 615 then. Yeah, I was at 616, ladies and gentlemen. My DCA about an hour ago was 616. Look where they are now. They heard me say that, and now they're at 616, folks. Back to 616. Ugh. That's where they're back to, 616. The devil's number, folks. 616. Oh, they know it, people. They know it. 616. That's why they just ran it down from 640 down to 616, folks. They know. They know, Savannah. They're very well aware of it, Savannah. 616. Now it gives them a little bit of a break because when they try to hold 613, if they can't and it slips away, they'll be okay with 616 as well. So they've got that little leeway now. They don't have to jump from 613 all the way to 666. Now they can just go 613 to 616. See what they're doing? 616. 616s, folks. That's the number. 616. Over to my monitor now. Looks like they're still trying to hold PN down a little bit. All right, Rudiggity, let's see this thing get traction at 613 and mosey right on back up. And then they'll stop it at 624. 2 cents under my DCA. There it goes. Now we're at 613, 615. I see it. There she goes. Give me a second here. Oh my gosh. There we go. I wonder how high they're going to take PN in the after hours after they ran it down 35% today, and now it's only down 11%. Just makes me wonder. I'm going to hold on to 200 shares of it. And since I know that this is a lame ass attempt to hold this down here below my dollar cost average at 613 for a minute, I'm going to be coming in here to buy, and I'm going to lower my dollar cost average right now. I'm going to try to buy 611. I want to lower my dollar cost average back down to where I was at 616. So I'm going to try to buy 611 right here now, and I'll try it for 612. And I see the bid is 612. The ask is 613. This is of no surprise to me whatsoever. And I already see there's a lot more interested buyers. I can see this right here now. There are more interested buyers now at this price than there are sellers. At this price of 612, there are more that want to buy than wanted to sell at this stage of the game. I can see that clearly. Okay. I see all the light area. So I know they're buying 612. And surprising to me, and I just picked up a 611 there. And I'm going to drop my dollar cost average even more if I can get a 610. And interesting enough, a lot of shares were just sold at 610 right there. And I don't know why I didn't get that. We've seen this so many times today. We've seen this on the 310s on another stock. PN was at 310, and then it was 410, then it was at 510. PN was at 610. We saw a lot of dumping at 610 on PN. Okay, there we go. That's the end of the 611s. We're back up to 613. If you just bought 610 with me, congratulations. Here we go. 611 now. Let's try to buy 612. Come on. And there she jumps up to 614. So they're running from me already. Running from the Catfish. And I'm not going to get my DCA back down to 616, unfortunately, it looks like. I wish I could have, but I'm just not going to happen. And there they go. It's launching, folks. It's on out of here. And you can bet your butt I expect them to throw out one more desperate attempt at 610, maybe. And if they do, I'll be buying all those shares if they try that again. Now we're at 617 and a half. Oh, I definitely expect to still see the 610s come out of the closet here. Back up to 617 now, over my dollar cost average of earlier today. And look at him trying to hold 616. Well, I'll buy there. I'll buy there. This is DGXX. And as you can see already at this number, there are a lot more buyers than there are sellers at this number, 616. See that? Look at how many bought there compared to how many wanted to sell there. Buyers galore there at 616. Buyers galore at 616 versus the sellers there at that number. There's no way they're going to hold it under there. I'll come up and buy it again. I'm going to join all these buyers here versus the minuscule sellers at that number. I'm buying with them, folks. And this stock may end up at the high of the day. It might end up at the high of the day. We got an hour and a half left. And it could easily go up to the high of the day and close at the high of the day. That's what I suspect because, jeez, every single share from $6.23 up from there was all bought on the ask. All of them. Not a single dark bit of those candlesticks. Not one. Every single one of those bought on the ask, folks. All of it. Every one of those shares you see sold from there to there were bought on the ask. There was a lot of confidence in this stock from 624 all the way up to 642, folks. A lot. And down here now, a lot more buying on the ask than selling on the bid right here at 616. There she goes. She's gone, and she's not going to see 616 again. Put your order in there if you want, like me. Get the last 616 that they may ever see. Lots of buying at 617. And now I'm glad because I've gotten my dollar cost average down to 622. And please be aware, folks, at this price, 616. Listen, folks, there has already been an attempt to dump out shares there, but look how many were bought versus how many sold at that number, 616. 80% of the candlestick was bought on the ask at that price, 616. 80% of that candlestick was bought on the ask price at 616. There's no way they're going to hold it under that. Here at 615, look at this. Do you see a bunch of dark here coming in, selling? The dark area selling at 615? No, you don't. You don't see it. At 615, the dark area is not getting bigger. At 615, the light area is getting bigger. That means they're buying on the ask. DGXX. You can look down here and see it. Look at the buying there on the ask. DGXX. Short eating porpoise right there, baby. Short eating porpoise with a raising 200, raising 45, raising 50. Down 1.44% today. Oh my gosh, folks. Look at that where we were talking about it first. Ridiggity told me when it got right here, he said, watch out. He said, take a look at your DGXX. Well, listen, folks. There's never been any holding this price at this price. Never, ever, ever have they held it here. It's never stayed here, folks. It's never stayed there. I'm here to tell you again, it's not going to stay there now. Look right here where this thing came up and stopped right there and dropped. Look right here where it came up here and stopped the 5-day and dropped. That's why they just dropped it to that line just then. Because of over here, they knew there was a point of resistance this morning when they tried to run it down. It stopped right there. When it dropped to there. When it came up, it hit there. They stopped it there and it dropped. And they knew that, so they took it down to that number just now. They just took it down to that number just now. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. They know there's a gap between here and here. They know that. They know it. So after it ran up there again to there, there's a gap here. So they easily could make it fall. They knew that. They knew it. And the first time they established this low while the 200 was here. Now they're trying to establish a higher low, and the 200 has gone from here up to there. I'm just showing you guys you can do whatever you want with this information. It's your decision. I provide, you decide. And the thing is, I called all this out. I told you all this area had been completely oversold earlier today, and it was going to break right through it now, and it did. I told you all. You guys know if you go back an hour and a half ago, when the price was down here and it started rising, I showed you this area was fleeced out already this morning. It's going to run right past it back to here. And this area was fleeced out as well. There's nothing but space here. So what do? They run it right back past it, just like I said they would. Then they get the price up to right here. And I told everyone, holy crap, if it goes over this number where they stop the 5-day once here and twice, wow, if it goes over that, it's going to go all the way to here, I told you guys. But they stopped it there at that line because it was going to go to there, and they knew it. They knew it, man. They knew there was nothing but space there. They knew it. So from right there, that's the line to attack and pull it down to here where they knew there was no resistance before. So there should be little in that range now. And now there should be no resistance to the rise again. They've already fleeced this out, folks. They fleeced it out over here. And now they've fleeced it out again. And now it's going to bounce and run off this rising 200 and rising 50 and 45. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks, because I see the first low was there and the second one was freaking there. And you can just watch it with your own two eyes, ladies and gentlemen, and you can see whether I know what I'm talking about or not. Watch this 5-day average make a move now, right up now, right now. And look how many times they barcoded down below that red, barcoded below the red, broke it below the red. Hey, did it just break below the red? Huh? Did that just break below the red? No, it did not. And is this green flat top? Yes, it is. Is this candlestick starting here and going to be here? Yes, it will be. Yes, it will. Watch it. Are the buyers coming in? Yes, they are. They are. See that? More buyers than sellers. Wimpy ass sell effort again, and I don't even see him reaching the dang red line now. Over here, they punched a hole in the red line, punched a hole, punched it, punched it, punched it again, punched a hole in it, and here, where's that wick down here below? Come on, shorty. What is that? No, oh gosh. That's horrible. That's horrible. Come on, put a wick on this and punch it one more time. Show some balls, guys. Come on, that's weak. Over here, man, you've been able to punch it once, punch it twice, punch it three, punch it four. Here we are sitting here now. There you go. I showed you. Show some cojones. Now you got some respect. Now you're showing a little bit of your magic. Oh no, don't let it come all the way back up here in flat top now. That must have just been a minuscule sell you did. Oh shit. And everybody came in and bought everything they tried to sell there. See that? They tried to dump it and everybody bought it all. They tried to dump it there and people came in and started buying it. Said, thank you. I'll take it there. Thank you. I'll buy it at the 606. 606. 606, folks. The love number 606 today. Where my last low order filled was 606. OSG at 605. Thank Cat. Why do I see 613 on DGXX? Well, the bid is 608 and the ask is 609. And let me just tell you, that sucks for the shorts, okay? I can promise you, when they have a bid of 608 and the ask is 609, that flat out freaking sucks, okay? Especially when earlier the price was all the way down to what? What was it? Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate that. Catfish, I just watched the stop being held down 88 for about an hour. BYND, will you look at it for fishy business? Yeah, I sure will. Oh no, it looks very strong, very strong. Yep. And I see that. That is a nice consolidation, convergence. Now let's go over and take a look at this at a longer term chart, 20-day though. Yes, I like it. Yeah, it looks good. And just so you know, these are 1 hour candlesticks, and you've had during the past hour, you've had 75% buyers on that candlestick. And here they're trying to attack it and stop it a little bit, but still you've got as many buyers as sellers right here, equal amounts. I like the look of it. No guarantees, but it sort of looks good right there. Let's look at the 180-day. Oh, nice. So the stock experienced a triple upside crossover 10 days ago, ran like a banshee, take it to the 200, runs like a banshee, take it, can't even get to the 200. That's even more strong. See here? They were able to smash that thing all the way to the 200, broke it through the 50-day, gave people a little head fake right at the 50 and dropped it again, hit the 200 just like they wanted to, perfectly manipulated, run up here, right to the same place the 5-day went before, and you should have known to sell right there on that stock. And then they brought it back down again, hit the freaking 200, just tapped it like with a little tinky, with a tack, folks. They tacked once, tack, and then off the 200 again there. Looks good. This green candlestick needs to lose this wick on the top and go all the way up here. And this needs to get green on it. It's getting longer, though, and I don't like that right there. I don't like that. We need to see this wick get shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. And then this thing needs to go green. Well, one thing's for sure. Market makers love to close the stock out at 88 cents. And I just saw it at 89,910. And now I see it at 89.9. So if they can't get 88, it's going to go back up to 90 cents. And the closing more likely probably be just under $1. I do see 4 days ago the price was $1.15, so you should have known to sell there. 113, 14, 15. Those are sell orders. Right here, you should have known. Right there, that was an absolute, you should have known to sell there, 115. Because if you look over there, that 115 number, take a look at my buy sell sheet, and this is an absolute number to sell. Right here at the top, it always says to sell 11, 12, 13, and 14. And look for the pullback from there. You could get it for as low as the 78, 89, or 93. So 115, and you could have bought it back at 80, 85. See that? You got that 115, and you could have bought it in after hours at 85 cents. And that's why my buy sell sheet says sell right here 11, 12, 13, and 14. And as low as 89, you can buy in 89. But in fact, you got an 85 instead of 89. But that's why I tell you to sell that number, those numbers. Anyway, right now, we need to see this red stopping on it, BYND. And right now, it's kind of overbearing it coming into the close. So, not sure it's going to hold up. Equal buyers and sellers right now over the last 4 hours. And right now, you can see they're selling against it. They're selling heavy against it. They're going to try to get this 5-day to come all the way down to here. And when the 5-day gets to this point, that's when you should buy it, whatever the price is. And I'm going to show you what they're aiming for right now, so you can see what they're going to go for. Over here's what they're going for. Right there. They're trying to get the 5-day to hit that line, because right here, the 5-day stopped there. See that? So they're right now, they're going to try to get that 5-day to come all the way down to that line right now. That's what they're going to try to do. And when they do, that might be a good place to buy it. Because you can see right over here, that 5-day came up to that, and bam, it stopped and dropped all the way back down. So now here's your 5-day, same line. And if they can break it below that, well, it's going to go even lower. If it breaks below that, that 5-day is going to come down to this point. I'm letting you know right now, if it breaks below that, the 5-day is coming to where that line is now. Okay. And that's what they're going to go for. It looks like right now. I'll put another line here so you know where that line is. Okay, Pumpkin, I got to come up and get a kiss goodbye. I am coming up. You guys hang out. Gonna play you one of my songs. Hope you enjoy this song called Goodbye, that I wrote, called Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. And I'll be playing it for you right now as soon as this commercial ends. Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. And it's one of my many songs on YouTube on my playlist. I have 125 songs. This is one of them. Enjoy.
You right from the start, you would break my heart, you tear my world apart. So I stayed away, wore your blue jeans tight, had them ripped just right, whet my appetite. You just love to play, say hard some points, you give me points, love you, and here's what you do. Sit me right up, no, let you broke, keep me a crack. You know not even.
This is PN stock. PN right here. PN stock.
So me, I stayed away. When you look my way, look the other way. Would not give away that I was hot for you. All those other two, right out of the blue. I got pursued by you. Like your body slips apart, like your blood flows in my ears. Just a thing. I didn't have a clue what you were gonna do, what you would put me through. I wanted you. Took me to your place, yeah, I was blown away. I know words to say to you, you made me feel. Your body soft and sweet, you showed me all you were good. I really felt your grip, it all just seemed unreal. I never guessed that I would be like a guy. I don't know why you did try, but I'm so glad you did. I'm glad I visited, I'm glad I stayed, I wish you were out of sight. But my head, I knew that you was just like you know to do. So in the morning, I jumped up and made some coffee and for the cup. I found a pad and wrote. I wrote to you a little note. I left that note there by your bed. And you must do what it said. And we'll be there. So long, around, see your face. So long, farewell. Wait, I know you're so lost, but I got to go away. That you'll break my heart. And I know that's what you do. So I must say goodbye to you. So long, I'll see you later. So long, you can stand down like a so long, got my toes back, feet on turn to the key. She gonna wanna fire, have to wait and see. Lots of times she won't, other times she will. Just in case she don't, I park her on the hill. She's a 63, used to be the blue, but lots of place you can see the rest coming through. Bubbles hanging low, might fall off in the road. And me and my Oviedo, that lines up our load. My wheels got a name, I call the labor. Check on the floorboard from my old lady's ride. Yeah, I'm a Tito free. Yeah, this ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my lady bug. I'm gonna take it for a ride. But there's more I gotta tell you about my Beetle free ways. When I'm riding in my Beetle, I can hear my Beatles play. Riding staring on the ground, jealous submarine. Got my Beatles in my Beetle. If you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm a Beetle free. It ain't no lie. Beatles in my track, baby, by my side. Rocking and rolling, that's what we love to do. Me and my baby on the Beetle cruise. That's what we love to do. Looks like you're gonna have to get over here to the driver's seat. I'm gonna have to push starter. Yeah, looks like I forgot to fall down my heels this time. Sorry, babe. My wheels got a name. I call her Lady Bug. Carpet on the floorboard from my old lady's rug. My sweat's hanging low. My ball up in the road. But me and my old lady bug. Well, that just lights up our love. Yeah, I'm a little freak. This ain't no lie. Jumping in my ladybug to take a for a ride. Rockin' and rollin', that's what we love to do. Beatles in my Beatles on the Beatle road. Come on, Jay, take the wheel off. Take it for a ride. Yeah, I'm a free, and this ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my lady's bug. We're gonna take a for a ride. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling. That's what we love to do. Got my wheels in my Beetle, and we're on a Beetle cruise. Yeah, that's what we love to.
All right, you've been listening to the music of me, Tyler Self, here on my music playlist. I hope you've enjoyed it. We will now stop this commercial nonsense that's happening right now. Hopefully, we'll stop it now. Thank you. And we will turn the volume off over here, and we will then turn this speaker off. Looking at PN stock there, massacred down 25% today, and then now only down 9%. I sort of wonder who is behind that right there, that maneuver this morning on very low volume. PN dropped 35%, Now only down 9%. PN. And somebody wanted in, and they might have wanted in because they saw my charts and my information about how this had the potential soon to break out big time. And somebody just wanted to run it down 35% today for some reason. PN is what I'm talking about now. DGXX. There it is, folks. It's off and running. DGXX. Let it run, baby. Tried to get some more shares there just now at what? 598. Nice effort. And just look at all the buyers that came in as soon as it broke below $6. And they just said, thank you for the steal of a deal. That's what they did, folks. They bought the sack. That's right, they did. Catfish, I just watched the stock being held down. Okay, I did that. Tom Hawk, thank you very much, Tom Hawk. Thank you. Tanya, I did. Okay, very good. 788 million buys, 12.8 thousand sells. OSG 605 could be making its second extension. Let's take a look at it. OSG. And I love what's happening here with DGXX. OSG. I like it. That looks very good, very promising, very strong. Good call out. That's a good call out there. That's a very nice looking short eating porpoise right there. And that's really a crocodile, folks. What you're looking right there is a crocodile. I've shown it to you many times before. And it's got his snout right now. She smells in the water. They know the shorts are shit in their jeans. And they can smell that all in the water. They can smell it for hundreds of yards. They can smell it half a mile, in fact, if they've got a current and the wind blowing their direction. You never know, Shorty, so you better get your ass out of here right now, because I'm telling you, that's a crocky gator right there if I ever saw one. One of the most vicious, meanest crockies I've ever seen. And let me tell you, folks, I know crockies like nobody's business. I've been around them. I've been in their vicinity of them. I've seen them. I've been with them in the live. I've had to save some of their lives at times. Crocodigators, that's right. I used to work at Gatorland Zoo, folks. I know what I'm talking about. I know all about the alligator and the crocodile. I can tell you more than you'll ever forget. That's right, folks. And this is a crocodigator right here. One end of him is crocodile. Down here, if you was to look the other end, it's an alligator. It's got two heads on it, and it's got no way to take a shite. That's why it is in trouble. It can't shite no shorts. It just keeps eating shorts. It can't shite. And it's all mean inside. The crocodile gets all frustrated. Can't shit the short. Well, that's what's going on right here, folks. It's a crocodile on the stock OSJ. Up 43%. Looks like she can make a nice rise from here, but going to try to get her over 608. It'll be a tough nut to crack, I'm telling you now. 608 is the number they're always going to stop a stock at. If she breaks over 608, she's going to go much higher, though. I'm telling you now. This is the number we got to get above right here. I'll point. It's obvious. I'll show you right here. 608, folks. There's your number right there. We got to get above. Boy, crack, if it doesn't get over that number, it's going to have a rough time. But if she does, it's going to climb, most likely. Let's go out here and look at the 20-day now. Oh, my. That gives us quite a different picture, doesn't it now? Look at that 20-day chart, folks. Okay, listen. Here's what I want you to see. And again, I'm going to provide, you can decide. There is a major line of resistance on this stock right here. Okay, should be. Or at least there was recently. All right? So now I want you to see that this 5-day moving average, which went up here and stopped and dropped to this line line has now crossed that number again. I'm calling this out right now. This is the stock OSG. OSG. And just so you're aware of this, the low today on this stock was 530 a share. And at that price, does anybody want to guess how many shares were available on OSG at the lowest price of the day? Does anybody want to guess how many shares were available? When this price dropped to 530 a share today, does anyone want to guess how many shares were sold there? I got Tanya. Well, just so you know about this OSG stock that's up 43% today, at the lowest price, 530 a share, the price is currently at 605. So 75 cents ago, 530 a share, the number of shares available was 192 shares. 192 shares was available at the lowest price of the day. 192 shares. I will try to make that more visible for you. 192 shares. And I'm making that visible because that gives you a perspective that when they got to the low of the day, there was barely $1,000 worth of shares there at 530. Almost anyone on this channel could have bought all those shares. Almost anyone here with me could have bought all those themselves. Am I right? I could have. I could have bought that many. I could have bought that for sure. 192 shares. And then the next level up at 531, how many shares were there? None. See that? 530 only had 192 shares, and 531 had no shares available, and 530 had no shares sold. 533, there was none at 532, none at 531, and only 192 shares were available at 530. None at 531, none at 532, none sold 533. Here we go. 533, 300 shares. That's the first one. 533 for 300 shares. 534, no shares. 535, sorry, only 200 shares at 535. That's all. 536, 3,539. 537, 27,000 and it broke. 540, and there was none, only 3,100 at 539. And 538, one of their favorite numbers, they only got 7,600 there. Now I'm showing you this so you can see how low the volume was that was buying up these bottom feeding shares, how low the volume was. But up here, now take notice, they could get only a maximum of 437 and only a maximum of 300, 261, 251, 324, 338. That's the max load they could handle. Because down here, all of these that were loading these up, they're the poor people like me. I say poor people like me. Poor people like us, folks. That's who's buying down here, man. They don't spend any money till the thing is at the bottom, okay? This is where we start buying, folks, okay? This is where we hang out. This is where we are, the Catfish. Down here's where we're buying when everybody's crying. So here's where this is where, if you're building a building, down here is where all your underground was put down. Here's where they put in the electrical and then the plumbing. And then they got the rebar in there, and then they got the slab, and then up she goes. They start the construction. Up she goes, and up she goes, and up she goes. And all they're doing is building floor after floor. Some of them have more furnishings than others. Some are just pure office space, and some are actually, you know, filled out so you can have furnished. The building keeps building, and the numbers keep getting higher and higher. Down here, though, the max you could get was 437. Right? You see that? The most they could get at that price, 558. It meant a lot to them for some reason. They don't usually care much about that number, but all of a sudden now they're buying there. But they really started at 560. So this is the base right here. And this is a good place to buy shares. 60 is good. 560, 61, those are good places. The goods I like buying there, 60. If they've run it down to that, I like to buy there. If they run it up to, I want to sell that in a hot minute. Telling you right now. Then they come up here and look, they're not getting any more the same levels that they were able to establish down here of 300,000, 324, 338. So this is a sign of weakness right here. A sign of weakness is here. This is where they started to give in. Down here, they sold all these shares to the bidder right there. From there to there, they sold to the bidder. From here, all sold to the bidders. They were throwing out shares. They were just throwing out shares like this. Here, take that, take this. Here, here, here. Take these shares. We don't want them at $3, and we don't want them at $5.64. We don't want them at 563. We don't want them at 562. These worthless shares, take them. And down here, all dark. Everything sold to the bid. Just down here, the same thing going on. And then they got the price down to 530, and there was only at that price level, there was only 192 shares left. 192 shares was all they had there at 530 a share. They ran out of the darkness. They ran out of the darkness to sell. Darkness was then started being overcome by the light. And as the light started to shine, it started to rise the price. And the light got brighter than the darkness level, and it went higher. And the light got higher than the darkness, and it higher. And up here, the light is going higher than the darkness, and it's going higher, folks. OSG. There's no way they're going to hold this. Wow. Well, folks, all I can do is watch and tell you where to get in and out. I don't have enough cash to play this one now. I'm playing other ones that I'm doing fine on. I guess I could sell. Oh, my goodness. PN. I'm only down $95 on PN. And if I was going to buy anything now, it would be PN probably because, wow, 757, folks. Can you believe this stock? $757. It was all the way down to 5 something. I showed you how this one was manipulated this morning in a big way when it happened, right in the middle of it. I showed you how they did it. Look at this. I was trying to buy more shares at 525. I was trying to buy at 525 and they didn't fill. I didn't get 525, folks, but I was trying for it. Because when it got down to the bottom here, 508, man, you got to start trying to buy. And it went back up quickly. There were no shares down here being sold. At 505, they only had 273 shares at 505. This is the same as that other stock. It's identical to the other one. At the very bottom that they ran it down to, they had no shares. They only had 273 at 505. At 506, there were none. 300 shares is all. 507, there were absolutely none. There were none for sale on this PN at 507. None at all 508. Can you believe that, Savannah? No shares were bought at 508. Just they took it to 505 and they had 273 shares. That was it. They had none at all available at 507, none at 508. 509, they had 1,500 shares. None at 510, none at 511, none at 512, none at 513. They had 400 shares. So this is true manipulation, folks, right here. And there was nothing through here. There were no shares at 520, Hardy, just 1,900. None at 521 at all. None at 522. None at 523 at all. None. PN. And that's why I told you guys this is a rundown on very, very low volume, and you might want to buy it. I hope some of you did buy PN. No, I'm not holding SDOT. Why did it go up 90%? Nope, I don't hold a single share of it. No, I sold that yesterday and I moved it over onto QS. Well, I can tell you one thing. I sure do like the looks of this chart right here. This chart here. Sorry. I really do. This is OSG. And the reason I like it the most is because when this thing ran up here, the 5-day stopped there and then pulled to this line. And then it jumped off that and it went over this line of resistance. And now this price is about to go over this. And I like this 5-day has broken this resistance line that was previously established right there. I'm telling you right now, OSG. And look at it on the 180-day chart. Oh, and now you know why that line means so much to him. If it goes from there, it jumps all the way to here. Right there. It'll jump all the way to there, right there. And I've got to get in my other I'm gonna do my price mover thing here. We're gonna go to right there. Right here. That's it. And then it's gonna go to here. Right there. And then it jumps all the way up to friggin' here. The bottom of that blue line. Breaks that, and then it goes all the way to here. Right there. There may be a line of resistance right here as well, for sure. Right there, there's going to be one. Yeah. Right here. There'll be one right there. Right there. Then, oh man, then it just, jeez, whoa. Watch out if this thing ever gets over that. 713 a share, and it's gone. 713 a share. If it ever gets there, it's gone from there, folks. Don't sell anywhere around 713. Well, maybe you want to sell some there at 713 and buy back the 688. But then after that, watch out. Okay? Because then she goes all the way up to there. And just so you know what that price is, I'll share it with you. 833 a share. 833 a share. Okay. So now I've got this all laid out for us. As it goes up, we know when the blue line reaches right there, we should sell some for a pullback. Then when the blue 5-day reaches this line, expect a pullback. Then when the blue 5-day hits here, expect a little pullback. Sell a little there. When the blue gets up to this number, sell a little. No matter where the price is, sell some there. We're just going off the 5-day line, folks, the blue line here, okay? We're only using these 5-day lines to know where our sell points are. And right now, well, this is a line of resistance, a known line of resistance, known line, and it just broke that line. It broke that line. It's a known line of resistance, folks. It's a serious term line of resistance right there, right there. Just look at it. Stop there. Stop there. Stop the rise. Stop the rise. Stop the rise. And look at it. There it is, right there on that line as we speak. With a rising 45 and 50 that just made a 90-degree turn to the upside and this crossing the 200-day moving average. Ladies and gentlemen, I provide, you decide, okay? I do not tell you what to do. I do not make any certainties, but what I like to do is point out these facts, okay? It's what I like to do. I like to show you this. I like you to understand why it's stopping on that line. Why is it stopping there? Well, it stopped there once. It stopped from rising there another time historically. This is why I want you to be concerned about this line. If the 5-day breaks beyond it, where it was known to have stopped in the past, this line doesn't mean anything. I'm just going to remove that. I don't know why I put that there. RXT, oh my God, they beat that up today. Yep. Well, it was the only one I was green on today. It was the only one that I was green on today. I'm probably red on it now. But I have to tell you, I'm very happy about PN coming back up. But it doesn't matter that they come at it here in this afternoon. It doesn't freaking matter at all. This is all that matters. Look at that freaking 5-day and 10-day rising, the 50-day and 45, the 200. Folks, don't you worry about this. RXT is still up 51% today, my friends. And when people are up 90%, they like to take their profit, believe me. RXT, let's go see how much I'm down on it now. This was the one I was on green today. I should have just sold it all. Yep, I'm down 28 bucks on it. Look at all the shares that they've purchased under my dollar cost average, folks. Look at this. Look at this, man. Look at that pair of knockers bought underneath my freaking dollar cost average today, folks. Look at that. Holy smokes. Goodness gracious. Wow. Oh my gosh. Look at that sideways, folks. All at my dollar cost average and below. Look at all the darkness sold here. Look at all the shares sold there. It's still up 53%, but just look at all these shares sold over and over in a circle, short selling, short selling, short selling, short selling, short selling, short selling, short selling. If they're selling them in a circle, people, The same shares repeatedly over and over and over. Let me go see how many shares there are of this stock. Volume's 188 million. 188 million, and shares outstanding. They've got 249 million shares outstanding. The float is only 108 million. Held by institutions, 74%. Shares short of the float, 20% of the float is shorted, folks. Shares short, 21.92% of the float is shorted. That's right. 74% held by institutions. That's strong, people. Their EBITDA was 232.4 million. Wow. Free cash, levered free cash flow, 247 million. I don't think they're going to be doing any public share offerings, I would guess. I would think not. All right. RXT. Wow. Took it just now to the low they could get it, 336. It bounces now, and look over here, and let's see if we got some volume coming in on the buying area here. If we've got the light areas getting bigger or the dark areas. And I'm watching this very closely. I am not seeing the volume. Goodness gracious. Oh, no, they're buying here, folks. They're coming in on this. I'm going to buy 5 at market right here. And I just got a 351. Now I'm going to try to buy 349 because I believe the options players are going to want to try to keep this under 350. So I believe they will try for 349 again for sure. But the options players won't care till Friday. Tomorrow is when they're going to want to try to hold it under 350. They won't really care about it today, I don't believe. And there it goes. It's going off right now. I'm going to buy at market again. And she's pulling out of here, folks. And I just got a 351 right there. And they're trying for 350. There's your 349 again. They're going to try for 349, as I suspected they would, because they do not want this to close. They don't want it to close over 350. The options players are going to work hard to hold this under 350. But for me, this is good to be buying them here because my dollar cost average was around 372. So it's good for me to be able to get these shares here and drop my DCA down to 368, which I just did. There we go, 349. I got it again. I don't have that many shares of this, by the way. I'm only holding 135 shares of this. But this stock was up 90% this morning, folks. Hopefully you sold some up there. Yep, we might even get a 347. Yep. 346. That's nice. Come on down. Come on down here. The lower the better for me at this point because I want to try to lower my DCA. Looks like 346 is going to be it. They're chiseling with one share orders now. Buyers are coming in by the multi thousands though at 346 and a half. So I'm going to come in with them. Over here, I'm seeing some nice volume of 13,000 at 346 and a half, 22,000 at 346.01. Some big numbers there. 5,000 now, 346.99. So I'm comfortable coming in there at 346 to buy more. There's a bunch of unloaded at 346. Here's the cell phone farmers. There they are. Firing away all at once in 1 minute and 3 seconds. Look at that. They're all placed at the same time. 15, 29, 58. 15, 29, 58. 15, 29, 58. In 1 second, folks. All those shares sold in 1 second. In 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. And then it's right back up to 347. But all those shares sold at 346 in 1 second. Up to 347. I like what I'm seeing here, folks. I'm okay with it, RXT here. I like this. I like them trying to fleece everybody out at 330. Do you know how many times I've seen the stock go from fleece out attempt at 330 to running like a freaking banshee till 4? I'm not saying that's what's about to happen here, but I've seen it before, my friends. I've seen it a lot of times. One time about 2 years ago, I was trading a stock. I think it was called G. I think the symbol was GNUS. And one afternoon, and I'd been making good money on it over and over. But one afternoon from 315 until 330, the price fell $1, then $1.20, and I was getting wiped out. Just like I am sort of here today. I'm not wiped out. I'm only down $29 on this one, but still I'm down a little on it. I was up this morning $48 on it, and I thought, wow, RXT, it's really looking great here. And I just bought 5 shares at $3.45. So I'm lowering my dollar cost average, and I now have it at 367. So I'm real tempted here to buy here and see if I can get my dollar cost average to 3. Yes. Nice. I got their favorite number, $3.66 for my dollar cost average. right in the middle of this big pair of tatas. I'm in the cleavage, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the cleavage. Nice. How's everybody feeling out there? Cat DGXX is running. All right. Let's go see how much we're making on that. Thank you for letting me know. Hey, I'm green. I'm green, 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 green. I'm going green, 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 green. Look at him sitting 1 penny under my dollar cost average, though. 1 penny under my dollar cost average, folks. They haven't given a rat's ass to buy there all day long. They've only bought 42,000 shares there compared to 500,000 down here and 700 and 900,000 and 500,000 and 600 and 500 and all these hundreds of thousands down here and down below me where they bought all those. And then they start running it up and they run it up and they stop at 1 cent under my dollar cost average. How do you like that? That's right, folks. They're sitting on right there under my dollar cost average. And all of a sudden, that is the number where they will get 1.5 million shares. I'm kidding. They usually can only keep it there until 3:30, and then it finally breaks loose and it goes way up over my DCA. It just takes off. They can't do it any longer. They can't hold the pressure anymore. They Everybody can't buy at the same price as me. Not all day long. Not until the closing bell. They just can't. The pressure builds and it breaks. You've seen it, folks. If you have seen that before, tell me. If you've seen the price sit, tell me with a heart on the screen. I want to see a heart on from you if you have on the screen from you. If you have seen the price sit under my dollar cost average for half hour, 2 hours, and then finally it just cannot stay anymore and it just breaks away. How many times? Show me some love if you've seen that before. I want to know. Show me some love. Yes, there's plenty of people that have seen that. I've seen it time and time again. ATRA, Gregory, thank you. Yes, it was called out this morning. We were looking at it. It looked fantastic. Look at KEEL, Cat. It's literally the same chart as DGXX. Gotcha, Alexander. Thank you. Rudiggity the goat. All right, see Richard gone green on all of his SIDU buys today. Sell orders good till canceled. 33 higher than cost. Nice. Alan Cohen, you totally called it, Cat. DGXX at 626. Nice. Yes. Nice. And now 624. It's broken away from me, folks. It just broke loose. How high could it go from here? EGEX. Everybody, they were all perplexed. They drop it down. What did they do next? They make it go rock on. How high could she fly from here? How high is not very clear, but DGXX has those shorts shaking in their shoes, and no way to know how much they'll lose. Oh, they'll all be singing the blues and black and blue. Rock on. How high could she fly from here? How high is not really very clear, but sure got shorts shitting in their jeans. Sticking bad, then they won't come clean. Tried everything but good and washing machine. Won't come clean. Rock on. Ah, DGXX. Oh, it's got them all perplexed. They tried to hold it, but it was in the X, and now she's getting run. Having fun. Oh, how high could she fly from here? Oh, oh, that's not really very clear. DGX has sure got shorts shaking in their shoes. Lord, no telling them how much they'll lose. All they'll be singing the blues, black and blue. Oh, 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 oh. All right. We're here to play music and make fun while we make a little money when she's on the run. I'll be doggone what a son of a gun. Watch it run. Oh, ain't it fun? Pardon me, everyone. Every once in a while, we still got to break out that git fiddle. Shorty gonna try to keep it below Catfish tie. You know, watch them all, they get fried. They're all mystified. So they all try to tell a lie. And they drop the price down for a while just to get themselves a big fat freaking smile. Then watch a damn thing run up a mile. Mm. Watch it go. Watch it blow. Mm. Try to hold it under. Try and hold it under me. Well, I don't know if I'd advise that or not. But they're sure gonna try to hold it on me. 1, 2 cent, 3 cent, 4. They wanna get it down there on the floor. You can see how many more they wanna buy here below Catfish tie. Oh, they selling you a lie. They all wanna buy with Catfish tie. Oh yeah. Then they'll watch it fly after they buy below Catfish tie. They all want to be below me. Yes, they do. It's no phony. You can see they're all filling their cup, and they filled it all up right here down here below me for sure. Yeah, they want to get down on the nutsack. That's when the shorts attack. That ain't no slack. They buy the crack of the nutsack. Oh, it's the place they all linger to hear that bell ringer. They want to buy and they'll stay here as long as they can, it's for sure. They will try to obtain as many shares as they can right downstairs from where I am here living. They don't like to say they give in. Watch, folks, watch it go back over me now. Here we go, gonna blow past me here. 342 coming on up over me. They've been trying so hard to hold it at 616. They're trying to hold the close at 616. They think it's fun and there's a bag of tricks. 616, they want to play their game. 616 is a freaking shame. 617, I see it in the cards. Yep. Look over here, folks. The number they're attempting to close the stock. And they know I write them about it. They used to be all proud of holding the 666, but now they know the new number and they want to achieve it. And they're going to make you watch and they think you'll believe it. But I'm here to tell you, folks, what the fuck happened for AGL and ATRA. Weird seeing large caps as top gainers, LOL. Yeah, it's strange. But look also at what I try to point out. And what an effort on their part to close at that number. Unfortunately, I'm seeing 617. Oh, yeah, and we're headed for heaven. If they can't hold that, they're not going to bother with it. They're just going to let it fucking run. It's going to run. It's going to freaking run, folks. They're done with the 616. It's over. Buyers are coming in. 617 now. 5 cents under me, and it won't be long. They'll be sitting right under my DCA at 621. Thumper's coming back in, trying to play their game. It's a loss. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of effort, a waste of money. Even if they hold it here for now, it's going to go right on up in the after hours, my call. Because of the amount of pressure on it here. They haven't been able to. Oh, they throw the KY at 61601. They throw out the KY at 61601. Oh, goodness gracious. There it is. 61601 for 195 shares. Ah, now they're going to try and dump out some Phone Farm 613 shares for a little bit. Phone Farm 613's coming at you on DGXX. Yeah, ripping it hard right now. Got those phones ringing, baby. 611. Well, let me tell you, folks, there's no reason for them to even attempt this. There's no way it's going to $6, and they don't really give a crap about it here at 611 either. They don't, folks. Their number they want is 613, 616, or quite frankly, all they really care about is 625 is what they really care about here, 625. They don't give a rat's butt about anything other than just making a statement at 613, but they really don't care anything about it up to 625. Don't be surprised to see it run right up to that right now. Look at it, 614. Uh-oh. Look out. We got demand. We got demand over 613. And I love seeing them try to dump that number out now. And now we're seeing 614. So adios, amigos. And this a mysterious price is going to close tonight at 621 a share. Yep. 14 minutes away from 621 a share, ladies and gentlemen. And I could be wrong, of course. But what if I wasn't? Well, I tell you what, I sure did call out the DGXX, though, when they had it down in the 570s. I called that out, what was going to happen with it. I told you what was going to happen, and it just went just like that. And I'm going to call it into the close. They're going to try to close it at 613. And then they're probably going to say, no, we're aiming for 608. You're underestimating our ability. We're going to close it at 608. And then I'll laugh and say, well, that's no number to close it because you need to keep it under 6 if you had any real authority and control. Because that's where you don't pay the options. You don't have to pay, and you're not in the money. You got to cover tomorrow. Oh, they're going to have to cover tomorrow. There's going to be covering going on. Because there was probably quite a few that shorted this today. Short sold it. That's why they got it to go down where they have. They've been short selling it all day long. They've been short selling it all day. Now they got to cover. They got to cover. They got 15 minutes to cover. Let's see them start showing their real cards here. And sure, it might not happen, but I think it's going to. And I got to go grab my Mountain Red out of the freezer. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is my wife and I 22nd year anniversary for real. As many of you already know here on this channel, I always say happy anniversary to my wife every single day of the month on the 8th of the month. And I've been doing it for 22 years. And I think there's only 3 times that she has gotten to say happy anniversary to me on the 8th over that 3-year period. I always am the first to remind her and say happy anniversary, honey, on the 8th of every month. And so this tomorrow is going to be our official 22 year. Yeah, foam farming mixed with a little KY. Yes. What happened to RXT, Cat? They ran that sucker down. They took 40% of the profit out of it. It was up 90% when we, and I got over there. I sold some, I think, at the high today. I sold some of it. But you know me, I don't sell out all my shares at once. I sell in increments when it's on those highs. And then, well, look where this price is, folks. I just called this. I called this out. I told you it would happen. There's the price sitting 1 cent under my dollar cost average. And I told you that would be the case. I called it out. I told you it would happen. And what do you know? Lo and behold, there it is. Just like I said, folks, just like I said. Did I call that? Give me a hard on, folks. If I didn't give it, I'm telling you, if I didn't call that, please tell me I didn't call that. I want to see if you know that I did call that. Please, can I get a little respect? Can I get a little respect? I'll show you one. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. That's right. It's true. I told everybody that in a little bit they're going to be sitting right under and they're going to try to close this under my dollar cost average. I absolutely did. Yes. Yep. Don't see it anywhere, set it anywhere near the keyboard. No, I won't. I won't put on the blankets. Yes, I'll put the blankets. You're right. I will. I'll get a rubber pad. I'll put my mouse pad. Oh, I've got the thing. I've got a plastic cover here. I've got my be back in laminated be back in 5 minutes. I've got 2 of them. And I'll just put those right across this. All right. Well, holy smokes. Look at them settling that thing in right under my DCA at 621. then they try to get a 616 close. As I said to you, all right. But no, they're not. They're going to close it at 621 a share. It's going to be sitting 1 share under me, folks. They're going to fight like the Dickens not to let this thing go over my DCA, folks. I promise you, they're going to close this thing at 621. I know they are. I know. I already know it. And like I said, there hasn't been any interest in that price. They've only had 78,000. Down here, you got 700,000, 900,000, 700,000, 509, 653, 716,000, 900,000, 693,000. And at 1 penny below my DCA, you've only got 78,000. But believe you me, that's where they'll sit this thing, and everybody will now want it at my price, a penny below me. And this will suddenly become 500,000 shares at 621 in the next 15 minutes, people. In the next 7 minutes. In the next 7 minutes, watch it happen as I call it out. Here it is, 621 coming at you, where they only have bought 78,000 all day. But suddenly, this is the attractive number that they want to migrate to. Right up under me, right there, below me. You hear me, shorts? Right below me. There it is. Bring it on up there. There you go. There you are. That's nice. 621. Yes. Oh, watch it. You're not below me now. Oh my gosh, you're paying my price. What in the world? And you're going to let me be green? I'm up $1.60. Oh my gosh. Man, you got to fight to make any money these days, people in this market. They're brutal, folks. Look at this number they're trying to close it at, 621. Look at all the shares they just sold there. 620 is the number, baby. 621, I'm telling you. Ah, oh, my goodness gracious, folks. All you can do is laugh about it. That's all you can do. Down here, they want 700, 900,000, 500,000, 600,000, 900,000, 600,000. But now they want 621, where they've only got 83,000 shares. Oh, folks, I call it like it is, man. I do, man. I do. I tell you how it is. I told you what was going to happen with this stock all afternoon. I've called it. I've called it all day. I might as well call the close too, 621. I might as well. You guys know. You guys know. I feel the love from you guys. You saw me tell you what was going to happen with this stock starting 2 hours ago. And anybody who's not a believer of my intelligence level, please go back to 2 hours ago and watch me talk about this stock, DGXX. And listen to me tell you every single thing that unfolded that we saw this afternoon. Every single thing I said happened. I'm not proud of it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just glad that you got to learn from watching this and how it all works. How it all works mathematically, how they do it, how they manipulate stocks down in such rapid fashion under such little volume, like they did with that PN this morning. That thing was manipulated down to 508, and I showed you there were virtually no shares being sold. There was nothing there. There was nothing there. There were lots of gaps, 5-cent gaps where no shares at all were sold. I showed you that though, and that guys and gals, you can learn from that. You can learn from that. So here comes the 621 close tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're on this stock. There's 3 minutes left to get a 621 close. There it comes. Oh no, it just hit 623. Uh-oh. Well, that's a mistake. Oh, I guarantee you, they're going to get a 621 close here. They're not going to let me make 1 freaking cent. They're going to get 621. I promise you. I know they are. I know they are. I know for a fact they are. Oh my goodness, what in the world? You're gonna let me make money? Oh no, that is just absolutely atrocious that you would let that happen. Profit today, 38 cents, folks. As they close the stock out at 621 a share. Do I call it, or did I call this stock all afternoon? I called this stock all afternoon, folks. You listen to me telling you what was going to happen with this stock for the last 2 hours, and you'll become a believer in this channel, and you'll believe in my ability to call it out. And I also called the close 621. I told everybody the stock was going to close at 621 today. I said that 30 minutes ago. I told everyone 30 minutes ago that the stock was going to close out 1 cent below my dollar cost average. That's what I told everyone. And just look at it. Look at it. Isn't that amazing that I can? Isn't that amazing? There's 1 minute left, folks. There's 1 minute left for them to get this close at 621 that they're trying so desperately for. And there'll be others that want to make sure it's 2 cents below me because that's what they like. But I mean, just look at all that selling, all that wanted to buy with me at 620, 621. You just saw hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shares being green there at that number. Wow. And look at them try in the last minute to flush everyone out. And they actually tried to get a 613 close, but that's just because the buyers were going to come in so heavy it was going to jump back to 621, and they knew it. And there it goes, right back up. Oh my gosh, look at it, 619. Here comes 620 and the run to 621. Oh, they closed it. Well, I almost nailed it, folks. And boy, did you see how hard they came at that thing when it hit my dollar cost average, how hard they stopped it at 620. Look at that. That last order, 620. I missed it by a freaking penny. Missed it by a penny. Oh, well. I I was close. I was dang close, folks. Wow. It's oh goodness gracious. How do you like that, folks? Was that not educational right there today? Was that not one of the most educational days of trading in a while? I got over there. He told me Rudiggity woke me up to Rudiggity starting to make a run. I'm glad you told me that, Rudiggity, so that I got to show everyone that whole succession of events, how that all unfolded. And like I said, there's a lot to be learned here on this channel, and I appreciate all of you guys and gals who come here every day and hang out with me and listen to what I have to say and understand why I try to help people. And I never want to see anyone lose any money. That's for sure. I don't want to see anyone lose money, and I don't want to see. That's why I say, hey, start out with paper money, people. Start out with paper money. Don't try to do this with your real money until you got it down, because you can make mistakes even on yourself. Sometimes you think you're buying something and you're not, because you get in a rush. So just let me clean off my screen here from any dust particles and other things. Try to keep my new laptop in good shape. And again, I want to thank each and every one of you for your patronage here on the channel and those that come here every day and make suggestions on stocks that we might consider. And we've definitely had some incredible gains here lately. And it has a lot to do with our all working together to make it happen for sure. So tonight, my wife is working until 9 o'clock. And SOUN earnings coming. Got it. Check out the bid and the ask on PN. Hold on. $730, $770. I saw the 756 ask, but that just jumped up to 770. I saw a 756 ask, and that just jumped to 770. So there's lots of shenanigans going on in the after hours with a bunch of, you know how they do it, folks. You see me. I've shown you guys how they do it with their dumping in, and they just dump as long as they can at a certain number. And you saw this morning when they drove PN down. You saw as it was rising. You saw what their dumps were. They kept trying to dump, and it just kept going back up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And they were still trying to dump. They were dumping with their little cell phone systems, their little phone farms. You know, mass selling in 1 second. In 1 second, they're waiting for a specific point in time where they can be the most effective and throw those orders in, and they'll get it to drop, because I guess they're watching where the people are putting in their bids and stuff, and they're just going, oh well, there's a big gap right now, 7 cents. Let's go ahead and hit that. And so they throw out a bunch at that number, and then they get them all of a sudden. Everybody goes, oh my gosh, now it's dropped 5 cents on the one. Oh, we better sell. We better sell. You know, the way they do stuff. So yeah, I see that. The bid is 730 and the ask is 770 right now. PN. Well, that's just so they don't, it just gets locked up and nothing will get sold in the after hours. Nobody's going to mess with it. They just tie it up that way. But PN was down 35% when I brought it to people's attention and said, hey, and started showing them that it looked to me like this was manipulation to reach that 508 number. It looked, I tried to tell everybody, because again, all I can do is provide, and you have to decide what you want to do with that information. So when it dropped that far, I started looking into it, and I'm like, whoa, I don't see a lot of volume here, and I see a lot of spaces in between these numbers where there should be. I mean, what is this? They didn't even get any at 566. Not a single share bought at 566. When I saw that, you should know. I mean, what does that tell you? When it's going back up and it doesn't stop at 566 or even 588, they only had 200 shares at 588. And I was like, well, hell, it's going to, well, it did. It just went right on up. It just went right on up. So I have today, I'm not going to be having my usual thank you for your time today. I had a modest gain, but only been 3 months trading, as I have some better success. Yep, no problem. Made 120 on VEEE, buying and selling the spread. Nice Jayhawk. Serve, giving dips on serve with nice ER. Okay. Now you have to listen to these earnings reports, because you can see big moves at first when they say, hey, they had good revenues, but when they forward guidance, well, we don't think things are going to be too good. Well, then the thing can just collapse. So you wait till that whole earnings is fleeced out, okay, before, because the early they give out their revenues and their gains and all the good stuff, and then they come in at the end and they say, okay, now here's what we see going forward. And that is what can affect the stock in a big way. Forward guidance, okay? So you need to see positive, projections for forward guidance, or you can get burned that way if you get in on the beginning when you hear about the revenue and it beat the street estimates, and you can get, because they might say, well, but we're going to have some layoffs, or we're thinking about, you don't know what they might throw at you at the end. The good stuff, the sugar's thrown on first before they have to put the lemon juice. Okay. All right. Just so you're aware of that. No, I know what I'm talking about. Thank you for that comment, the savvy travelers, and I really appreciate that very much. That comment is very much appreciated. So I'm seeing orders right now filling in the after hours at 770. There's buy orders filling at 771, and then there's other ones selling at 740 right here. That's what I'm seeing. Now I'm seeing 762 as the sells, and the buys at 746. So they're starting to kind of, compress a little bit, or what we call converge the pricing. But at any rate, man, what a manipulation of PN today. Heavy duty manipulation. But there's something that I'd like to point out to you guys and gals about PN today. And if you'll give me just a minute, I'll show you. But first, I want to get my Mountain Red. If you guys want to have some fun with me here a little bit, I'm going to get out one of my new soda pops, Mountain Red. And you guys can see how to pour the pop in the perfect manner. All right? So, give me just a minute. I want to pour my pop in a frosty cup, a cold mug, right out of the freezer. All right. Here we go. And for those of you that aren't familiar, this is the new Mountain Red that I'll be having today. And you can see it has the red Mountain Red. And I highly suggest you give it a try. The Mountain Red limited edition. Limited edition Mountain Red. And it must be poured in the perfect way. And it has to have the right amount of head on it. Please make sure that you can create, hopefully, a nice head on there, although that didn't really do that well. I'm going for the nickel head there, a nickel thickness. A nickel thickness. Mountain Red. It's called Mountainapolis. That's Mountainapolis, where this is grown. Fermented apple juice. But it has a very low alcohol content. It's nothing like whiskey. It's nothing like it's like a cider. Okay, we'll call it a cider. JB Benek. All right. Oh, man, that is so good. Mountain Red. Does anybody have any request songs they want to hear? Anybody who wants to hear some music? Um, for those of you that might not know about guitars and tuning them, when you're flat, and in other words, you're winding the string tension up to get in tune. If you're flat a little, always wind up to that note and kind of like in pinches, so that you can try to get it to really set at that note. Okay, if you go past it, you then come back down and try to then pinch it up to it and try to get it, because then it will set the string at that note. That's what I'm doing here. Now here's the next one. So I'm going to take this string here and I'm going to try to give it a nice little tweak. See, I sort of snap it. Good. Good. Now, I don't know if you can see what I'm doing or not. That much good. See? Perfect. And next. Now the last one. The last one here. That's what you want to do. Uh, you absolutely never want to take all the tension off of your guitar strings at the same time. Whenever you're changing your strings out, you want to change them out one at a time, and you do not want to loosen your strings all at once. That isn't good for the action on the neck, especially on steel guitars, electric guitars. When you change out the strings, don't take them all off at once. When you do it, you want to change one string at a time and keep that factory neck setting. Keep the same tension on it. Also, another thing, most people don't know this, and they lean their guitars up against the wall. If you lean your guitar against the wall, always turn it so the strings are facing the wall, because you already have the tension of the string, a tendency to draw the neck forward. And if you lean this against the wall, then you have the wall and the gravity drawing it forward with the strings, and eventually that'll affect your neck in a bad way. So turn your guitar around and lean it against the wall like this. Try to offset what the strings are doing when you're storing it. Okay. Um, Amazingly, this guitar here, I got it, Jayhawk. Cool. Uh, One thing about this guitar here, I found this guitar at a garage sale, $15. It's a very old, and it's called a silver tone. A Sears silver tone guitar. This guitar has such great tone. Echo and the Bunnymen. I really can't do other artists' songs. I have to do my own, or I get a copyright violation, or I have to do songs of other people's that I twist the words all around on, which I often do. And so, but I am going to play you a few songs here tonight of my music original, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Okay. And I've got until about 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock. So I'm just going to kill some time with you guys and enjoy this. I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing new. I just lost my wife. Should be happy, but I'm feeling blue. Yeah, but you say party and party, yeah. You keep saying keep party, and I ain't got nothing. You said I ain't got nothing new. But I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing new. I went down to the pub to have a pina colada. Drove my car away. I had to pay $100. Keep saying keep partying. Saying keep partying, but I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing new. You know what I'm talking about? Said I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing new. I lost my little dog. And I can't find one shoe. But you keep saying keep partying. You keep saying keep partying. I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing new. Well, I ain't got nothing new. Woo. Don Julio, this is touching my soul. All right. That's what we want to do. Touch your soul. You can't even imagine where the pain goes. When there's no place left to store all the hurt and all the pain. Loneliness is something I've never known. When it strikes, it's a mighty blow straight through the heart. With all the hurt and all the pain, all that I've done for you. Oh. When will it stop? Why can't time be turned back? You put behind what went wrong. Where must I go now? Turn back to square one with all the hurt and all the pain. Ah, all that I've done for you. Loneliness is something I've never known. When it strikes, it's a mighty blow straight through the heart. Has anybody been coding any strategies in their think or swim? I wouldn't know how to. But if you come up with some good ones, I'm ready to accept. Pardon me. Pardon me. But it's up $168 on, since I clicked on it. Not me. Not me, my strategy. Ah, nice. Mm-hmm. Cool. All right, cool. I'm just messing around here a little bit. Hope you guys like this song. This is a song I sang before my wife and I got married. I came out in my regular clothing and I had my guitar there on a stand. And I played this song here. before my wife arrived. And I hope you like it, everybody. Any moment now, she will arrive. One who came along and changed my life. She's my only love, and she knows it's true. And I can hardly wait till she steps into view. Any moment now. At any moment now, I'll see her face. When I do, I know my heart will race. I'll be 10 feet off the ground. Once I see her in that wedding gown, any moment now, any second now. At any moment now, we all will pray. The Lord will bless the vows that we make today. Put our faith in Him. That's what we'll do. And trust that He will help. Oh, what is that? Oh, no. Oh, us make it through any moment now. Sorry about that. Any moment now. At any moment now, our lips will touch with a kiss that never meant so much. And the moment that we say I do, that will be just like a dream come true. Any moment now, any second now, any moment now. Oh, that one wore my fingers out. We're gonna have to give him a break here and give him some other form of exercise for a moment. XRP. Oh, Michael, nice. Takamine makes very nice guitars. I've experienced their line, and that's they make some very nice guitars. I know that. There's no doubt about it. You know, this guitar here, it's playing while I'm talking. Listen to this. Hold on. Listen to what's going on. All I have to do is talk. Can you hear that? Wow. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Whoa. 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 Wow. 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 Can you hear that? It's it's reverberating. All right. I guess I ought to keep playing songs instead of just screwing around. That might keep people more content provider. I can absolutely see that YouTube is not sending out any of my content about stock trading right now to anybody because it is irrelevant and they don't really like me doing this. But for the 20 or so of you that are still here, I'm trying to be entertaining and we'll get back to the music book. And in case you're wondering, I don't always just play guitar. It's just late at night, and we're gonna make some music. I got you got my Volkswagen Beetle, turning the key. Is she gonna wanna fire up? To have to wait and see. Lots of times she won't, other times she will, but just in case she don't, I park her on the hill. She's a 63, to be baby blue, with lots of places you can see the rust coming through. Mufflers hanging low, might fall off in the road. But me and my old Beetle, that just lights up our love. Yeah, my Beetle's got a name. I call her Ladybug. Shag carpet on the floorboard from my old lady's rug. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak. This ain't no lie. I'm gonna jump in my ladybug. I'm gonna take her for a ride. Now there's more about to tell you about my Beetle freak ways. When I'm riding in my Beetle, hear my Beetles play. Right this very moment, crank and yell a submarine. Beetles in my Beetle, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, ain't no lie. Beetles in my 8-track, baby by my side. Rocking and a rolling, that's what we love to do. Me and my baby, Beetle crew. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, there ain't no lie. Got baby in my 8-track, right here by my side. Yeah, Beatles got a name. I call the ladybug. Shag carpet on the floor, boy, from my old lady's rug. Mufflers hanging low. Bike off, fall off in the road. But he, my old ladybug, that just lightens up our load. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak and this ain't no lie. Jumping in my ladybug and taking for a ride. Rocking and a rolling, that's what we love to do. Beatles in my Beetle on a Beetle cruise. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, ain't no lie. Gonna jump up in my ladybug ride. Rocking and a rolling, that's what we love to do. Beatles in my Beetle, and we're on a Beetle cruise. Well, I messed that up a little. It's been a long time since I played that one, but that song's called Beatles in My Beetle. Thank you guys for still hanging out with me. I'm dancing while I'm listening to the Cat Man get down. All right. Nice. Yes. Uh-oh, I'm out of my Mountain Red. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm completely out of Mountain Red. I'm going to have to get another one. I cannot continue my performance without my Mountain Red. I'll be back in 5 minutes. You guys, please hold. Back in 5 minutes. You'll have to be able to read the sign backwards. Back in 5 minutes. Please hold for my station identification. Whoa! Got to get this back further. It sucks. I can't get my camera back enough to give you the 5 minute sign. I'll be back in 5 minutes. No, I'll be back in 1 minute. 1 minute. Actually, I'm never going to leave this area that we're in. You can hear me the entire time as I make my way to my basement bridge. Opening the door, extracting another one, raising the top, putting another one in the freezer, walking back to the performing area. Tonight, I'm trying to keep this going with keep the music flowing. And tonight, as I said earlier, we're going to be trying out the Mountain Red, Mountain Apple. This is a Mountain Apple soda. Now you got to pour this pretty aggressively to get yourself a nickel head out of this. Just so you know, it's not like the regular, okay? If you're going to achieve a nickel head on this one, you've got to come at it aggressively, all right? Go in aggressive because it's hard to maintain or get that if you don't. Because this doesn't have as much carbonation, apparently. So to get that nickel head, you got to pour aggressive. Now, why do you want that nickel head? Because that traps these gases inside here, keeps them contained. Something I need to try to find here. You guys want to hear? Let's play a fun song. We're not going to do sad stuff. Yeah. Yep, we're here to play. Hey there, saying DMC5. My G, can you play the Metro Last Night theme on guitar, please? No, unfortunately, when I'm playing other people's music, I get copyright violations. So I have to, if I do other people's music, I have to mess the words all up and make it a satirical song. But now I'm going to do one of my songs. I wrote this song a few years back about an experience I had a long time ago in 1976 when I moved down to Haiti with my family. And while we were down there, we had neighbors that I did not know, and but I could see down through my window down on the lower level at the house next door, and they had curtains there in that room, and there was a young lady that I could see that was in that room, and she could see through me through my window too because I didn't have really much for curtains, but and didn't care. Well, I'm 17 years old. What do I care? She's in my room. Whoop de doo. But at her room, I could always see her shadow against the curtains because she kept her curtains drawn wisely, and but I could see her shadow, and she always had very long hair. I could tell it was from her all the way down to her waist. Okay, and I could see her through the window, her silhouette each night. And so one night when I was looking across there, the span, I saw that she was in her room and she had a candle. She was moving over towards the window. So I picked my candle up at the same time, and I took my candle and I moved it across like this to the right, like this. And when I moved my candle across like this, I saw that she was watching, and she took her candle and I saw her move her candle too. And so I thought, wow, that's cool. So I moved mine back, like this, and then I could see her. She took her candle and she moved it back. And I'm sharing this story with you because this is what happened with someone I did not know, and I had never met in my life. We did not know each other's names, and I'm going to sing this song about what happened. New kid on the block, didn't know a soul, but I saw right away she lived right next door. Didn't know who she was, and she didn't know me, but she knew I could see in her room at night, and oh, what a sight. She kept a small candle by her bedside at night. She'd keep those curtains drawn up real tight. And when she light her candle, her shadow appeared on the curtain she always kept closed so tight every night. Then came one night, I lit up my candle. She lit hers up too. And there on that night, to the right, moved my light. And I wondered, would she move hers too? Well, she moved to the curtain and her shadow grows, and she started flirting with her candle's glows. She lifted it slow, like a moon in the sky. I could see we were starting to see eye to eye. We were conversing with candles and flirting with flame, even though we didn't know each other's name. Conversing with candles like two little kids and sharing with shadows. Yeah, that's what we did. After an hour, our candles burned down, but we had a lot of fun with playing around. Then along came a wind and it blew out our flames. Yeah, the wind put an end to our candlelight game. But there's more to this story, I'm happy to say. There were many more games the two of us played. Never met face to face and didn't know names, but we flirted with candles and chatted with flames. Oh, yeah. We conversing with candles, flirting with flames, neither one knowing each other's names, speaking in circles and sharing in squares. Nobody knew what the two of us shared. Conversing with candle, flirting with flame, playing our game. conversing with candles and flirting with flame. Man, that song actually touched me. Sure brought back a memory. Thank you. Thank you. I see that heart on the screen. I see all those hearts. Thank you. All right, guys, it's time to loosen our bootstraps a little bit here. Are you ready? This is a song that's called Dickertown. Now, I'll admit that this song has a few innuendos in there and a little bit of hidden meaning, but it is a fan favorite. We have a lot of people who enjoy this song on this channel. And don't read anything too much into this, okay? Don't try to put words in my mouth, okay? But here we go with a song called Dickertown. Well, the other day I was headed on home by myself. Yeah, I was all alone. I stopped for a while to check it out. Was a car for sale? A young man stepped out. He said, "Go ahead, take her for a spin." I said, "No, wait till you pull back in." It drove like a dream, but was out of my range. But the price said the price could change. So he took me inside, sat me down. Wasn't long in the hall before he came around with the price he said to blow my mind. I said, "My wife ain't here, so I just can't buy." "Well, that's okay," was his reply. Then he went on to tell me why his dealership was known all around. The local folks call the place Dickertown. Let's go get your wife, bring her on down. Bring her on down here to Dickertown. But I want one thing to be understood. When you get her here, we're gonna dick her good. At Dickertown, yeah, we do dick her right. Dick her all through the day and dick her all through the night. Dickertown, yeah, that's where we'll be found. So come on down. Come on down to Dickertown. Yeah. So we love to dicker and we do it slow. We got nowhere else to go. We'll dicker down till the price is right. And if we got to, dang it, we'll dicker all night. We'll dicker up, dicker down, dicker till it stings. And when we're done, we'll have fun, cause we're the dicker kings. So go get your wife, bring her here. She's kind of shy, we'll dick her in the rear. Guarantee you when your dickering's done, dick her down, you'll have fun. Dick her down, yeah, we do dick her right. Dick her all through the day. Drink liquor all through the night. Dick her down, yeah, that's where we'll be found. So come on down to Dicker Town. Come on come on down to Dicker Town. Oh, yeah. For your listening and entertainment pleasure only, Dickertown by me, Tyler Self. My wife's favorite song, not to be heard. Ah, where's the love? Where is the love that I am feeling now? I mean, holy cow. Pat Yeager says, very nice. Likes my Dickertown song. Nice. Thank you, Pat. Oh, we're going to keep the juices flowing. Thank you, Pat, for that sunshine. We'll add your name to the drawing. And there are not many people on that drawing list this time around, just so you know. So you're not going to have a lot of challengers. There's only a few on here, only a few. And man, tomorrow's Friday, right? Man, we don't have hardly any. Well, it's been a rough week. It's been a rough week. There haven't been a lot of killer moves. I'm going to play a song now that's been a kind of a fan favorite too. And this song is called Drive to You. Sometimes I wake up, oh yeah, in the middle of the night. Thank you, Iguera. I'm thinking of squeezing and holding you tight. The telephone is so close, but you are so far away. And if I called, what would I say? Well, I'm sure by now you probably forgotten my name. But that doesn't really bother me. I couldn't hold the quick flame. Oh, 'cause it was just one night. And it was such a long time ago. But I don't think you know how bad I wanna drive to you. Oh, babe, I wanna see you again. Drive to you. Oh, babe, I wanna take your hand. Fly to you. Will this feeling ever end? Drive to you. Oh, babe, I wanna drive to you. Well, I need to get it back to reality. 'Cause I'll never see you again. It's just my fantasy. But I can keep on dreaming and wishing my dreams could all come true. But don't think that I'll ever lose the urge to drive to you. Said, babe, I wanna see you again. Drive to you. Oh, will this feeling never end? Drive to you. Oh, babe, I wanna see you again. Drive to you. Oh, babe, I wanna drive to you. Oh, babe, I wanna drive to you. Yeah, I wanna drive to you. Babe, I wanna drive to you. That's just a hit song right there. Look at all this stuff flying here in gifts. Holy cow. We gonna have to get to adding some names right now. Where'd my drawing list go? Here it is. Look at all this. We got ourselves a gift war going. Thank you, Pat Yeager, for starting this off. Higuera, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Jayhawk, thank you. Nice. Sparkles. Oh, sweet. Oh, cheers and thank you, all of you. Well, I sure am having fun playing for you guys, and I appreciate your support. All right, gonna play a little song here that some of you may have heard before, but it's an enjoyable little tune, and it is called "A Handful of Nuts." Well, I was there the day they laid you in the hospital bed. Remember just exactly what the good doctor said. He said the test results really baffled them all, and there seemed to be no vitamin E in your body at all. And they were all appalled. They were all appalled. And what the doc suggested sounded strange and a lie. And though I'm rather skeptical, I'll give it a try. The doctor told me you and me were really in luck. All you really needed was a handful of nuts a day. And everything would be okay. A handful of nuts. He said, get you out of that hospital bed. A handful of nuts a day. A handful of nuts a day. He said, a handful of nuts keeps the doctor away. You should have a handful of nuts every day. It's something of a mystery I don't understand, but I've got some nuts for you. So hold out your hand and I'll fill it up with a handful of nuts. Oh, I'll tell you what. He said, a handful of nuts will make a great snack. Let's put them somewhere place, but they will not get whacked. The mystery how holding nuts can make you feel good, but I think you better hold them like the doc said you should. A handful of nuts, that's the one thing you need. A handful of nuts to get your vitamin E. A handful of nuts, let's let the treatment begin. A handful of nuts, I'm all in. With a handful of nuts, I'll tell you what. I hope the nuts I have will do. A handful of nuts, for sure. Anything for a cure. I know it's ridiculous stuff. Jayhawk, I called it out right after the market closed. Cat, take a look at AIIO. I saw that. I saw you call that out. AIIO. $0.87 now. Close at 58. Nice. All right. I hope you own it. Well, I have it down here. I'll take a look at it tomorrow for pullback. I sure will. Gambling. Gambling late into the night. The man was on fire, his wife out of sight. Poker's the game, and they do poker right. With his wife there beside him, he wins every night. Everything is all right. Well, the cards are all dealt, and he draws a straight flush. The guy crossed the table, a bluff. He's got a winner about to unfold, but his wife makes a motion and he suddenly folds. Yeah, he did as was told. Yeah, his wife wouldn't let him. She made him give in. And if he had won, he'd a ton, he would win. But his wife wouldn't let him. She motioned to fold, and he loved her so much. He did as was told. And he folded just as he was told. 'Cause he learned a long time ago she's always right. That's why he keeps on winning with her every night. They all think he's a gambler, but nobody knows that his wife's in control with the touch of her nose. But nobody knows about her nose. See, she touches the chip that tells him to hold. She touches the bridge and he knows he should fold. He touches the left side, he knows he can't win. She touches the right side, go in all in. This is how they both win. So a Saturday night, full moon up in the sky. Pot ran up to a new record high. And the crowd gathered round to see history. But his wife stepped away at that moment, you see. Then alas, the last card. Who would have known? I'm sorry, he stalled and he stalled. But she never appeared. What the heck should he do? Lose it all, so he feared. So he said, I'm all in. He raised the stakes high. And at that very moment, his wife stepped back in. Then, alas, the last card. Who would have known? His card wasn't drawn. And the crowd, it all moaned. And his wife, she just smiled, turned and walked out the door. 'Cause her husband's opponent had offered her more. Man, I kind of screwed that one up. I'm sorry. Oh, well, I think you got the message. His wife wouldn't let him. We got another 4 hours before my wife gets home. By then, I'll have had 12 Mountain Reds and probably won't be able to play anymore. Oh, good. Pat Yeager made some money off SOBR. Yeah, I saw that one did well today. I did go over and I even congratulated you when I looked at it and saw how much it was up. I said, congratulations if you're listening. I think you did well. You did call that one out this morning. Tony Henry also was on that one. Not SOBR, it was SABR. SABR that Tony Henry called out. When I invited you for dinner, I was hoping you'd say yes. When you asked what I was serving, told you you'd have to guess. You smiled when I suggested that we dine in candlelight. And in the end, you said, all right. And I had dreamt of this night. So I lit a candle for you, baby. And I was hoping maybe you would make my dream come true. And I might share just one night with you. So I lit a candle as I waited for you. I lit a candle. Well, I placed that candle on the table as I polished up the place. Stood thinking of the way the candlelight would shine upon your face. And I hoped that you would like my place, and I hoped you'd be impressed. As I looked into the mirror, hoped I would impress. But suddenly I noticed that the light was getting late, and I wondered where you were. You said that you'd be there by 8. I thought by now that you'd have had that lobster on your plate, but I guess instead you were running late. But I lit a candle for you, baby, 'cause you told me that you'd be there. And I set that candle there on the table with fine wine for us to share. But now I watch the candle melting, see the wax all dripping down, and then feel like such a loser. Oh, and oh, what a clown. But I lit a candle for you, baby. But soon it will go out. I guess the date you made with me, you simply forgot about. And as the candle keeps on melting, it becomes a work of art. And I never once again would give my heart to you. Isn't that sad? You get entertained on this channel and make money. Yeah, I try to do that here. I have a little bit of a different ending to that song than I just sang because I don't really like the ending to that song, and I might change it. Thanks, Pat. I appreciate that very much. A fan favorite. I said a prayer for a turtle today. He was walking so slowly as he made his way down a little two-lane highway that runs through our woods. And I'd have stopped and saved him if I only could. But the traffic was busy with cars close behind. I was praying the people behind me were blind and would grant him safe passage in traveling on, with a future in the forest and cool dips in a pond. So I said a prayer for that turtle today. I said a prayer for that turtle. Yeah, I pray that the make it safely. I pray that he make it daily. But I knew that his chances were not very good. And I prayed he would make it. I prayed that he would. Yeah, I said a prayer for that turtle today. I said a prayer. In an hour or so, headed home with my load. I was dreading the sight of him there in the road. Was my prayer for him answered, or was his life lost? Oh my God, there he was, going right back across. So I said a prayer for that turtle. I said a prayer. No, I didn't. I got out and I grabbed him and I said, "Get your ass across the road. What are you doing here, man? You're trying to kill yourself. He's trying to commit suicide." So I grabbed that turtle off the road and I scuttled him along and said, "Stop playing with my head." And I wrote this song about him. I hope you enjoyed it, everybody. It is a true story indeed about that turtle. And I say prayers about all kinds of things. One 142 votes. Did you just buy into RXT with me when it dropped to the 466 or 366? Where'd that daggum RXT end up at anyway? RXT, where did it end up? 352. Well, my average is 366 on that sucker. So I'm all right with it. People ask me why I write. Sometimes stay up late at night, searching for the perfect words. to match a melody I've heard inside my head. Running round inside my head. There in my head, I hear a tune, and the lyrics, they'll be added soon. I'll toast it, then I'll post it on YouTube. And I'll tell you why, that's what I always do. 'Cause once it's there for good. 1,000 years from now it could be. Listen to my little song, even though I'm dead and gone. Yeah, when they lay me in the ground, my melodies are still be round for years and years and years. You see, it's almost immortality. Oh, that's what it means to me. So even though I'm dead and gone, my melodies will carry on. And when I finally pass away, my songs will still be here to stay. Perhaps they'll play them in their bars, or might play them in their cars. They may come on the radio. The fact is, I don't really know. No, I don't really know. But when it's time that I move on, you see, my songs will carry on. My songs will still be here to play. I'll be mortal in that way, like Elvis Presley and James Brown, whose songs will always be around. I hope that my songs too remain when I am on a different plane. That would be insane if I remain. So who knows when I'm beyond the grave? I may tune into radio waves and hear a song that I once wrote, and I will know it note for note. Who knows the reason to me best? As long as YouTube still exists, my songs will be here to play. Come hear my songs, come hear what I say. Know my songs, they're all a part of me, and they will help me to achieve a state of immortality. That's what it means to me, state of immortality. Oh, we somehow broke a string, not even playing with a pick. Oh my. Well, is that a motorcycle humming on top of your amp? Yes, it is. Sure enough is. Yeah, baby. It's very observant of you, I must say. Very, very good eye. Good eye. Well, I guess we're done playing music. Unless we want to break out the Seagull acoustic guitar, which is a much, much, much higher end guitar, although it does not have new strings on it. It would definitely need to be you guys haven't seen this one or heard this one. I don't break this out much, but this is my Seagull guitar. And this guitar was the artwork was hand done by a girl I knew by the name of Alex. She was about 16 years old when she did this for me on this guitar. And she did it with a black Sharpie. Hello. Come on here. There we go. I think I've got it turned on now. This guitar is going to sound totally different. What? Uh-oh, we got a pickup here. Hold on. All right. I mean, do you hear the difference in the sound of that? This guitar is a lot more subtle and soft and something you want to use for a very soft, gentle song. It's certainly not that one there. There was a girl I knew before, knew her well, she lived next door. She'd pass you by, make you turn around. She even turned the old guys' heads and made them wish that they were kids. The other girls wish she would just leave town. 'Cause no one looks at them when she's around. She knew she had it, and she thought that it would go to waste if she stayed here in our little town. So when she graduated, never hung around and waited, hopped on a jet and she got out of town. She thought LA would be her kind of town. And she thought she'd get discovered. Thought she would make that scene. Saw herself on the cover of her favorite magazine. Well, she had $10 to her name. Finally got a call from some producer. Said he has a part. He told her he sure couldn't pay her very much at all. $500, but she got that star. He knew she wanted that with all her heart. Then he said, "You want the part? Here's all you've got to do. We need to see some skin on a photo, all of you. No reason to be shy. Come have a drink or two. You'll wipe that tear from your eye. Don't cry." Well, to make a long story short, I'm very happy to report she never ever did that magazine. She turned and walked right out the door, even though they offered her much more. She finally got a break and she made it clean. Yeah, I saw her tonight on the silver screen. Yeah, that choice she made was right. When she was 17, and it was worth the fight to keep her reputation clean. And now she's on the silver screen. Oh yeah. Song titled LA. You good? Thank you. We got some people still here with me at 5:33 p.m. I'm trying to keep the party going, keep a little flavor in the tank here, keep you guys entertained. Got another kid coming, fifth one now in 6 years. And I wish I could tell you how happy I am, but there's something peculiar I can't understand. No, I must confess it's a little disturbing. How could I miss what I've been observing? I look at our kids and it's become clear to see not a single dang one of them looks like me at all. No, not one of my children look like me at all. I'll walk right by them when they're there in the mall. It's weird they can appear right in front of my eyes. Look like total strangers I just can't recognize. And my friends, they all care. Some of them share. Perhaps it is time I pay better attention. Tell me my wife could be fooling around, and that's why all my kids look like guys here in town. So I'm watching my boy as he's playing ball. He does look a lot like our mailman Paul. I look in the eyes of the one born last summer, much to my surprise. Looks like Peter the plumber. Oh no, that's a real bummer. Peter the plumber. So I'm looking around, and yeah, here's what I found. My kids look like other guys in town. Starting to wonder if when I'm not home, my wife isn't there by herself all alone. But when my baby's born today, please don't say, oh my, that sure looks like Richard, our pizza guy. I'll be proud and I'll shout if I finally see when that baby pops out. It looks something like me. Uh-huh. That would really be sweet. If this one looks like me. But we'll have to wait and see. But I'm hoping it will be a little like me. But we'll just wait and see. Ah, who is here? Richie B. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you for your generosity, Richie B. Thank you, my friend. Well, I'm out of Mountain Red. Mountain Blue must taste good. Nope, I'm having Mountain Red tonight. Pat Yeager, tonight is Mountain Red. We're going with the red. Well, I'm not done yet. I'm going to be done in a moment. Thank you very much, Pat. Well, this friend of mine had a real good time. This song here is called Match.com. I hope you like it, folks, and it might be my last one for the evening. Well, this friend of mine had a real hard time out there in the dating world. We went up and down and searched all around, but couldn't find the perfect girl. Then I told my friend there's a whole new trend and a whole new way to date. Go to Match.com and get logged on, and you'll find the perfect mate. So he turned on his computer, and we laughed and joked and smiled, and together had a lot of fun creating his portfolio profile. It wasn't long at all for my friend he called, and he was jumping up and down. Said he owed it all to me for the girl that he had found. Yeah, Match.com, it's a perfect way to meet. Match.com, much safer than the street. Match.com, guaranteed to change your life. Match.com, find your husband or your wife. So I asked my friend, please tell me more about this new soulmate. Said he'd really love to, that's for sure, but for now he'd have to wait. Then he told me she's still married, but pretty soon she'd be divorced. And I asked if he was sure about that, and he said, oh yes, of course. Well, my friend, he never did show up, and he never did say why. So I called him up one day to say, hey, bring that new girl by. Was a real long pause, and it was all because my friend then dropped the bomb. Said his whole new life's gonna be with my wife that he met on Match.com. Yeah, Match.com, guaranteed to change your life. Match.com, find your husband or your wife. Match.com, what a way to change your life. Match.com, go find your wife. So he took my girl and he changed my world, but I've no one else to blame. 10 years of my life with a smoking wife, but our goals were not the same. We met in the bar, now look where we are. Yeah, I see where I went wrong. Be a different world if I'd have found my girl at that place called Match.com. Yeah, Match.com. Yeah, where a place to be. Match.com. You can find her, yeah, for free. Match.com. Guaranteed to change your life. Match.com. Find your husband or your wife. Match.com. Find your husband or your wife. That's right. If you don't treat them right, folks, they might just go searching before they go ditching. If they've got an itching, it's not getting scratched. They might go searching before they go ditching. So you make sure you take care of all those itches, okay? Scratch those itches for them sons of bitches. I'm kidding, of course. They're not sons of bitches. They're fun women. We have good times with them, and we are very grateful for their presence. My beautiful wife, I'm the luckiest guy in the world to have her. You guys know. Iguera's laughing about that song. Well, I said that was going to be the last song, but I'm going to have a sip of water, and then I'm going to do this one, and then I'm going to be gone. I'm going to pour a little water down my shirt, too, at the same time. Cool off. Cool off. My baby's in a hot tub, headphones on, plays her music, likes to sing along, moving to the rhythm, the sound of the beat when my baby's in a hot tub. She's turning up the heat. My baby loves a hot tub, so wet, she's climbing in. When she gets the chance, she can have her list of bubbles coming too. The baby's in a hot tub. That's what she loves to do. Hey, my baby's in a hot tub. She's turning up the heat. My baby's in a hot tub. Too many degrees. My baby's in a hot tub. She's turning up the heat. Wants me in it too, and she looks good enough to eat. I wanna climb in there, and I would not survive. Baby keeps her hot tub at 105, and I cannot survive. Yeah, she likes her hot tub hot. You can see it boil. Likes to rub it on the lotions and the oil. She's playing with her bubbles, turning on her chest. With my babies in a hot tub, she's getting soaking bad. Oh, you bet. And now I'm in the hot tub and barely drink the heat. Only way to stay, she gets her treats. Getting so much pleasure, but I'm getting boiled. My baby's looking really cooking while I'm getting boiled. She's getting spoiled. My baby loves a hot tub. She's turning up the heat. You got it over now, 105 degrees. I can't stand the heat. My baby's in a hot tub, turning up the heat in a hot tub. Looks good enough to eat in a hot tub. My baby's sweet in a hot tub. Yep. Thank you very much, La Mortal Beloved. I play guitar better than you. Hey, Immortal Beloved, how many songs have you written in your lifetime? I'm curious. Just curious. How many songs of your own have you created and are out there for the public to enjoy every day? I don't claim to be the best guitarist in the world. I'm just here to entertain. And by the way, if my guitar playing isn't up to par, then you can tootle right along. Yeah. All right. Got a song for you, probably your theme song. I'm going to play it for you now. This is my original. And I'm going to end on this song. One hit of weed is all he needs to help him out of bed. One hit of weed is all he needs, he said. One hit of weed is all he needs before he's clocking in. One hit of weed is all he needs to help his day begin. Yeah, one hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit of weed is all he needs. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit is all he needs. One hit of weed is all he needs when he gets his lunch break. One hit of weed is all he needs, then he's feeling great. One hit of weed is all he needs when he's in a traffic jam. One hit of weed is all he needs, he don't give a damn. Yeah, one hit of weed, one hit of weed is all he needs. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit is all he needs. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit of weed is all he needs. One hit of weed, one hit is all he needs. One hit of weed is all he needs before it's dinner time. One hit of weed is all he needs, then he's feeling fine. One hit of weed is all he needs before he goes out for the night. One hit of weed is all he needs, then he feels alright. Yeah, one hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit of weed, all he needs. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit is all he needs. Yeah, one hit of weed, one hit of weed, make his day. One hit of weed, buddy. He's out of weed today. That's approximately 12 hits. Well, thank you for that compliment. And I want you to know also, just because you mentioned that I would like to invite you to come on over to my music channel. And that is on DistroKid. All my music is available. And it's available on all of your music providers. And just so you can see this, Immortal Beloved. You see this? These are my songs that are currently playing all over the world as of April the 23rd. These are my songs that are being played all over the world. How many songs of yours are being played every day all over the world? As you can see, one of my favorite big hits is Singing the 3-Minute Song. Happens to be being played in, I think that's Iraq. Iraq. IQ, I think, is Iraq. Great Britain, the Philippines, Canada, the India. Look at that. My whole red truck saved Christmas Day, Singing the 3-Minute Song, my biggest hit, Singing the 3-Minute Song right now. This is the biggest one. Everybody's caught on to singing the 3-minute song because they want to kill time, and that's what this song is for. So, but all these songs that I have here, folks, they're being listened to every day and downloaded for people to keep on their devices and stuff. And they're listening in RO, wherever RO is, and DE and AU, and they're listening in BR and BG and CZ and DE, and they're listening in ES and GR and IT and JM and MX and NG and PA and PK and PL and SE and all over the friggin' place. So, just in case you're aware of it, look at this song, Singing the 3-Minute Song, folks. It's become one of the biggest players here. It's getting a lot of listens here now. And holy smokes, man. Wow. Singing the 3-minute song. Everybody is enjoying that tune all over the place. Everywhere. And the funny thing is, I didn't even do a studio recording on this song. This is just me and a cell phone. I recorded this song on a cell phone. And I had a friend of mine help me by ringing a bell after the 1-minute mark on this song. And he laid the keys down on the counter. You can hear it in the song. You can hear it. I was like, I looked over at him like, dude, why did you just do that? I said, please just ring the bell with my part of my keychain. And then he rings the bell and just plops it right on the counter. You can hear it right in the song when I play it. At the 1-minute mark, you'll hear him hit the bell and you'll hear him lay my keys down. But it's very interesting that this song has become a big international hit song and being played everywhere, all over the globe, as you can see. Singing the 3-minute song. So if you've got to kill 3 minutes, come on over and give this a song a listen. Jayhawk, thank you very much. But come on over, give it a listen. Singing the 3-minute song. You standing in a line, you want this song. You are at a red light, you want this song. You have to wait on some time to pass, play this song. You got to kill 10 minutes, play it 3 times, okay? And I think people are doing that. I think people are actually doing that. They just keep playing the song over and over. I don't know. I guess they just keep playing it over. And it's being listened to a lot here on YouTube contented, whatever that is, content ID, the singing the 3-minute song. Come on over and give it a listen. Enjoy. And hey, by the way, look at that. Over this duration, $1,895 generated. Do you know how many songs you've got to play when they're getting 2 cents and 3 cents and 2 cents and 3 and 1 cent and fractions of a penny to accumulate $1,895? And by the way, this is just one page total of this page only. Okay, total of this page only. There are many, 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 many other pages, believe you me. You go to the next page, and then you go to the next page, and 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 the next page. You can just go over all these songs over and over and over, folks. And I'm just sharing it with you. So come on over and give me a listen. Give me a listen. I think you'll enjoy it. You know, I think this was the first time right here that I played singing the 3-minute song back in January of 2025. January 27th, I must have played this song on January 27th. I must have played this song here on my channel. And from that time on, it took off. From that time on, it just took off. It just started going nuts. So I think this is the first time I played it because I don't really see it down here anywhere else. So that must be the first time I played singing the 3-minute song here on my channel. Yep, that would be it. So that was the first time I played it, and that set it off. That's all you need is one. Just so many people heard it that day here on this channel, and they started telling others about it, I guess. January the 27th is when it started getting played. 96 times that one day, the day I first played it. It really got on, it really caught on, that song. And then it was just off to the races with it because they report every month on the songs. And so, anyways, all right, I'm out of here. Everybody, thank you again for sharing with me tonight. It's dinner time. Yes, it is. And I'm getting ready to go up and make myself some nice din tonight. Come on up and enjoy my music, okay? Here on your music provider. Check out all the music like everybody else is doing. I think you'll enjoy it. And you'll be on a musical adventure, everyone. I promise you. RXT just got smashed down all day long, and they're trying to take it down again a little to 333 in the after hours. This was the only one I was up today on. I was up 90% this morning, RXT. And I am going to add this to my top gainers because I sold it when it was at its high. So here on 5/7, 2026, top gainer, RXT. Oh, RXT. Oh my gosh, I hit that stupid back button. Dadgummit. I hate when I do that. Man, I keep forgetting that. You cannot hit the back button when you're in a cell. It does not work. It jumps over, it tabs over to the next one. And who called out RXT? 28 Trader was one of them. 28 Trader. And I got my stupid caps lock on. 28 Trader. RXT, what did it close at yesterday? previous close hold on. Previous close was 227 a share. 227. And this morning we were selling that at what price? When it was up 90%? It was 460 a share. Nice. 460. And as you know, I always would tell you to sell that number because the price was even higher on that today. But 460 was a sell number, obviously, because if you look at my buy sell sheet right here, you can see my sell sheet. And I also had sell orders at much higher, but right here, you've got to sell 55, 56, 57, and 60. And you know I sold all those numbers. You watched me sell this morning. And you've got to sell those numbers. I wish I would have sold every single share. I still have about 100 shares left, I think. Because I don't ever sell all my shares at once. I don't. I don't buy them at once, and I don't sell them all at once. So RXT closed at 352. Now they're trying for 333. But now you know why you sell that number. UGRO is climbing. Okay. Thank you. I'll look at that tomorrow. I will start a new piece of paper for 5-8. And we will write that on the top of it there. Now, tomorrow, though, folks, we're still going to be looking for these that went up big time today. We're going to be looking for them to pull back in the morning. All right. So we're going to be looking for these tomorrow to pull back at 9:45 in the morning. We're going to find one that got pulled back like that one, ATRA, called out by Tony Henry. Could see a nice pullback on that. But right now, this will be the new day that we're going to start, and that one, UGRO. This will be 5-8. Pat Yeager, thank you. All right, we got it written down. Yeah, after all them hits, I'm hungry, Jayhawk says. All right, everybody. Well, let's skedaddle out of here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning, Friday. Happy Thursday night. Enjoy your dinner tonight. I had a good time with those hardcores that stuck around tonight, and I do appreciate it very much. Right now, I want to wish you all very well in the future of all of your financial endeavors. I always hope that you have the best physical shape you can be in and your health to be top notch. And as always, I always hope that you are and pray for you to be surrounded with love because each and every one of you definitely deserve it. And I want to thank you for being longtime listeners here on this channel and sticking it out with me. All right, I'm going to say goodnight. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 6:48 a.m. if I can be on time. This morning, I missed it by a minute. And by the way, I try to be 6:48, but sometimes my wife has me doing stuff. SKYQ making a move in after hours. All right, Jayhawk. We'll be looking at them in the morning, baby. All right, let me get on out of here. It's been fun, everybody. Had a real good time with you tonight. Hope you have a great one. And I always wish you, like I said, that you're surrounded with love. Enjoy your meal tonight and spend time with your family, folks. God bless you. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Auf Wiedersehen.